DreamHack Atlanta Snapdragon Pro Series.
Competitors from around the globe have gathered here to etch their names in history. What started as 16 teams is now down to 4 who represent the best of the best. North America came in with a target on their backs, and now only one hope remains. Their challengers have set the stage for a new dynasty. These teams have one last shot. Today, we crown a new champion, one to stand above the rest. 3 will walk away with their heads in their hands because only one can claim their spot among the giants.
Inside the Tiki, and he cannot exit for free. It is a clean sweep into control for Q9 Club. A clean sweep in their opening best of 5.
Oh my goodness, LG just literally dive onto the point, and that stack allows them to get that third tick of progress. 3-1 to count on the map. 3 seconds on the clock. 2v3 was Esta gets one, but King able to put things into the front reach. Now just down to Esta. He will be shut down, and Wolves will clean things up. 3-0 to control. 3-0 the series. They make it tough.
Ladies and gentlemen, the beginning of the end. SPG are out. Godlike have done it in such a huge fashion. 3-0.
Hello, what's good, and welcome to Atlanta. You know the rest of the song. This is where the players play. It's been 2 days of competition, and now we are getting down to the good stuff. You don't need to hear anymore. Let it roll. Glitter and the guys, let's start it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series live from DreamHack Atlanta, where today is Championship Sunday. At the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, we will crown a victor after 3 days of gruesome competition. My name is Glitter Explosion. We're starting off the day with Shift and Gil. How excited are you for today?
Come on, it's Championship Sunday. Let's get some energy in the venue. Let's get some energy in chat. It's going to be an unreal day. I said at the end of yesterday, Gil, I think all 4 of our teams have a very even chance at coming away with the championship today. That's going to be sick news, I think, when it comes down to our opening matchups in particular.
Gonna be absolutely amazing. We are on the top 4. You said it yourself yesterday that all of them have a solid chance, and that's a real possibility for them all. I cannot wait to begin. I have so much energy for this.
It's going to be an insane day, so hopefully you guys at home are ready. If you're here in the venue, come hang out in the audience and watch who is going to be taking home the trophy, the title, and of course, this massive prize pool. We've been talking about it all weekend long, but there is so much on the line, specifically $400,000 for first place, $1 million in total. I mean, this is insane.
Oh, it's absolutely unbelievable. I mean, if you really think about it, look at the gap between first and second. That grand finals is not just big when it comes to being a new world champion, but you're gonna have one heck of a payday if you finish yourself up in first place. Plus, you kind of saw the trophy, and we've got one up on stage. There's also these awesome rings that we've got. So yeah, lots to go around today. And I think the thing about it is, like I said, I'm gonna hit it one more time for you. All 4 of our squads looked super convincing yesterday. LG, I wasn't necessarily looking at throughout their Swiss and saying, ooh, they're a heavy favorite. They did look like a favorite though yesterday when they played up against Kagendra.
I have to absolutely agree. They maybe bumped onto a few steps over there on day 1, but day 2 was immaculate. Now we begin to take a look onto their opponents. That's going to be, of course, Godlike, who yesterday just were immaculate. The way they were playing the hardpoint, the search and destroy, the control was massive. And that's the real reason why we are in this stage, in this scenario, where LG and Godlike have to try their best once again.
It's really impressive that in the top 8, all 3 of our Chinese teams had made it. So even though Standpoint didn't come through, I will say Q9 looked revitalized. I thought their Swiss stage, they played a couple of really tough opponents. The only teams that beat Chinese teams were other Chinese teams. So the fact that we see Q9 coming through and also finding a 3-0 kind of keeps that storyline going, at least for them. And it's really fun because, well, a small teaser, they get to play up against their in-region rival for their matchup, Gil.
Yeah, and we got another shot every time we look at these highlights now from the side of Wolves. It is just amazing to also see those logos crossed because only 4 remain. The other 12 had them crossed out. And here, 3 more will have the same fate. And I'm not too sure who that will be. Look at that in your screens. That's right, 2 on each wall. It is just amazing to see as we take a quick glance onto how the brackets have moved so far this weekend.
We started off with 16 of the top teams in the world, whittled it down to 8. What you see here is those 8 teams that played yesterday. 3 O's across the board for our top 4.
Wild.
Decisive victories all day. And we were talking about that a lot yesterday, just how much it really illustrated those top 4 deserve to be here.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And I think at the same level, there's also this element of you have to play consistently throughout the weekend. There were some of those squads that got 3-0'd that I thought were going to be better than they ended up being yesterday. So even though we had some convincing results yesterday, I still maintain that same premise of you have to play consistently. I think for teams like Godlike, still kind of unproven on the international stage, that's a big focus for them. And then, of course, like we already kind of highlighted, Q9 playing up against Wolves. That's a story as old as time at this point. They've played each other like 19 million times this year. So
yeah, I mean, suffice to say, there are lots of storylines that we've been following all weekend and continue on through to today in the finals. But if you're at home and you're not able to sit down all day, or if you're here in the audience walking around the venue and you have to leave, follow us on social media, okay? If you're on social media, you'll get all of these live updates for everything that's happening and find out who is taking home that $400,000 first place prize. That's gonna be X, Insta, and Facebook for all of those updates, as well as joining our Discord. You can head on over to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to join the community, hang out with all of your fellow like-minded Call of Duty Mobile players, make some friends, and of course, keep up to date on what we've got going on the massive main stage here at DreamHack Atlanta. You don't want to miss a single second of it, but we keep talking about it. First match of the day. This is going to be really exciting. LG versus Godlike, which means it's time for us to send it on over to FTOT to get things started with all the hype.
And now it's time to start our semifinals. Our first team features some of the most strongest individual talent spearheaded by a phenomenal coach. All this talk about super team is now coming to a point. The last North American hope, introducing Luminosity Gaming! Tectonic, Band, Envy, Wash, Vague, and Coach Hippo. All right, y'all, take a seat. And across the way, grit, grind, gumption, passion and dedication actively adds to this squad's impressive strength. You call it a team, they call it a family. Say hello to India's finest, Godlike. Learn, Neutrino, Abiz, Trunks, and Prevail. Keep it going, Godlike. Deities, take your seats. Fans, let's do it.
The last hope for both of these regions, but I got actually an opportunity to talk to both team managers yesterday, and let me tell you, both of them taking each other very seriously, especially after the performance that we saw out of Godlike yesterday, and Godlike obviously knowing that LG is LG. So it's a lot.
It's a tale of two cities. I mean, just a different type of Charles Dickens novel here, because LG finally showed us what we expected yesterday. Yeah. On the other side, Godlike continues to impress. I think they kind of quietly got their way through the Swiss stage. They opened up with a loss and then kind of chipped away win after win after win. But the thing about it is, you got to keep in mind this Godlike team is not only representing India in the top 8 bracket, now top 4 for the first time ever in Call of Duty Mobile World Championships, but they're doing it after a recent couple of roster changes. Prevail in particular, filling in where Skullguy wasn't able to be there. And we know Skullguy's potential. He was unbelievable when he was playing throughout the region. It was unfortunate he couldn't be here, but Prevail and Abiz, the 2 new guys after last year's roster, have really looked good for Godlike.
Definitely makes it look super, super solid, and even more so in a way because it's a region that has struggled historically in the past year on COD Mobile, but they managed to find a way to just form this super team, even have a few stumbles, as you mentioned, with the roster, and even then be here tonight with a top 4 that's been looking so great on multiple situations, and have an opportunity to face the biggest target there is out there. Of course, I'm talking about Luminosity Gaming as we take a look onto these shots once again. I gotta say, probably these 2 teams had my favorite shots out of the ball, if I'm being honest.
Oh, yeah, these have been fantastic. But, I mean, we've talked to Luminosity many times over the weekend. They knew coming into this, they knew in Seattle there was always going to be a target on their backs as one of those top teams in the entire world for this competition. Now down to NA's last hope. What are they bringing to the table in your eyes?
I think the thing about it is we weren't sure what LG we were going to get initially, because there was that instance at Seattle where Tech had kind of benched himself. Marshy stepped in. There were concerns about their respawn not being able to keep pace with teams like Mayhem and Tribe. And that did kind of linger throughout Seattle. There were a couple of scary moments, even though they are technically North America's champion after that win that they were able to find. But Tectonic does come back into the lineup, and the team seems to feel like there's a lot more control around what they're able to do. Hardpoint necessarily hasn't been as good as they were in groups back in Season 4, but the losses they've suffered have been tremendously close. A 248, 250, and a 241, 250. So, I mean, we're really stretching and splitting hairs when we talk about LG not being as good in hardpoint as they were when you deal with scorelines like that. I think the thing that really has shown improvement, though, is their search and destroy. They have only gotten blown out once, and talking with Hippo and Tech, they both were like, we were kind of asleep playing up against Inko. Since that point, though, they've blown everyone out of the water in their search, and they're going to need that here today.
And that was something you had kind of said on that first day. You were like, is there the possibility that on day 1, LG's, you know,
yeah, absolutely,
not taking it easy, but also knowing that they are a little bit comfortable because of how good they are. Like you're saying, they've woken up now. They look really good, and they have to go up against a godlike squad, Gil, where after what we saw yesterday, I think everybody's perception was completely changed.
It shifted like a 180 for a lot of people out there, but not for everybody. I remember back in, I want to say mid-July, I saw a tweet from Bobby saying that a lot of people were sleeping on these Indian teams, on Omega, on Godlike. Unfortunately, here on this tournament, Vitality couldn't step it up to that same level that Godlike has, but still proving that India is a really, really strong region. These players know what they're doing. These players have also a KD that is just impressive. They are, across the board, I think, the team with the highest kill-to-death ratio, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And we saw that yesterday. All of them on that hard point, for example, they were doing so clean, multiple situations where one of the 5 was always popping up and making sure that they're taking huge value, and I'm sure that's exactly what they're gonna try to do here today as we take a glance once again onto these amazing godlike players.
And yesterday, Learn, Neutrino, and Trunks were so good for this godlike squad. There was a moment in the Hacienda hardpoint where it looked like it was kind of coming off the rails a little bit, but oh my, the clutch ability for Trunks and Learn to just take over when they need them most is why I have a lot of hope that this godlike team can really square up well versus LG. The other point, and I don't think we've said this yet, with these final 4 squads, a lot of the focus of the narrative has been East versus West. Can the super team win for NA? Who's going to be the best team in China? Godlike is just playing for themselves. Like, that's super cool. And, like, not to say that they don't have a target on their back or anything like that, because no one's going to take them lightly, but there is this element of, we don't really care what the other 3 teams are talking about. We're just going to kind of do us. And I love that, especially considering the circumstances of having Prevail fill in very last minute and still look like he's been a fluid part of this team for a while.
Yeah, they've definitely kind of shifted their focus inward making sure that their game is at the level that it needs to be at, and then respecting the ability of everybody else around them, but also using that to then make themselves even better, which I think all of our top 4 teams did when we saw that resulting in 3-0s across the board. So it's going to be a fantastic match to kick off day number 1, no matter what way you slice it. And we have some stats here for LG versus Godlike. Gil, what jumps out at you?
Well, you see actually really similar numbers in a sense. Of course, the fact that Godlike has dropped one series hurts the numbers a little bit, but if I'm being honest, you can see the hard point super clean. The search and destroy for Godlike clean as well, but the control shifts quite heavily on Luminosity's side, which is definitely one of their strengths. And because of these same numbers is that we are undecisive to give a final answer into who I personally could be going for, because these two are so strong.
Yeah, very much so the case, and it's one of those interesting things too, just kind of teasing a little bit, they do share a very similar map pool as well, so the battlegrounds are going to be, I think, very evenly split between both of these two teams. I think the biggest thing about it, as we start to see it, is what will be taken away, just knowing of, again, that same kind of mantra we were talking about yesterday. Do you take away your worst or your opponent's best? And it looks like there's a little bit of both going on. The APOC ban does come from the side of Godlike, so they're going to see themselves playing on a takeoff and a Hacienda. Both maps are good for them, but I will say, kind of watching over LG's takeoff, expect them to be really polished. But the firing range search and destroy is brilliant news for Godlike to try to take an early edge in this series. They have been immaculate on it this weekend, 3-0 in particular. The big scary point, though, is LG is a monster at Meltdown. So, as we look through it, I'm thinking if Godlike were to win this series, they have to do it before we get to map 5, because I super favor LG and Meltdown.
Okay.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. On that takeoff firing range combo, the side of Godlike have a true opportunity to take a big step ahead if they manage to do things right. Of course, we've talked about the fact that the control is definitely going to be a tough scenario for them. But you know that brings in a lot of opportunity for them, but they gotta take it. And it's not going to be an easy one. Like you mentioned, the firing range, a team that not only Godlike, but of course LG knows perfectly well. They're gonna be fighting to their best chances. And I think I definitely want to put the highest focus on the hard point, because I think that's gonna be a key part out of all the maps that we see in here, with the 5th one potentially being over there on the side of Meltdown. I feel like that's gonna be really interesting. I feel like we can get onto that game 5, but that hugely depends on the side of Hardpoint.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, match number 1 is moments away from beginning. Our first team into our grand finals will be decided here. Who will it be? If you're at home in chat watching, let us know your thoughts, because this is what it all boils down to. Let's get into it.
Let's have it. Takeoff for the opening hard point, LG and Godlike. Again, no forgiveness here, single elimination bracket. And I will say, I think both teams did a really nice job in the background, doing their homework, setting themselves up for the most amount of success possible as we jump in. Godlike opening couple of seconds, but LG bounced back with a handful of kills, able to battle back and find themselves the early lead. And this is the thing about it, Godlike, I'm sure, is very thrilled to have Takeoff
them start like this, as we see how Luminosity actually starts to slowly fall in their way. I would say that the kills are arguably sort of similar, but Neutrino, surprisingly enough, hasn't found the success that he'd like, at least at first, as he got taken down by MB Big over there. Takes that kill and shoots that ball well as well. LG doing a phenomenal job in here to start off with the right foot, which is exactly what they want to do, thinking about the fact that, well, Godlike has been looking super clean on the search and destroy. So, as I mentioned, hardpoint, you're really important, gonna have a huge impact as we all begin to move on to point number 2.
Yeah, good little bounce back here from Godlike, making things mixy on the exit from 1 over to 2. LG stacked up over towards window side. Up top, Bandwash able to kick things off the first eliminations. Hunter Killer Drone also scouting out to see how Godlike are trying to hit this, and the kills for Godlike just aren't fully there. So LG from the front, able to successfully break and move the spawns around on the left side of the minimap. Kills on the outside also, creating a little bit of space here for LG to work with. Godlike trying to kind of hit this in multiple facets, and it really hasn't worked out all that well. Couple of kills for Trunks, but largely speaking, LG in firm control of the hill.
Surprisingly enough, the side of Godlike is not taking too much value off of those kills. LG, on the other part, every time they get a kill, they make sure that there's someone inside of those objectives. 20 seconds still left, and they seemingly continue to have a whole lot of control up in their hands. There's going to be the push from 4 members at the same time from Godlike, and that's finally the push they needed. But there's Envy with the double to clean them off. There's Band to remain 2 that were inside of the kill, and just like that, the scrap time will, or could have been in their favor, but they're like, you know what, we're already far ahead. We can just bounce to the next one.
And this is where things can get really dangerous. LG have 4 operators at the ready as they try to set themselves up forward for the 3rd hill. They can turn this into a huge snowball, but Godlike are starting to kind of get themselves back into this game. A couple of good kills on the opening. No operators have been spent yet. Band did try to get the Purifier out, but really it didn't get wielded, so you'll have that charge back pretty quickly. Envy with the War Machine, able to get himself a double. Neutrino trying to battle back into it. Now the Sparrow out. That will work out as Tectonic from the high ground is able to open the door. Neutrino still healthy. A good prediction as well with his War Machine. Keep Godlike in. We got a back and forth 50-50. Our operators charged up on both sides, but Godlike, here we go. The wave's starting to come through for India, and they've held very nicely.
That's the thing, that's the value. The operators, you call it yourself, not only Luminosity, but also Godlike doing a phenomenal job there as they now take out that Gravity Vortex, but not gonna be to the right side because there is Tech alongside with Band cleaning them off. Band dies, not enough. Their control is still gonna be there for them. 10 seconds left. The side of Godlike did an outstanding job there at the beginning with the operators and the usage of their own weapons, but now as they all begin to rotate for the next one, they're going to be slightly late to the party. The spawns are not necessarily great as Godlike continues to spawn over there on Stadium. They all have to walk all the way back. Now they finally get closer and break through quite immediately.
Yeah, great opportunity here for the claw from Trunks. Doesn't put the player in the corner though. Okay, a little bit of a miss, and now all of a sudden LG find themselves favored to the kill feed. And with the Annihilator out, that'll be enough to turn the tides and get LG right back into the hard point. So again, small moments where it looks like Godlike are about to find their crack through the code, but it doesn't quite fully get all the way through. Now LG really establishing their own sense of semblance here over the top of the last hard point of this rotation. Claw helping out for it, 30 seconds to battle. And Godlike have to hit this all from the front. Caught on reload though, Envy will drop. Prevail gets himself an opening double, and this is what I'm talking about. The SMGs for Godlike wake up at the exact right moment, and a good break comes through, at least to contest a little bit of extra time until Vague and the rest of LG reinforce and reclaim the hill.
And that's been the biggest issue. Yes, the back and forth between the kills is quite noticeable, but now more and more ahead. LG doing a tremendous job, not only doubling, but nearly tripling the amount of points that the rivals have right now. We're gonna get head towards P1 reset in here at a distance. Washi is gonna be covering them from up above, looking over on red. Envy from the inside, try to make it work, but there's a nade that's gonna crush his dream, but not the teams, as Band is hiding behind that fountain, making sure that they getting time in. It is just so difficult for Godlike that once they make the break that they are so good at doing to actually hold it this time around.
Yeah, that's the exact point I was going to go to, is there's been good moments for Godlike kind of breaking down LG, but it's not with enough control to actually dominate after the break gets happened. So the re-break attempts from LG have been really clean so far, which is why we're seeing more than double the points essentially here in favor of LG. Godlike doing a nice job here over the top of Fountain, keeping things contested at worst, if not finding a little bit of time here and there. Kills also on the exit looking really good. So we start to look over towards the minimap, and again, that left side is where Godlike will be spawning. Proximally, they will be closer to getting in towards P2. But we saw this last rotation around. LG looking to stack up through window side. And they've already got a handful of members contested the back staircase. That will be good for, again, another 50-50 over the top of the new hill.
Yeah, that was just huge for Godlike. Over 30 seconds inside of the hill will put them around 40 or so behind. And they're first inside of the hill. If I'm not mistaken, that's Aviz, who is now making sure that they stay alive, but at a distance. Gets knocked out by Envy. Washi immediately realizes that there's an opening in here, gets inside, goes for that kill, takes it like it's nothing, goes for the double, and kills him as well. Triple in here, only gonna be an assistance, but LG gonna clean them all so quickly. Now there's Bake now using this claw, already 23 kills going for more damage onto the opponents. A double kill out of nowhere. The smoke is not gonna stop his play style. He likes to be aggressive, he likes to go forward, he likes to make it happen, and in here LG are doing so. 150 32 points, and they continue to control the smoke. Is playing so huge in their way.
Yeah, and the thing about this here, LG, they're happy to be up by 50, but honestly speaking, Godlike is doing a really solid job of just keeping themselves in the game. All it takes is one little momentum shifter. Can they find a way to get a solid setup or a hold and maybe pull back this game to be completely level? Because 54 points is not the greatest sum in the world. So LG will rotate over towards 3 early. Envy trying to kind of be a little bit of a rat and sneak away, but does not quite find anything on the exit. So now Godlike with a chance to break, just as the hard point opens. Claw being a part of it. Nice shots here from Trunks. We also hear the Gravity Vortex gun going off in the background. Envy taking himself out of the picture. This could be the moment. Godlike with numbers. Ban trying to find a way to stay alive, but he will be cut down just before he can find entry, and Godlike will break.
But Godlike has already used plenty of your utilities. They got a couple more over on the side of LG. Let's see if they decide to use them. One of them is going to be Washi at the entrance. Washi trying to walk through, gonna make it happen. Bay gonna help him out, gets taken down. Prevail inside, goes for the double, not gonna happen, and that is not going to allow AG to get any more time in. Neutrino inside with the double, manages to survive nearly, takes out another weapon, not gonna be enough, and that is still no problem for Trunks, who went inside alongside with Learn. LG, 5 seconds. They still try to fight it off. And I'd say that, well, Godlike's 0.4 and 1 rotation could be huge here.
I'm not a big fan of Godlike sending as many resources as they did early to P4, because there was still a lot of time left to fight for in the scrap. And with an 8-second lockdown before the hardpoint opens, LG are essentially getting away with murder here, because now they can rotate and have a chance to break immediately. Prevail, Trunks, good openers, but Tectonic and Washi break things down. The Annihilator, a huge part of the reason why. 179 to 126. LG in the hard point continuing to earn some more score. Godlike, you got to feel like this is where it starts to become panic time for them. Good shutdown from Neutrino, so Tectonic can't get the Sparrow into play, and now he's got a War Machine to play with. Right through the window, able to connect for 1, and Godlike reestablish control. 30 seconds to fight for. Do they read the spawns, though, for LG, which are currently splitting the map?
That's right. I mean, they're making sure that they cannot get inside through any entrances. There's Neutrino with the War Machine, taking 1 with the War Machine, shooting at a distance, making sure that LG just cannot come through. Now, there's still 15 seconds left that are going to be super, super good for the side of Godlike if they manage to control, but that's not going to be no easy. That's triple for Trunks, destroying once again with the Fennec. Has the opportunity to use the Hunter Killer drone, not going to connect, but still has that Fennec, has that Bread Missile at a distance. We're questioning if it's going to be possible for Trunks to do it, and he makes it happen. By the way, he's already on a 7 spree looking for more damage to be done in here. Finally, Envy gonna end that reign of terror, but the damage has been settled. The advantage still 40 though.
Missile called in immediately as soon as he comes off respawn, and that's going to be enough to get banned out of the picture and allow Godlike to, again, find some critical time here on the first hill. Tectonic waiting for assistance before he can really commit to try to play this angle over towards Fountain. And here comes the hit from LG. Smoke covering the left side of the Fountain perspectively for LG. Kills not fully coming through yet, though. Hold on a second. Godlike are still finding ways to keep this mixy. Neutral goes the hard point. 197 to 165. Godlike continue to chip away little by little, point by point. But they have to win a rotation somewhere, and with 18 seconds still to play here on P1, we got to see if they can find a way to get across the map and set themselves up for the second hill.
It's just insane how Luminosity manages to nearly always have pretty good control over point number 1 here on takeoff. It's super, super difficult to do so, but they make it seem simple in multiple situations here now. Already broke through that 200-point barrier, less than 40 seconds away from success. There's Envy with the clean double inside of the hill, eventually gets taken down. There's Abyss to make it happen now with the Sparrow at a distance, begins to shoot those arrows. Can he actually pull through? Godlike have to be near perfect, but that's not gonna be possible. Double for Washington. Clean.
Not what you want there at all. You can't have that there. The Sparrow doesn't connect really whatsoever. Now all of a sudden LG, they've got the Purifier, the War Machine out. They can absolutely win the game, but the Gravity Vortex comes to respond. Godlike have to find a break, and they have to find a rotation. Kills still coming through. Prevail is on an absolute heater. 41 total kills. Can the rest of his team step up and find a way to keep Godlike in the game? 25 seconds remaining. LG could technically still put themselves right on the precipice of winning this game, but it's going to have to take a rotation out of them. Babe over the top. Going to do it with the SMG. Gets 2, but Trunks beats it with the claw, and Godlike will hold on. Now we look towards rotation.
That's right, everyone is moving. Inside of the hill, there's already Big in, moving all the remaining allies. Strong still at a distance, already on a force spree, using that claw. And we already saw Big using that claw as well. They take huge value off of it. Let's see in this rotation, that's gonna work out because everybody's just all over the place, both entrances with both teams at the same time trying to get in. That is gonna be a kill for Trunks. That is gonna be super, super important. At a distance, there's Washi here with the Annihilator. The initial 10 seconds could be now going for LG.
Shutdown comes through for the Annihilator, though. 232 to 200. Godlike spawning down towards Medbay. They have to find the kills from the front. And so far, so good. The equalizer from Prevail almost gets more than just the opener. But is that enough? Neutrino following up with the War Machine, making life miserable for LG inside the hard point. The kills keep on coming, and they don't stop coming. 6 kills for Neutrino. Prevail also still a part of the picture as Neutrino pulls off a flawless War Machine. 8 kills with it. He's fully streaked except for the EMP, which he's just a kill away from. There it is. Fully streaked out. Not quite able to get the double. LG could still win this. Have to find a way to break, though. Godlike need to win transition. Can they hold on with the last couple of members? What does LG choose to do? They're going to play for rotation, and a bread missile's there to meet them. Godlike are doing it.
That's all they need, 9 seconds, but there's the use of the utilities. We saw the score streaks there by Neutrino, now banned inside. With a Fennec, tries to clean it off, finds the first kill. All they need is 10 seconds, 9 to be precise. Turns around, goes for that kill, not gonna be possible. Godlike still making it happen. Double for Abyssal, who continues to be inside. Envy try to go through with a War Machine, not gonna be possible. LG finally gonna break through. 5 seconds away from victory. There's Tech with a Grog, keeping things at bay with the shots to the door. Gets the opportunity to clean, but Godlike managed to get inside, but it's just not going to be enough, ladies and gentlemen. There it is, Luminosity against Godlike have done it. Insane performance to close it off for both teams. But that advantage that Luminosity held at the beginning goes all the way to the end.
Absolutely the case. I mean, through the first rotation and a half of hard points, we kept looking at that tally. 50-point cushion, 60-point cushion. It eventually gets to a point, though, where we're like we were talking about. Godlike just needed one hard point to go their way. And they eventually find it, stretching the end of P2 there at the very final set of hills over towards the third. And I'll tell you flat out, that is an unbelievable individual effort from Prevail. And I think he's a lot of the reason why Godlike even had a chance at this map when LG were finding ways as a collective squad to best Godlike on rotation, on rebreak opportunities on hard points. But Prevail was unbelievably clutch to keep this game within grip and then eventually be a major difference maker to get this to a one more final hard point. Trunks as well, a little bit of a late wake up, and then Neutrino with a perfect War Machine, doesn't miss a single shot. Has LG down to a point where they have to be heroes, and wouldn't you know it, it's players like Tech that were able to help things out, and yeah, he lets them know about it right in the middle. I still say, though, that that is a massive statement for Godlike to keep their cool and find a way to make that game definitely within possibilities of being won. 51 kills for Prevail for the L, where on the other side, a handful of members over 40, and Envy in particular goes 50 and 41 as well. So really massive games out of the two guys at the top of the scoreboard. But the big news, LG still find themselves up 1-0.
Yeah, and I mean, interesting to see that 8 out of 10 players getting 40+ kills. Only Learn and Ben not going over there. Ben quite close, if I'm being honest. But he was just clear for LG that they were not only going for the kills, but also going for the objective from the beginning. Hippo questioned the team. I'm sure they had that talk on day one because you cannot lose games that you are outslaying your opponents, and here they made sure that was just not the case. A clean way to end there for the side of North America, because let's be reminded, on this side of the bracket, we have the deciding factor on the regions, because on the other, there's already China.
Yeah, absolutely. But getting into this series, that first map is super, super important in terms of how does Godlike set themselves up for success to possibly upset what we're considering to be one of the top teams here in Worlds. First and foremost, it's the fact that, again, Meltdown waits for us in map number 5, a map that LG has really utilized as their best search and destroy. So not being able to take the opening map, in my mind, you have to look at this if you're Godlike, and you got to try to find a way to take, I would say 2, 3, and 4. You got to win 3 straight maps here, because Meltdown, even though it's not a terrible map for them, it is one they have not played yet this weekend. So there's not a lot of film on what they want to do. Where on the flip side, LG has been playing it since before when we were in Poland covering stage 4, and they were looking unbelievable at it. So must-win map here, absolutely, if you're godlike, and it's a good one. Firing range, search and destroy. They've played 3 times so far this weekend, and they have been pretty dominant outside of one Swiss match. So this has got to feel pretty good, and I think with the momentum kicking up at the end of that hard point, as long as you say, yo, dude, we gave them a heck of a run for their money. Let's go. Let's get to this firing range and show them what we got.
That's right. They already showed that they can make him sweat. They can make him shake a little bit even. But in here now, it's the true shot for them. They gotta make sure that the hype is there, that the momentum keeps rolling. Godlike needs to secure this map for themselves, because we've already talked what could happen if they don't. As we take a glance onto this oh so beautiful trophy, we are all set to begin with the next one. I'm intrigued about the size. Do you happen to know those?
I have no idea. I assume, though, with them picking it, I imagine that they will start on the defense. Yep, that's indeed the case. So Godlike will be starting defensively. LG right off the get-go. 5-man hit over towards B. Nades over the top in towards mid. Godlike are giving up the B site completely, though, looking for a heavy stack at A. So a bit of a blind counter on both sides. Smoke will cover the cross. Should allow enough opportunity for Envy to get this plant stretched, and that's indeed the case. Neutrino was looking for spam, but it comes up empty. So into the 5v5 post plant. Washi kicks things off with the first blood through mid.
Goes for the surprise plays and makes it happen through the smoke. Plants that bomb. Less than 40 seconds left. Neutrino tries to push through mid. It's not gonna be an easy task. They're already expecting a push from their own spawn. Not gonna have the kill, but Tech does. Washi as well. And all of a sudden, there's only 2 members alive on the side of Godlike, getting dominated at a distance. Tries to defend himself. Prevail not going to actually make it happen now, as Neutrino finds a kill. Washi takes his 3rd of the round, and just like that, with an interesting way of starting, that round goes their way.
Yeah, tone setter right there for LG. And again, I think if you're Godlike, you kind of shrugged that round off. You predicted a heavy A hit, it all went B. Trying to break down a 5v5 post plant against LG on that B site, not all that plausible. Nades coming on the top for both sides this time. Godlike showing a lot more force defensively at B, and it does push off any early attempts from Luminosity. On top of that, Band has stayed over towards trailer side, so he's pretty confident that no one's playing up and close, but there could still be players inside a trailer. That would be the big question mark as LG look to plant over towards A, but they quickly get on in, get the SMGs to take control, and now once again, we go 5v5 post plant. Washi again kicks us off with another first blood.
That's right, that's gonna begin to be an issue yet again for the Indian team. Waiting patiently behind that bomb. The side of LG will opt to defend. All they have to do is wait for what could be eventually a surprise, or a desperate rather play for the side of Godlike. They get that kill onto Washi, immediately pushing for more. Rebel did not realize that there was someone inside of the trailer. Gets taken down. They go for that kill. Try to knock him down.
They hopped it. He's still on for the defuse. That's going to be enough. I think he gets the defuse off. Sure does. Oh, man, I love the call. You kind of
didn't even notice.
It's like Navy SEALs. You've got pre-fire on one doorway, someone else is pre-firing through the smoke, and then you just get on, you hop it, and LG are so worried about trying to find the kills that they kind of lose sight of the bomb site itself. So a little ninja coming through for Godlike ties us up at 1. And for the first time, we'll see LG come out of spawn with a bit more patience, although that said, it's only tempered rebuild a bit. They're pushing all the way through 10, and no one was looking for that play whatsoever. Band with the double base following up, and they're not done yet. Prevail eventually pushes them off, but that clearance will allow a free plant for LG at A.
I mean, it was either the 10 ban or find a quadra on that round. Luckily enough for Godlike, that's not going to be the case, but bombs down. Envy does it again. Now a 3v2. The trade was just not favorable for Godlike. They all begin to rethink their strategy. Seemingly gonna be pushing here through A-Long. Thinking about that push at a distance. Washi still trying to snipe him down. Not gonna be possible yet. There's a push from Trunks. Big going to the fend, and just like that, Envy will finish him off.
Yeah, great post plant setups here for LG. The only thing that's foiled it so far is, again, that sneak right underneath their noses of the defuse from the previous round. So I'm looking at this saying, LG have shown us a hard B hit, an attempt to go B again, and then quickly wrap back towards A, and then that round, very uncharacteristic. We don't see it all that often. A double SMG push through mid. This has got to have Godlike all up in their heads in terms of where are they going? How do we deal with this? There's so many things to worry about. And fortunately, off the get-go, what was a good set nade, Neutrino is able to finally get Godlike an early numbers advantage, finding 2 through mid-map.
In a way, Luminosity trying to be as unpredictable as possible, but Godlike's responses to them, not necessarily a bad one. So far in here, they yet again try something different. The grenade kill by Tech was definitely a good startup, but they've lost 2 members. Band Vague out of the picture now. Washi thinking about throwing a nade at a distance. It's not gonna make it any simpler. 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock as LG tries to find some sort of opening in here.
They're just looking for timing. Oh my goodness! That timing, that pixel peak could not have been slimmer of margins, and that may be the door opened. In a 4v3, LG were the ones who had to find something to go their way. And now, there's an opportunity for them to know that they very likely have Godlike split between both of these 2 sites. So they're going to get a 3v2 over at A. First contact good for Prevail. Keeps his life. Spam coming out. Doesn't quite finish him off. Eventually gets the kill, but it's all down to Tech. 40 seconds on the clock. 1v2. No bomb in hand. Knows he's got a player playing up towards mid, and he's looking to isolate, but I love this from Godlike. They just back off and say, if you want to plant over at A, sure, we're going to give you a 1v2. But it just comes down to will they actually convert it, because Tech will get this plant off without much concern.
Yeah, he'll get it just like that, but it's still a 1v2. Has to be cautious about this interaction. But we all know Tech. We all know how clutch he can be on several situations, and this could be one of them. And Godlike knows it.
Yeah.
They gotta play it smart.
It's just all about how they find him, and they do right there. Okay, so Tech was kind of looking to see what they're going to come from runs back. I mean, there's so many opportunities to where this double stack for Godlike. We see you. Not to be pushed aside. 2-2. Really big round right there for Godlike.
Really, really big round in there to even them out. I gotta say that was great. That was great. As quickly as possible, they had to take down Tech, and that's exactly what happened. They didn't even allow him to go for like a sneaky flank or just try to surprise them one by one. That was just not the situation. And oh my God, that nade was tremendous. Unfortunately, not enough. Prevail with a kill. Trunks with the next one. The follow-up for the side of LG is just not there.
Yep. Tempo switch here from Godlike. They say we're have enough of you guys kind of controlling and dictating the speed of this map. And this time it's open nades over towards the backside of A, and then a double hit up through mid, and now you've even got a sniper rifle and a B is controlling backside B alley. So Luminosity are quite literally stuck here. There is nowhere they can go, and once more, kind of like the round previous, they're just hoping Godlike makes a mistake, over peaks, and they can find free kills. So expect to see Washi kind of just floating on an island, seeing if he can just work an angle and find a free pick to try to level the numbers up a bit.
That's right. That's exactly what they need now. There's a minute left. LG, want to play for picks, or do you want to sort of push and find a kill somewhere, somehow? In here, nothing gonna happen. Still a 3v5. And with that kill, that is going to be even more deeply hurting the side of LG. Godlike now finally finding their own pace, finally finding how to do it. Godlike now first member to go down is gonna be Learn. Tech still alive. Ambi gonna take that opportunity to plant that bomb, but there's the push. They gotta defend themselves. They're collapsing onto them at the same time. Angie gets a kill to try to answer back, goes for the double, but runs away. The way that Godlike played that was just so huge. They realized that they were both at the bomb site and just collapsed from so many different entrances that it became nearly impossible for LG to react back.
This has been a really interesting story of this first half. First 3 rounds are 2 different 5v5 post plans. One goes the way of Godlike with a little sneak ninja defuse, but LG's opening aggression allowed them quick plants. Since that point, though, Godlike have been able to come out on top with 2 straight rounds where they've had numbers advantages. And looks like this round will go back to what we saw in the first 3. 5v5 post plant, but LG do not have a lot of control back towards bathroom side. They're going to have to bunker down. The only big advantage here for LG on this post plant is the fact that this is going to take a lot of time for Godlike to clear. So it's going to have to be a mad dash onto the site for Godlike, and they're going to have to make a decision of which direction do they want to go. 3-member stack over towards the back looks like that will be the main focus. Most of this has been seen by the players inside a trailer, but they haven't found the kills as of yet. Oh, the trigger discipline from Tectonic. How good is that? He catches a couple of Godlike members out, and the kills are perfect for LG. Last one left is a Bees, and he does not have enough time to get through all 4 LG members and defuse. Impressive shot to keep the hand hot, but largely speaking, LG say, we're not gonna bother trying to fight you guys early, come to us, and it works out great for a 3-3 half.
That was good, that was good. I like that first half. Godlike in LG just proving their best in here, but now, as we flip spawns, I'd like to say that, to me, arguably, Godlike's attack strategies are quite impressive. They try to be even more unpredictable than what we've seen so far. Look at that push, it's straight from mid, through the smoke. No one knows that Trunks is here, gonna get one, gonna go for 2 in here, not gonna be possible. There's Prevail with the opportunity and takes the kill before dying, turns around, Ben tries to defend, not gonna be possible. And all of a sudden, we only have 5 players left.
That took balls, flat out, for Godlike to come through, smoke barrel, and then just mad dash through it. You're so susceptible to nade damage making a play like that. And to be fair, LG don't necessarily get caught too by surprise. They've evened up the numbers, but the advantage of isolating the LG defense has allowed Godlike now to send this to a 2v1. Tectonic, once again, last one left. And Godlike have a ton of time to work with and see if they could possibly create some doubt into what Tectonic wants to do. And at the moment, he's kind of playing halfway between both different bomb sites. He won't have a look at this hit towards A, but he will be able to rotate in a multitude of ways. He can either play it safe by rotating back, or he can get aggressive by playing through trailer, or even more so, all the way around the back of the flank.
Bombs down and 40 seconds on the clock. Tech, no new guy to this sort of situation. Last time it did not work out whatsoever. Let's see if he can change that outcome this time around, because he's taking his time as he should. Has to hurry now soon, and that's something that Godlike knows at a distance. Learn once again will knock him down. And if I'm not mistaken, on the other 1v2 could have been him, maybe Prevail, I'm not too sure. What I am sure about is the fact that Godlike once again got that lead.
Yeah, and another, again, opportunity to showcase that Godlike is not going to allow LG to control the tempo of this map. This time, again, talking about that opening hit, look what it's forced. Godlike going to force out a lot of LG nades over towards middle, but they're not hitting it right off the get-go. So a lot of opening defensive utility has been spent just to keep them safe from that opening aggression. Envy by himself with the kilo inside a trailer. Not the standard weapon that we often see players use in this position, so he's going to have to try to play through the window and see if he can get any information. And he's got a little bit of assistance of tech just outside of barrels if he needs to bail and get back to safety.
That's right, and I am quite impressed about that kilo. I'm not too sure if that's going to have the impact that he wants. So far, no one's dead, but the time keeps going down. Already went over 40 seconds, and the side of Godlike has to figure out a way to do it. But ooh, there it is. Washi, the player that had been getting the most first blood, is now going to get knocked out of the park.
And they know where both AR players are. They know the spam from the trailer means there's only one player inside, and they also saw Tech for a moment there on this cross. Learn gets onto the bomb site. You also have a player floating through mid-map, but Learn just takes the 1v1. Woo! Impressive gunfight. Trunks now trying to change things up. Tech playing deep, gets caught a little bit by surprise, but Trunks still snaps over to the kill. Now down to Band, and it's a 1v5. 40 seconds on the clock. If he pulls this off, it'll be written in the annals of Call of Duty history. First shot's not clean, second will be there, but Trunks comes from behind, no worries, and Godlike take their first convincing lead, 5-3 cushion.
Very convincing round. I gotta say, LG got heavily outplayed in multiple situations off of that round, and because of that, like you mentioned, 2 rounds in a row going in favor of Godlike, who, like I mentioned, their offensive style on plenty of map for search and destroy has been shown across this weekend, and here's gonna be no exception. Now Trunks, maybe playing with fire over here. He was too confident, and Band and Big gonna make him pay that price.
This is all about timing for Godlike. That was not a full commitment to B. All that was Trunks seeing if he could get an opening kill and try to move the LG defense. Even though he doesn't get the elimination, he has still successfully moved LG over towards B. And the commitment from Learn is beautiful. He's going to get this plant off. It just comes down to, will he be allowed to exit? LG start to realize the follies of their setup. Nades over the top to connect, but not for a kill. Middle of the map, lurking, Vague gets taken down by a Bees. That makes safe an initial pinch. Prevail also still controlling it towards mid, but now caught by surprise. Band over the back, he gets smoked! Oh my goodness, Band had his number, but it doesn't make a difference. Now Learn over the top of the bomb site, trying to get all 3. Sees Washi at range. 1v3 opportunity for LG. Not gonna happen. Abiz takes his focus back. But what an unbelievable call for Godlike to make the quick transition to A.
Incredible way to take advantage of that situation. You said it. The way that Luminosity was playing across that map was really, really good, but not perfect. They had that opening over on Alpha, and immediately Godlike capitalized on it, plants the bomb, immediately goes for the kills as well. And that head glitch was just immaculate. Now Trunks gonna be pushing yet again for that kill. Beg is gonna make him suffer. Not gonna be the kill that he wanted. Actually gets the kill onto Prevail, and the push continues. Now they fully commit over on Bravo, but they've lost only one member, the 1-for-1 trade as they go through.
They can still create doubt here, though. This will be a commitment towards B, but keep your eye on number 4. Beans is looking through mid-map. He's trying to catch LG crossing back, seeing if the mind games have worked out. And look at the rotation. This is freaking brilliant from Godlike. Envy will scout out. Yes, this is a commitment towards B. Can they stop the plant through mid? Tectonic will be nearby. But you can see this little bit of play with time for Godlike is creating LG's doubt. Envy turns things up, though, as he gets in and controls tires. That's also your bomb carrier down, and now LG will commit to trying to reclaim this B site.
And that's gonna be the biggest factor, the fact that they are already in their heads. They're not too sure what to do, when to do it, how to do it. They gotta reform something.
This mental gymnastics for Godlike is absolutely mind-bending. They've re-cleared A. Seeing if they take Washing down at mid, he can't get the quick scope. Now an opportunity to either battle back towards A or just pitch the B site. Godlike, absolute masterminds on firing range. Certs tie us up 7-3. Whoa, we got ourselves a series.
Oh man, I had to turn around and look at them go. Look at them go. They're so happy with themselves, as they should be. They've not only won, but outplayed on multiple rounds. You said it yourself, they were in their heads, not allowing them to think straight, and that's exactly what they had to do. We knew the importance of this search and destroy, and they take the most value off of it, constantly being surprising, constantly bringing something new into the mix, even within the same round, constantly flipping what they're doing. LG couldn't adapt.
The mind games are unbelievable, and I love the fact of how it happened. It wasn't from the get-go. LG came out swinging. The early 5-man hit towards B, the little fake towards B, back towards A, and then a full 5-man hit towards A had Godlike having to kind of adapt and change in the middle of rounds. But going into that round 4, they say, whatever, we don't care about you guys trying to take control of this map. This is our playground. We've been really good at it all weekend long. And they hit back with aggression of their own in that 4th round defense, and that is where everything starts to change. Let alone the fact that you gotta praise the Ninja Defuse in a 5v5 post plant. Are you kidding me? So Godlike convincing here. We tie up the series, but I still have to go back and reframe that this is still a series that overall, because that first map went to LG, it does lead towards thinking that Godlike has to win this raid control coming up next, and they really, you think, would have to win the Hacienda hardpoint to avoid a meltdown map 5, which has been LG's best search and destroy by far.
Yeah, that's exactly what they have to be thinking. We already lost one, that's fine. We are gonna crush it on the S&D and try to go face to face and defeat arguably one of the strongest control players that is in the world out there, at least to this day. The focus on everybody's faces as they begin to prep up for what's coming. You said the control over on raid. I'd like to see it start already, but they need to breathe, they need to rethink, they need to re-strategize their next move. Clearly what LG brought into the mix was really, really good at first.
Yeah.
But once Godlike adapted to it, they started playing with their own terms.
Yeah.
And I loved it.
I think the other thing about this, kind of getting away from the search and talking about the future, which is this control, Godlike has only really been super successful when they play raid. They were 4-0 in Season 4. They were 2-0 throughout the first 2 days of competition. The thing you wanted to avoid was going on to Crossroads. That's where LG just really dominates, both in the kill feed as well as the timing of being able to save objective capture time and time again. And kind of speaking to it, the North American teams don't like playing standoff control. It's too 50-50. One thing goes wrong and you can find yourself automatically in the backside of a snowball. So this is a great idea overall in terms of where you want to square up against LG, who is a great control team. Put them on raid. It's your best map by far, but considering that you really only have one good option, finding a way to still get right in the pool, super awesome. I think it's just, again, that knowledge, knowing that no NA team, let alone LG, really like to play standoff. So good manipulation in the pool here. Lots of even chances for Godlike to come out and do what they did yesterday, which was absolutely blow SPG out of the map. See if they can find a way to do it 2 days in a row. It will be Godlike starting up on the offense. LG spamming things through mid. Abiz will kick us off, and the early hit over towards B is on the way.
Absolutely. We're going to see that nade kill for Tech. Immediately pushing for more on both sides. Look at Trunks already trying to get that kill onto Tech, who gets on top of that laundry room. Only got one kill. Ben, Prevail gets the double. Ben pushes through the smoke, tries to go for that defensive play, double for himself. Great way to stop things out, but both teams getting plenty of kills. There you go. Ben and Big are gonna change the pace in there and manage to defend the side of Bravo.
Yeah, they don't get the second tick. That's the biggest thing. It was so close to being captured, but now Godlike have to come off respawn and take their focus on the other side of the map where they have not cleared too much as of yet. That said, Tectonic is the only defender now still standing. LG trying to set up the spawn trap. You've got a player down low on the left side of the map. That'll block AC. And number 5 in Washi has his eyes up towards Jim. This is everything. Godlike need to find a way to capture and move LG off this spawn trap. And they're doing so. They've got capture going on both zones at the same time. LG, you have to give up the spawn trap. You need to defend the objective. One kill comes through to Prevail. But the only player still in spawn is Washi. Eventually, both zones get cleared off, but a lot of damage has been done to the tick progression. Now you take your focus to number 4 in blue. Vega's behind this entire play. It just comes down to, will he actually make a move here?
That can really be problematic, losing 2 ticks on both objectives that are once again trying to capture at the same time. There's Van finding a double kill, super clean. The defense for Washi, and although they focus so deeply on that, they managed to rebuild themselves. Now Trunks in here with a Fennec. We'll find one, we'll find 2 with the help of his allied Prevail, and they continue to capture over on Bravo. Luminosity is still trying to prevent that. Washi knows that is pretty much lost, so they are gonna let it be. But a minute and 40 seconds, the side of Godlike are barely losing by lives, which means that this could be flipping really quick and could be one of the few times where you see a round of control ending by the objectives.
Godlike needs to make a decision here, though. They're still stuck over towards the previously captured B zone, and you could actually see them having a conversation. Do we go back towards our spawn and try to help toward pool, or do we try to make a play through laundry and maybe put a little bit of a spawn trap of our own in? I don't love the call, though. You only need 1 tick of progress at A. Take your focus to the freaking objective and try to get on. So now LG've got full control at mid-map. They've got bedroom control, and they still have Envy defending against their spawn trap. This is not a good look here for Godlike. They're too separated. They're trying to hunt for spawn kills, but all you need is 1 tick of progress. Why are we playing for kills? Play for the objective.
The real reason is that I don't see it whatsoever. Oh, double kill. That's going to be huge for Aviz. Gonna clear them off. He's still going for the kills. They don't care about the objectives somehow. Prevail finally will begin to push and try to shake things up. Not gonna be possible. That's gonna be 3 kills in a row going in favor of LG Godlike, only with 8 remaining. 30 seconds on the clock. Trunks trying to throw a nade at a distance. There's a help from Abyssum, but I think it's just too late. Why? They finally get together and they finally seemingly will be pushing here for the objective, but is it too late, Shift?
It's one-dimensional. It's all from the front. Trunks does open up space in through Tiki. LG having to collapse onto the point. Purifier comes out. Band able to find the kill just before dropping. That will help hold the front line. But with 5 lives still remaining, all it takes is 1 last break, and Godlike could still do this. A couple of the kills come through. Band still alive with the Purifier, but gets pushed out in towards poolside, but the clock will expire on the play. And you can literally see them having the conversation after the B zone is captured. What do you guys want to do? You want to go play for their spawn? Do we need to go back and play for ours? Do we want to try to cut through mid? And they decide to pick what I would say is the worst option of trying to set up a spawn trap when you don't need to grow the life lead. All you need is a tick of progress, and that late commitment allowed LG a chance to get themselves set up, and now off the break off, straight over towards A goes LG's offense.
And while you were already losing lives as well, it's not like that spawn trap was in their favor when it came down to lives now. They do start great. 3 kills without dropping a single one. A defensive indeed. Now at a distance, as Lurk with the Annihilator finds one, finds two. Learn going for the third one, misses that shot, goes for the second opportunity, gets it onto Envy, misses again, but the damage has been done. Great start of a round for the side of Godlike. That's barely losing any lives in here. Trunks once again at a distance as Washi's Annihilator, who gets executed by the use of the Hunter Killer drone. And although the decision making was not there on the first round, they start great on the second. Double kill for Envy. LG shaking things up, starting going on Alpha, and now they're moving to B.
This B zone might just be gone. They are fully stacked on top of it. This progression is happening rapidly, and Godlike are going to concede this and set up for an exit. Can they find these kills though? Because you do have number 3 in yellow, Trunks playing for, again, that same spawn trap in towards Garage. But you have to find the kills first and foremost. Band getting through Laundry's massive for LG's exit, and Vague will follow up. So now there's a bit of room to work with here. Battle over towards the spawn. Trunks did this yesterday. Claw is out, and he's got him in a blender. Oh boy, not what you want here. Another player starts to spawn over towards the pool side, and the kills continue to come through for Godlike. It's the Zim trap, baby. It's nasty, it's dirty, it's hard to deal with. And Vague will eventually get LG out of spawn, while simultaneously, oh, Band, a huge double over the top of the A zone. LG have 2 members on. Can they find a way to get some help, get some reinforcements? No, Trunks will double up, and will go 15 plays 12, 113 on the clock.
The spawn trap was broken, but still not enough. The life still in favor of the Indian team. Godlike at a distance here with the Sparrow by the hands of Aviz. Trying to get a kill, trying to get more damage. Shadow not gonna be impossible. There is the push. Big is gonna be executed, explode, blown into tiny pieces, but the lives are quite close, 10 to 11. The difference is no longer there for the side of Godlike. There's the miss with the sniper shot there for Abyssum, who takes out that garage, tries to go against Band, but that battle is not going to be a win by him.
Opening kill is big. LG have 2 operators they can spend to try to break this hard point open. Focus back over through kitchen side. Play over towards bunny window. Prevail only getting 1 of what could have been 2. Flank attempt, try to get there by Vague, but he's also shut down. So things again come to a bit of a pause. Washi's position will force Godlike to spawn a little bit further out. Couple of meandering kills come over through the front as Trunks is able to turn his attention back towards his favored side defensively. Now all of a sudden, all the focus comes to the front doors. 8 plays up against 6. Band trying to get around the corner, finding the opener. That will stop the clock around 9 seconds. If they can get on, wait, they're not fully on yet. The clock continues to tick away. Now it stops at 7, but it's a 7v5 situation. LG have to hold onto this hard point. Long flank coming out from Prevail. He's going to clear out poolside. Gets the first. Lauren able to find another. Purifier out for Bandit. It gets immediately shut down. Godlike, good for their defense. And they'll tie it at 1, only giving away 3 ticks over towards B. I don't think that tick at A ever got fully secured.
Not at all. They were trying to, but the time was just playing against them, and Godlike knew that. Although Tech took that double kill to even the numbers out when it came down to lives, once they took him out, they broke through that barrier and immediately got in front of their opponents to take that round, even numbers out. And now they are once again trying to begin heavy hitting on this round number 3. Now Trunks gonna get executed alongside with his ally Prevail, but there's Neutrino, War Machine in hand. Does he want to push though? Seems like he does.
He's gonna feel obligated to find some damage with this. Band right below him. Don't kill yourself. Don't kill yourself. Don't kill yourself. Okay. That was the entire focus for Neutrino. It's like, just don't take myself out of the map. It does come at the cost of the War Machine not finding too much. Vague is still shooting bodies. That guy is just on one today, apparently. But the focus for Godlike continues off spawn over towards this B zone. Second tick being worked on, first already locked. LG largely looks like they're giving away a lot of this. Second tick's gonna get locked in, and LG really haven't made any moves that would lead you to believe they're trying to recontest this. A late play over towards Laundry, but Godlike's gonna come in with a couple of kills, and now Trunks has his second claw out as the transition is on towards A.
They were not thinking about defending Bravo. Let's see how it goes now over on A. Trunks here, Yagi mentioned with the claw, gonna find 1 onto Beg, immediately pushing for more alongside with his allies. There's Neutrino, gets the kill onto Band. And that is going to be huge for Godlike, who continues to try to be pushing for the kills. That's right, they do not care about the objective as of just yet. Learn here with the Annihilator, gonna get executed. That's a clean double kill now for Washington.
Another missed opportunity there for Godlike. They had the spawns at least manipulated. I won't say trapped. They force LG to spawn down towards basketball, but they really don't get a chance to use the operators to really make that punishing. Also great awareness from LG, kind of coming back to the play and making sure they clear things out on their side of the map. So everything resets, literally. 18v18, and both teams playing from their respective corners. Envy up top, clears out bedroom, traded away. Godlike now control, a bit of presence at pool. Follow up on the Tectonic is good. Here comes the play for Godlike from the front. You still have a member trying to lurk over towards mid, but that's a Bees with a sniper rifle. Vega's anticipating a push, but it's not there. So this equalizer's gonna kind of go empty. And this chance for Godlike to stack through Tiki with a couple of kills coming through. They can find their way on towards the A zone to stop the clock, but even trades keep things level. And now all of a sudden Vega's found his way over towards the Godlike spawn.
The man is a showman. I love him right there with that double kill, using that equalizer, but they're strong. So not with an equalizer, but with a Fennec, finding his own double kill to try to break through the side of Bar. Was that a EMP?
EMP, they've been using them a lot this weekend, yeah.
Okay, that's gonna be helping them shoot things up. Beg is now gonna be executed at a distance. Hail Mary shots by Envy with the War Machine, takes that kill onto Learn, tries to go for more, has 3 more to go and gets another one into his belt. Now the time will begin to be an issue for Godlike. Tech gonna be defending now with a Sparrow. Godlike trying to go through and with the using of Neutrino's War Machine.
2 seconds on the clock though, and I don't know if anyone's gonna be able to get here to touch in time. Yeah, they're on. Wait, they're able to contest. There's zeros on the clock. Oh, nasty 1v1. I thought the round had just about come to a close, and well, the clock told us it did, but one last little contest with hundredths of a second left gave Godlike a chance, but it did force the hand of a lot of operators out of LG. Equalizer out, Sparrow out. I think Annihilator was also popped. Yeah, Ban's the only one who's got it, and he's running the Purifier, so an opportunity here for Godlike to come out of spawn with a little bit of an operator advantage, but B's only getting 1 with the Sparrow. Ban getting to work with the Purifier, and that's enough for LG to get on towards B and start earning some progress.
Let's see, broke through, has 1. Can he go for 2? Right now he's just defending, making sure that they can safely capture Bravo, and the side of Godlike is gonna do exactly what LG did. Take it. I don't mind. The only one defending over there is going to be Trunks at a distance, but even then, I don't think he actually wants to go for the defense, but rather for the spawn trap. Yet again, look at him, already positioning himself inside of the garage, and I do believe that Godlike are going for it again.
Just going for a pinch, just trying to clean things out, create some space. Good awareness from Trunks, getting the nade out, but oh, it's a smoke. Not quite able to cover his approach back over in towards the LG spawn. Prevail cleaning things up though on their own defensive side of the map. And that will get things once again reset. 22 plays 21. Lots of time on the clock for LG. And for the first time on their offense, they're not being spawn trapped. So that's good news overall for them. Just comes down to what can they form to try to get a transition over towards A. And they're going to take the long route through Laundry to see if they can get around the backside of this Godlike defense.
And probably use Band as a sort of a decoy in here. Right now, the use of the Bread Missile to make sure that they know where everybody's at. Takes that kill. Tectonic does as well.
Huge.
And as such, they're going to begin to pitch them back. That's right. They were struggling on offense. Now, they're the ones trying to make them suffer. Big with a push onto Bar. Takes 1. Tries to go for the reload. Not going to be possible. Gets taken down at a distance. There's the only player alive. That's Aviso. Gets knocked. And with that, they're inside of the kill. Tectonic tries to defend. Suffers a little pain. Gets killed by Prevail in the side of Godlike, still not managing to kick them out completely.
Good patience though from Godlike. Don't need to do anything too crazy. Wait for your numbers and then re-clear things out cleanly. Band, a problem though. Up top, able to find himself too. Now sneaks in towards window. Coming back towards the fight. He knows he's got Trunks at low HP inside of Tiki, but no, not quite able to find the kill. It's Neutrino with a key triple kill, and Godlike will reestablish control. Vague playing around the back has created opportunities for LG to hit this point from multiple areas of ingress. And you can see what that does. Godlike is going back to re-clear kitchen. They're going to be a little short-handed here in this defense from the front. Vague is playing nothing but distraction, but he gets cleaned out quickly. Now the hit from LG, quickly on the way towards A. Envy has the opportunity to pull out the War Machine if he thinks there's an opportunity to actually find a way into this zone. Washi out with the Annihilator. Neutrino, hoping he can connect with the War Machine of his own. He does find Envy. Trunks following up. And then the Annihilator may be enough for Godlike to get right back over the top of the zone. 8 plays 6, last chance for LG.
Once again, a bunch of operators are going to be used pretty much at the end of the round here. 25 seconds on the clock, and Luminosity trying to find some sort of opening to at least get the kills, at least get the time. There's the nade kill onto Trunk. Neutrino still trying to hide himself inside of the bar, tries to flip back and forth between the weapons. Now there's Tech with a Sparrow. They breakthrough by Washi. That's 5v, no, 5v4. It all goes down to this. Sparrow on the hands, gonna run out of time. They begin to capture.
It's a 4v4 now. Clock will stop at 11 seconds. LG just need to try to find a way to stay alive. Second tick of progress, getting locked, but Abiz is picking them apart one by one. Prevail around the back. 3v1 situation. Banned with the Purifier, trying to be a hero again, but gets shut down before he can escape and get the regen off. We're going to round 5.
How many operators was that? 8?
A lot.
It's got to be at least, at the very least 5, probably 6 or 7. But incredible that those two teams just try their hardest, but unfortunately enough there for the Purifier from Band, he did not realize where the shots were actually coming from, and as such, we go to the 5th one, where Luminosity will be on defense, which is going to be key in here. Band finds that kill, immediately pushes for more. They are trying to go for the spawn trap. The one defending over there is going to be Abyss, who gets executed by Band once again. That's a double learn. Gonna make sure that the spawn trap is never to happen, but Big does have this equalizer available.
We have not seen a successful offense yet. Godlike, this still feels like a must-win map if they want to find a way to take down LG. Clock stops with one member on over towards B. Vague able to flush him out. Over the top. Oh, what a double from Vague. Tech, Envy right there with to make sure that the LG defense can continue to keep this very forward line of scrimmage. 25 plays 21. Opportunity still though, as Godlike are still stalling the clock with Neutrino. What a gunfight versus Envy. Band now on the hunt. Help is not here yet, but I'll say Neutrino staying alive as long as he had is massive for Godlike, who couldn't quite get there to assist, but now have a chance to try to flood through mid-map. Vague reads it with the equalizer! Oh, he's able to almost do it all himself! Band, Washi, follow up, LG, huge life advantage, and the clock keeps on ticking.
And the spawn drop sort of happening right there, but hands up Tectonic, who's holding the inside of Garage, while the remaining are trying to defend over on Bravo. Washi knows that Trunks is in here, gonna get that kill with a jump shot as well, and that is gonna be the flip of strategy by Godlike, who are now pushing towards A. Let's see if they can prevent that rotation on the side of Luminosity. We knew how much they struggled to defend both at the same time. Now there's the use from Prevail. The equalizer in hand, gonna find one, gonna find a double for Trunks there with a claw at a distance. The operators having a huge impact here tonight.
This is still doable for Godlike. Trunks does get shut down, but Vague traded out. Progress at A is coming, but it's coming very slowly. And Godlike need to make a decision here. Can you reinforce A, or do you try to get the extra 60 seconds over towards B? Abiz by himself. Sparrow out, just trying to find a lifeline. Second tick of progress is going to get secured on the A zone. LG are split. They're playing both sides at the same time. Envy trying to get it done with the War Machine. Not going to work out. Third tick of progress being worked on. The life lead, though, is super significant. 12 playing up against 5. 60 seconds on the clock. No more operators for Godlike. This is it. Last chance saloon. Last lives for every player.
They're trying to make it happen. 5 lives. Cannot die, cannot die, cannot die. That's all they're thinking. But how do we make sure that we can not only stay alive, but actually push for the kills?
So disciplined.
It's gonna be complicated. They're all pushing at once. Bay has not been spotted. There's the nade. Goes for the kill. Takes it like it's nothing. With the Phoenix tries to reposition. Not gonna be possible. Gets taken down, but he will respawn.
You have to kind of go quickly here if you're Godlike, but you also have to be very diligent about clearing out the zones. Again, with one tick of progress, all it takes is one good break. But Vague off the respawn will be here to reinforce this defense. Smoke starts to delay things. Tech is hearing a lot, but wait, Lord's got himself an Annihilator. He found himself the first shot. He's gonna lead the way. He's clearing every corner. Band up top. He gets 2. No, not gonna get the 3rd. That may be enough to hold them back. Last live is up to Abiz, and LG will blow him out with a Sparrow. Oh, a tight map in every single round, but LG get the blessings of a round 5 defense, and that's enough for them to take the map.
GG's all across the board. What an insane game of Control, constantly putting me on my toes. Shift, that was insane to see. I said it already, but I gotta point out the fact that I'm still questioning that round from the side of Godlike, where they could have tried to play more objectively, rather than going for a spawn trap that was just not necessary.
I think you're absolutely right. That is a major difference maker. It's so difficult, I think, to kind of evaluate the game, and we talk about things like the map 1. That could have been a series definer with Godlike not quite able to pull back the comeback, and then you're absolutely right. In this particular map, round 1 of a Control could have been the difference maker of them coming out on top of the map in total, but I think you're in the clear. There are 3 options. You either get that capture, re-wrap back, establish that your spawns are safe, and then you just take neutral focus over towards A. You can try to overwhelm mid pillars, open up different points of attack towards the A zone, or you can try to play for a spawn trap. But I think it's just the circumstances around that first round. It was like 17 playing 12. I think Godlike had the 12 in that instance. Like, you're really not going to find value in my mind of setting up a late round spawn trap and using it really just as a tool to even out the lives. When you only need one tick of progress left, I would have loved rather to see them commit some extra resources to either playing safe and re-wrapping back to their spawn, or hitting through mid and trying to catch a quick transition if LG are playing super aggressively on the defense towards bedroom and stuff like that. So yeah, small little decisions is the only difference maker that we've had so far in this match.
I completely agree with you. I completely agree with what you just said. And, well, you know, the heat of the moment, you sometimes can fall under the pressure of not truly knowing what could be best on a certain situation. I'm not too sure who made that call, but I'm sure that they're scratching their head about that. But not for too long. They don't have to get distracted. Yes, they lose. Yes, they are behind. They're not out. They still gotta be dead set on what's coming.
It's just real tough, right? Because like now we gotta send the numbers over to the lab and see what the scientists come back of. How do Godlike take a Hacienda hardpoint, which, to be fair, LG did drop, but that was the Tribe. It's by far their best hardpoint map. Outside of that, they didn't play it a lot in stage 4, so maybe there's an opportunity here for a Godlike to use a map that they have gotten some good rehearsal on this weekend. They played it earlier, and it was a pretty convincing affair. We saw it yesterday. They came out with a real hot start. Trunks, Lorne, and Neutrino were up big for Godlike when they found themselves really at a 100+ point differential throughout the first set of hills. I don't want to say that they need to do that again here, but it would be nice. And then on top of that, let's say that they are able to still find success here in Hacienda. How do you go into a meltdown search and destroy, a map you haven't played since stage 4, whereas LG, it's been by far their best search and destroy, especially on the weekend, 3-0 on it overall. It just is one of those things that, you know, kind of talking to Hippo at breakfast this morning, I was like, are you guys going to play Meltdown or Tunisia? Because we kind of had a feeling that Godlike were going to veto out Express. And he's like, honestly, I think we're going to take them to Meltdown. Even though their Tunisia's been great, we know for a fact that Godlike's going to look cold on it. So it's one of those situations now where all of a sudden, Godlike, everything's thrown your direction. You have to have a clean start here to this Hacienda, and then you really have to be a blinding, impressive showcase when it comes to your first instance on Meltdown if we do get to 5.
Yeah, the side of Godlike gotta make sure that these just doesn't cascade against them.
Exactly.
They gotta make sure that this loss does not mean the end of the world. It is only a step back. They try to go one behind so that they can move 2 forward in order to move into the grand finals of this World Championship for Call of Duty Mobile 2023.
What a story that would be. Like, can we just, like, really let that soak in? Like, Godlike could find themselves in a World Championship Grand Final. Like, realistically, this has been a super tight series.
They've been on new ground since yesterday.
Absolutely. And they're still setting up base camp. It's really impressive stuff. And again, like we were talking about in the pre-show, it's like LG's got this big target on them from the Chinese teams because all the trash talk has been going back and forth. The Chinese teams are obviously focused on kind of establishing who the best team from China is. There's a lot of, we're focused on these guys, they're focused on those guys. But Godlike is just here for themselves, man. Like, we've heard it in all of their heartwarming interviews. It's all about them and them being their own self and doing it for their region. It's a real heartwarming story. Just comes down to will the clock strike midnight on this Cinderella. Only time will tell.
You know, we're the true underdogs that are now being the like you mentioned, the Cinderella in here. We talked about China, we talked about Latin America, we talked about clearly North America as well, how Japan was trying to make it happen. But India, a lot of people doubting them, and in here, Godlike are proving a bunch of people wrong. We're nearly set to start it with the next game. You said it is going to be some good old hardpoint on Hacienda. That I always like to mention is such a beautiful map, man. The way that the view looks from the top and also within, doesn't matter where you're at, it just looks amazing.
Until we spoil it with blood all over the walls.
True that.
Give me the head-to-head. Let me see the tiger in the cage. Let's get this thing going. Hacienda hardpoint, do or die time for Godlike. No safety of a second bracket. You gotta have it here, you gotta have it now. LG, you chose to find this map in the pool, and here it is. Time to put up or shut up. Let's go. LG spawning in as yellow, Godlike spawning in as blue. 50-50 fights, window to window. Expect LG to have an advantage in the AR battle, but it's Vague who actually cleans things out over towards Rockside. Learn knowing he really can't contest the open side hallway, backs off, and that means that Godlike just have to kind of hunker down and hope that Prevail can stay alive.
Okay, to begin with, Godlike having a great start now. An outstanding defense, Trunks with a double, and I find a triple now onto the kill from Envy. Trunks doing an outstanding job, 4 kills already, gets inside of the hill, gets surprised by Big, but quickly revenge frag in favor of Godlike. This fountain has Godlike written all over the place as of right
Huge
now.
start.
Huge start.
Absolutely massive. 23 seconds on the first hard point. We still have 16 seconds to possibly get a little bit extra. This is not common, friends. LG.
You were talking about that difference earlier on.
Oh yeah, LG at the moment they're kind of feeling like, wait a second, hold on, what's happening here? Because now they're losing on rotation too over towards the bottom side of Garage. Does the Bees have a read that LG's just outside water? Oh, Trunks will check for him. Kills come through though for Luminosity. Bees up top in the corner, just playing his own life and almost gets to LG. Get the good kills and now they're in the hard point.
I would say that this kill was the one that Godlike played the best off of Hacienda. Let's see if they do it again. Right now the spawns are not working their way in the side of LG, are capitalizing on it. There's gonna be the triple, there's gonna be the use of the Pred missile and another double. Envy destroying absolutely everybody on his way, has the usage of the 100 kill drone that he'll throw at a distance. They are falling like flies at this point. Luminosity has the key part to make the door shut, put a lock on it and not allow Godlike to have some sort of comfort on the first 30 seconds.
Honestly, this is fine. Overall, Envy's off to a blinder. He's got 9 kills through the first 2 lives. He had the War Machine halfway through P2, plus the Pred missile, and even though the Pred he does hit, the War Machine comes up empty. So when you talk about it, yeah, LG technically come on top of this hard point, but it's not as convincing as you might have assumed considering the War Machine had been earned super, super quick. So now we go to rotation. About an even game, but as fences will open up, Godlike will have a lot of numbers already ready to go in from the high ground, and keep your eye on Prevail. He's already on the flank and be aware of it, tries to take the challenge, but Prevail takes the win. And now it's down to Godlike playing from the high ground, trying to re-aggress inside.
You talk about Trunks, let's also talk about Avism, who's also with 9 kills in here. They're trying to rotate, but Luminosity, oh, look at that annihilator by Washi. Has it set on. Trunks alongside with Learn. Wanna get inside. The War Machine from Neutrino is gonna end up with a 4-piece for him. Avism to the ground. Trunks still falling through now with that claw. The damage is set. The side of Godlike inside. Neutrino with the use of the War Machine. Now the Pred in his hand. He knows where everybody's at. Takes that kill immediately. Will try to go for the next one as he spams a few extra shots with a War Machine. The control is still potentially going to be in Godlike's favor now with the usage of yet another operator.
It's another moment where I'm really impressed with the decisions that Godlike are making and when they want to pop out certain operators. The War Machine, the Claw, the Annihilator all spent pretty darn well right there for GL. Scrap time goes their way. Lead reestablished, but over towards Rock. Tectonic and the rest of Luminosity already have the numbers and a really solid read, or not. Envy had Neutrino dead to rights. Did not make a difference. Kill still comes through. Now we can 50-50 over the top of the hard point. Ban, you know he wants to get this Purifier out. If he can find a way to get up top, and yeah, there it is, the mantle over. Able to find himself a double. Taking it towards a little bit more aggression. And hold up. Let him cook. Band able to get himself 4. Tectonic following up now with a spare. It was LG have firm control at P4.
You were talking about the operators from Godlike, but what about Band now Tech? Finding a kill to Prevail, going for the double. He knows that he's there, gets it. Like it's nothing. Turns around now with a grab. Finds the triple, immediately repositions to get the advantage against the opponents. He knows where they're at. Begins to shoot. There's a lot of damage. Takes out the Deagle. Thinks that he has to reload, but instead of that, he's going to throw that 100 killer drone at a distance. Bag with the clean use of the equalizer. Doing so much for the team. Not going to be enough, but the damage was done there for Luminosity.
That is a brilliant trade from Prevail. Again, should have been dead to rights. The new guy in. I'm sure Skull Guy's at home rooting him on hard. And with all that said, we exit the first rotation even. 2-point gap. Godlike, couple of good kills as soon as the hard point opens up. Bees looking to stay on top of the hard point. A little bit of chaos inside the smoke. And eventually, kills will be there. It just comes at a little bit more laborious than you would have assumed, and Bees will find himself both inside the hill. Godlike earning more time.
The multi-kills, man, it's just insane now. Abyss has the opportunity to use the Sparrow. I doubt that he's gonna be using it while he's inside of that sticky situation. Eventually gets knocked out by the hands of LG, who are now trying to keep up with Godlike's incredible T1 performance that they had. They have managed to now break through all that, because that would have been really detrimental to the way that LG has been playing so far in this game. They make it even, they make it close. There's still 15 seconds left. That Godlike, of course, is not gonna get to go unnoticed. Gonna be some time that they still fight for, but LG still does the same.
A lot of opportunities coming up here for both teams to pop specialists as we head over towards another money hard point here at Garage. In particular, Envy's got himself the War Machine at the ready. On the other side, though, 4 operators ready to go. Neutrino kicking us off with War Machine on the now defensive side, so to speak. Annihilator working with it. This has been a very big focus for Godlike. Every time they've got these two, they're going to use them together. Envy able to counteract, though. War Machine v War Machine. And that's enough. Envy's going to be able to clear the point off completely. Trunks making sure the spawn stays in favor of Godlike, anchoring things down. But does he have to come help the hard point? No, doesn't need to, at least at the moment. Still a good focus here from Godlike. But they are getting a little bit split and a little bit caught off guard. LG from the front and back simultaneously have done well. Forces out the Pred, which he bends in for a double. Godlike looking to re-break. Kills looking good. Nothing for LG at the moment in terms of what they can use, because Tectonic takes himself out with the Sparrow. Still a chance for LG to fight. Back and forth, tug of war over the top of the second hill, and finally a flank from Washi will put this one a bit more out of contest, as LG will get the scrap.
Tectonic takes himself out in order for the Gods to allow LG to keep things under control, and they do. Now they finally find some sort of lead going their way. 13 seconds, that is not the most, but is good. That's exactly what they want to go for. Let's see what response has Godlike in here. Like you mentioned, the rotations has been really clean, but they gotta make sure that, yet again, the defense after that is great as well. Now they're gonna be immediately broken by the hands of Big. Big still alive, gonna find that kill onto Trunks. The side of LG struggling to keep things up, but Big is still managing to survive with a Quadra. Has the equalizer available. On top of that, there's a Pred, and that's exactly what we see him use. Finds that kill. That is gonna end with the life of Prevail. Big is still alive. On top of that, there's Washi with Annihilator now.
Yeah, really good play by Vig, just keeping his life waiting for help, and help has arrived. Godlike, though, off the pitch through mid. Still a chance to fight for a lot of time. Vig still alive. Still dealing the damage over through 10. Godlike trying to stay in the fight and try to contest, but it's just not working out. And Vig continues to just rip up bodies. Still, though, is it too early to be sending some love the opposite direction? Because Godlike are still fighting for this scrap time. 5 seconds is not insignificant in a game that's been this close. And look at the rotation. Godlike already have 3 here. No operators to help them out, but they're going to be able to open up Rock favorably. And LG, what looked like they're about to run away with the game, are still not up a very large cushion.
As of right now, no one has an operator except Envy there with the War Machine at a distance. Let's see how much value he can take of that. Apparently it's going to be huge as they take them all out. There's 3 players pretty much inside of the hill, 1 outside trying to help them out. That's Envy. He takes a kill, now gets a nade to the face. There's a kill from Bay, goes for the double, doesn't let it damage, but ends up getting taken down. Still not enough. The side of Godlike trying to get inside, not possible. Losing little by little, more and more momentum. Godlike struggling like crazy. Let's be reminded, LG are ahead in a 2-1 fashion of the overall series.
Washi from the pin, shut down. Godlike still holding on, but they're just inside the hard point, having to respond to wherever LG are coming from. No spawn control, but Trunks trying to feel things out with the claw. And there's the breathing room they need. Vague will shut it down, but largely speaking, this is still fine for Godlike. You don't anticipate getting a ton of time here on the 4th hill. Vague shut down. Again, extra couple of seconds here and there for Godlike. Not bad news, as Envy will clean things up, but the focus for Godlike is already on rotation, trying to control the top hallways, sitting over the top of Fountain, and the Bees will kick things off with an opening double.
And back we go to the P1 rotation. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what impact could have this time around. The first one was for Godlike. On the second for LG right now. LG has the lead of about 30 or so seconds going their way, and they'll try to increase that. Of course, the side of Godlike has a few operators that they can try to use to prevent LG from getting any further ahead in there. There's gonna be a lot of explosions. Envy getting knocked out with that double kill by Abysso, who gets executed by Big. There's a push from Big through the smoke, trying to stay alive. 30 seconds ahead. They're trying to increase that as we speak. Big managing to survive every single time that we see Big, just causing chaos inside of those smokes.
Still, though, kills for Godlike good. Trunks really starting to catch some heat. 33 kills for him. keeping more than pace of what Vague's been able to do to this point. But Washi and Envy definitely finding a lot of success here for the AR line of LG. Tech down low, a little bit caught inside Arches. Not really an opportunity for him to do too much, but at least his squad still keep their focus nice and controlled over the top of the hard point. They'll break past 200 points first, but tally the status of the minimap. Godlike in control of the hard point as it will open at Garage, but they do not have the driveway spawns. Or maybe they do. Hold on a second. You've got Neutrino who spawns up, and Envy does not anticipate that whatsoever, and why would you? Washi does secure the trade, and now here come the rest of the tribe. Annihilator gets whipped out. Prevail taking the equalizer to the front door. I don't think they realize LG spawning behind them, but the pitch is good from well. Neutrino gets a double. Tech from the front keeps the hard point open. 192.03. Tech catches a War Machine nade to the face. And that's enough for Godlike to get right back in. Can they hold though? Do they get a read on the spawns? Luminosity spawning behind, and Neutrino seems to have it figured out. Godlike in and over 200 points.
The operator fight is just insane right now. They are fighting head to head, toe to toe. In here, Van has the opportunity to eventually use that purifier. In here does not need it whatsoever. The Fennec is more than enough to take down Trunks, and as such, we're gonna see how Learn tries to steal, cause them terror. There's the double. But not a triple, still managing to survive. There's Washi with his own double for himself. Scribe time to the side of LG. That's going to be 217 to 06 in favor of LG. We're going to be late to the party, though.
Godlike has a good setup, but the problem is the hard point's going to open and Tech is going to be behind them. Godlike need to deal with number 2 in yellow. Good hold from Prevail from the front. Stops the most of LG from hitting. They do clean up Tech behind the play. Abiz with the Sparrow out. Godlike, a chance to reclaim the lead, and Neutrino continues to find kills. Washi with the Annihilator from the front. LG, split spawn. Do they get a read on this? Numbers looking good for the team in yellow as Vague continues to find a lot of success with the equalizer through 10. Now it's up to Godlike from the front, 220, 220. Godlike finding kills. Band following up though with the Purifier. Able to find himself again. More control at 10. 21 seconds left. Neither team can win here.
Triple kill down there for Neutrino. Double for Prevail, cleaning absolutely everybody on the side of LG, and Godlike all of a sudden has the control. There's still 10 seconds left, and Ben knows that. That's more than enough to cost there on the hearts of LG. There is the control. There's gonna be one more that could be the last one, but Godlike are far ahead, and that's exactly what they need. But LG is seemingly gonna get there first thanks to the hands of Washi.
Big kills from LG. It's gonna be a photo finish. Godlike split spawn. Does LG get a read on this? No one has an operator. It's just down to who's flat out better. And Vague gets a double. Neutrino, a late War Machine. Can he clear out the hard point? Not able to connect yet. He's trying to mantle. He's trying to get up to help his teammates clear this zone out. 241, 238. LG still finding kills. Abiz only able to get one. There's the follow-up trade. Envy spamming it down. LG have a chance to put it away. Contest comes through. Neutrino able to get himself a double. Late War Machine for Envy. Only gets one. Godlike can still win. 242, 242. They've got control. You've got Learn. He's got an operator left. They just need 2 more seconds. Tech, can you clear it? No, he can't. Let's go to Meltdown.
Oh, look at the hype. Look at their faces. Look at the way they celebrate. They've done it. It was not easy. LG got ahead of them, but not enough time. Godlike are going to be the winners of game number 4. We're taking this to a game 5, ladies and gentlemen. That's exactly what this is all about. India are still in here trying to stay, trying to remain the life of their Indian region.
Bruh. Holy smokes. What an unbelievable finish from Godlike. And now we finally get to a moment where Godlike makes no mistakes. They don't beef anything on decision making. They play the rotation perfectly. They get a beautiful read of the spawns from the backside at Garage. It shuts down so many tools for LG. I don't know who you can give the hero award to. On the side of Godlike, I think the first thing that pops up as soon as LG are about to put the game away is Abiz. The new guy up for Godlike after the roster changes from last year. It's just, how can you not be entertained right now with that finish? Oh my goodness.
How can you not be entertained for sure? We'll look at the best moments of this game that in my opinion is the entirety of it. It was insane, the back and forth, good like. Godlike definitely had a lot of control over a lot of momentum at the first half of that game. Then Luminosity, never to fall behind, tried to step it up. They had their own advantage, they had their own lead, but on the very nice last hill, we saw pure chaos. Pure pandemonium in there. Like,
unreal.
It was truly unreal because they were just pretty much just throwing player after player after player, multi-kill after multi-kill. 250, 242.
And everyone participates this time through. 47 for Neutrino with a minute 12 in the hard point. That is like the Call of Duty hat trick. Capitalizing on all fronts. Unbelievable stuff from Neutrino. Other side of it, Washi, Envy doing a lot of damage for sure, but I think that at the end of the day, this was one of those battles that was ARs of LG versus the SMGs of Godlike, and the SMGs looked like they really came out on top. A number of key moments for Godlike. 250, 242. That's after a 250, 238 on takeoff. But here is the breaking point. Meltdown Surge. Godlike have not played it this weekend. In fact, the last time they played it, you would have to go all the way back to their group stage in stage 4, where they beat Time to Pound 7-5. That was, I think, the third place team from Godlike in playoffs. So that was a while ago. Whereas the meltdown for LG has been near flawless, essentially. A couple of missteps here and there, but largely speaking, it has been by far their most comfortable search and destroy, especially looking at what they've done on the weekend.
Yeah, similar to what we've seen so far Godlike do in the past with search and destroy is what the side of LG has done in this map particularly. They know oh so well how to play it. And I'm intrigued as to how much of a job the side of Godlike managed to do in order to prevent what other teams have suffered from happening to them.
Yeah, it's very, very true. Looks like we very well may get that very standard Call of Duty break between map 4 and map 5. So with that, I think it's time just to theory craft here. Looking at the firing range, there was a lot of macro moments that we saw between both squads. In particular, LG looked to come out hot and just set the tone, set the tempo, come out with a lot of aggressive pace. And initially, it looked like it was working. 5v5 post-plant situations in the first 3 rounds. A Ninja Defuse allowed Godlike to come through. Outside of that small detail, though, do we anticipate LG trying to play with that same level of aggression pending they start off on offense? Or the flip side of this conversation, and the thing to consider is Godlike made some unbelievably smart heads-up adaptations in those 5v5s, and then more particularly making some brilliant IGL calls in the hot seat of the moment of what do we want to do, where do we want to go? Can they find a way to trust that in-game calling to be adaptive in this map 5? Because I think they're going to need it.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. I'm intrigued by that, absolutely. I'm not sure they are gonna have to be playing it fast, because I feel like you were questioning if LG are gonna do it again. Me personally, I think they will. I think we'll try to set the tone. I think they will try to put the step first, the foot down, and play it under their own terms, either by defense, either by offense. I don't think they will, at least at first, wait for Godlike to make it the move. I think they will the ones try to set the tone.
And that's something that we've seen them do, you know, when they were mostly playing this map against teams like Tri back in Season 4, they would overwhelm one side or the other. So I think that's a very easy call to sit there and say on both sides of the bomb, expect them to try to overhit something and just see if they can just overpower you, completely overwhelm any force that happens to be there, whether that's on the offensive or defensive side. Here's a recap of Vague, who has had one heck of a journey, I'll tell you that much. Of course, with Tribe, champions last year, trying to be one of a couple players on that stage to go back-to-back under a different banner here. But I think the biggest thing about this guy is, I mean, there's no stopping his run. I think in particular, we saw it in a couple of different individual moments. He's definitely one of those players that has MVP caliber, especially when he's an SMG that can finesse his life as long as he has. Work out an equalizer to get 7-8 kills. He's been unbelievable, and unfortunately for LG, his individual performance in that last map wasn't quite enough to get him over the hurdle and get them into the grand final. So can he provide something here in this map 5?
Yeah, I mean, he's been pretty consistent for the most part since he started. And if you were wondering why he started on 2021 and not 2020, that's purely because, well, he was underage. That's exactly the moment he turned 18. He started continuing to compete, but now in the big stages, and dominated ever since. On Tribe, on Seminole, back on Tribe, back on Seminole, now on LG. Like you mentioned, maybe last game wasn't the greatest, but that's not the type of bake that we all know and love as we take a glance into the faces of the audience. Hope you all are enjoying there in the stage here on DreamHack Atlanta, but also those who are watching us from home. Make sure to tune in also onto all the other social medias to make sure that you don't miss anything of the action that we are witnessing on this final day of the World Championship.
And the good news is we don't have to wait any longer. Fist bumps are out. Cinderella still at the ball. Godlike have to take down the heavy world champ favorite in LG's God roster. Let's see what we got. It's Meltdown Map 5. Let's get it on.
Let's get right into it. All right, seems like all fans are gonna go first for LG, and that's exactly what they like. Look at that push, but the need is there to prevent Ben from pushing any further. There's Vague, also with the usage of the R9-0. Ladies and gentlemen, that's right, Vague is at it again. Envy takes the opportunity to plant that bomb. There's gonna be now 45 seconds on the clock as Godlike now tries to go for the retake.
This is all about just Tech get a good read on this. Oh, he just needed to find the information. Vague has to reposition with this R9.
He's got a lead.
He has to pick the right doorway with this, and he may have guessed correctly here. Shotgun up towards middle. He's been seen. First shot lands. He sneaks away. Vague not quite able to double down. Retake on the way. Shot misses by Washi. Trade's good for Godlike. And Trunks is going to let him know. First round goes the way of Godlike on the retake.
Oh, I love it, man. I love it. All that body shooting, they know what they're doing, and they made it happen. I gotta say that a couple of unfortunate moments for LG as they were not able to capitalize on that really clean bomb plan. And I think a part of it could be that nade. You know, I think that threw them off a little bit.
Yeah, the nade landing at mid-map gives Godlike the ability to make that quick rotation safely through mid. And then on top of that, if Vega's going to try to commit to this shotgun, he's going to have to pick correctly where he wants to use it. And how about Learn? He says, you want to play with shotguns? I got you. Prevail, pushing through. Maybe overheating a touch, but still finds the kill needed. Washi now by himself. And he's not going to go anywhere. Oh my, Godlike not letting LG start this thing off in the same way they did firing range.
24 seconds off a round. You said it perfectly. You want to use the shotgun? Let me show you how to use the shotgun as they go so fearlessly from mid deeply onto the enemy side and take those kills. And they are going to get the perfect read as they all begin to try to defend over on Bravo. There's going to be a push there from Abyss. Gets the kill, gets taken down. There's going to be now the 3-for-1 trade in favor of Godlike, who gets another one. The side of LG getting completely obliterated. Vague gets the answer back onto Neutrino, but I don't think that's going to be enough as they are all collapsing onto him at once. Godlike are making it rain onto the LG, the biggest target of the tournament.
I love this. Godlike says, I don't give a rat's rear end what your record looks like on Meltdown. We're just going to slap you right in the face. And LG have to make an adjustment here. That's 3 straight rounds where they've tried to overwhelm and stack things as at least 4, and they're still going to make this play happen. Trophies go down, a lot of trophies go down. Nade's behind it. Prevail, what a slide shell, doesn't quite get away. Vague able to at least go 1-for-1. Envy with the quick plant. Godlike, do you try to contest this? Nade's over the top, not quite going to find the kill. So now it's down to the retake, and Learn will sneak through the smoke to at least open the door. Follow up from Trunks, long range shots, beautiful. 3v2, Envy and Washi playing right on top of one another. Envy over the top of the heady. Does find the first elimination, leveling the terms to a 2v2. Neutrino provides the trade, just down to Washi. Pistol out, has the sniper in his back pocket. First shot lands, second, no! And how about Abyss? Says, thank you for the shotgun, I'll pick that up, make good use of it. It's a quick 4-0.
Do you think that Godlike baited this situation to happen?
Very well may have.
They are reading them like an open book. It's as if they knew exactly what was going to happen on the opponent's mind. 4-0 Godlike dominating this game of Search and Destroy. Now the side of LG could be falling onto a similar situation that what we saw in the first Search and Destroy.
Godlike staying aggressive, and look at the patience from LG. They're just staying in spawn. Doesn't make a difference though. Prevail able to find himself to keep his life. Trades are decent for LG. This is all Nixie. We're not even playing Search and Destroy, we're playing TDM right now. Tech and Washi, last 2 left for LG. They need this round, and Prevail is all over them. Tech now last 1 left. Red by Abyss. Godlike 5-0 up.
They gotta be happy with themselves, but that's still not the end of the road. They got 5, they need 2 more. They need to try to make it happen. The side of LG is struggling like we've never seen them struggle before in the semifinals game. Ladies and gentlemen, India are here to stay as they all begin to push on the side of Alpha Triple with a Nate Prevail gets the knock. All of the sudden, Tech is the only one alive. It takes the double kill, but it's not enough. Learn is gonna finish him up with the gloves. What in the world is going on? Someone please help me to understand. This doesn't make sense. India are one single round away from the grand finals.
LG stunned right now. We swapped the sides. How do you come out of spawn and think you have to win 6 in a row? Godlike, heavy-handed towards B. Band playing through mid, has snuck behind the majority of this play. Learn, gets a read on it, wants the challenge! Oh! With the shotgun, are you kidding? Bomb planted! Godlike, looking for the flawless meltdown. Luminosity, trembling, scared to make a move. How do you open this up? Trade comes out. Prevail holding the front door.
They done it.
It's perfect. And Cinderella stays in the tournament. The heavy favorites slapped out in top 4.
Wow, what a moment. What a moment, let him have it there.
A picture that needs no words. India for the first time make it to the top 8. And now a chance for family to win a championship. And what a display they put on. Everyone in the venue is like pulling hair out right now. No one knows how to react.
I certainly do not. I certainly do not. I think we've heard it all weekend long. Godlike did their job and they did it really, really smart. They've been working for over a year. Now they have beaten the questionably before this tournament best team.
I have a question, because now I get to join you guys up here after watching the most insane finish ever. On the main stage, have we seen a 7-0 yet on the main stage?
No, we haven't.
And the first one we get is in the semifinals to qualify through. Godlike just guaranteed themselves bare minimum $170,000. Can you imagine?
I don't even have the ability to throw that into perspective. Everyone going into this tournament didn't even bother looking at India, saying that they came out. There was a lot of talk last year about, is there actual potential here? And then India got blasted in 2022. But this year, this Godlike team, in a region where, again, it's hard to evaluate how strong they were going to be because they didn't lose a map to anybody, including the other team representing the region in Vitality. But for them to make roster changes in the face of just complete mystery and see Prevail go 10-3,
5-1.
He filled in like 2 weeks ago. Unbelievable resilience from Godlike. I can't believe what we just watched.
I don't know. I feel like it's been quite a few minutes. I kid you not. I still feel like I'm shaking. I'm literally shaking at this insane, inhuman performance from the side of Godlike. Litter mentioned it herself. 7-0 in the big stage in the semi-finals against Luminosity Gaming.
They literally knocked out what was arguably the biggest threat coming into this weekend in such a strong, resilient performance across the board. They brought it back in hard points when they needed to. They performed under pressure the way a top 2 team in the world should be playing.
And the thing is, outside of a couple of small mistakes, there's a world where you could argue this could have been a 3-0. Maybe should have been a 3-0. So now you've got a second to breathe if you're Godlike. let the adrenaline kick off a little bit, and I think you got to go back and rewatch what that decision was on Raid Round 1, because that's probably going to be a map that they're going to want to pick when they get to the Grand Finals. Both teams in Grand Finals will be able to select their preferred control map, and I think that would be pivotal whether they play Q9 or Wolves. But outside of that foreshadowing, this was the first real major opponent in a lot of ways that Godlike had played and won, because they played Kajendra to start and they lost that series pretty convincingly. So to show up, beat a Standpoint team yesterday that we weren't really sure if they were real or not, and then go up against what a lot of people had as the world champ favorite and make every map tight and close it out 7-0. These guys are absolutely for real.
Insanely impressive, and I really want to hear from the players after a win like that. So F-Dot, I'm pretty sure you're standing by what I have to say.
What's up, guys? It is wild down here. The crowd is really reacting for how this squad has been doing. I have two people here because this is just the way it works. Prevail had an incredible game, and I'm going to ask you about it. But Abiz, I want to ask you about Prevail's game. How did he help the squad today in the server?
I mean, he was not in our main five initially, but he came back, he learned everything, and he helped our squad a lot today. In the HPs, with those clutches, with those team plays, in SND, with his entries. I mean, he was a perfect player tonight.
And Prevail, you went out and you did the thing. And so I went to pull you for the interview. And you said, can I have Abiz here? That speaks volumes. Tell me why.
I've known this guy for like 4 years. I've played with him for 4 years. We were in Godlike before as well. We just have a connection. You can't just tell anyone else, bro. In the game, outside the game, it's just real between us.
I mean, we mentioned it before. The fans see it. The local fans see it. There are so many more faces here rooting for you guys. We have people that travel internationally to watch you guys and do this thing. You feel the love in the room. Abiz, can you touch on that?
It's absolutely amazing when people from all over the world are supporting us, especially some people who are not even from India. They are also supporting us. It feels amazing. And it gives us a confidence and it gives us a boost that we have to perform, not only for us, but for them as well.
Why do you think it's so infectious that people are now rooting for Godlike?
Because we were the worst last year and we have defeated the best of the best and now actually the best to come here, and now we are going to lift that trophy.
All right, well, there's one more game in front of you. You have the finals. How are you thinking as you jump into it?
LG was easy. Wolves will be easy too. We don't care. We just go next. We just go next. We just go next.
All right, well, you know the ride. You beat them.
We need to say one thing. One thing.
LG was...
No, East is best, West is best.
Guys,
East is best, West is ass! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, West! East. Oh, shit.
That has got to feel good, knowing how much effort they have put in since last time around. You said it during the cast Cinderella story. We just heard it in the interview. Abiz said they were the worst. Well, now they're bare minimum second best in the whole world.
And it's just one of those things like, where did this come from? This is the one region in the East that didn't play at CDFI. Like, all they got was whatever they got scrim-wise against Vitality or whoever they got to kind of bribe into playing maybe to get ready for this event. And for them to be able to pull this off and look so damn good across every single map mode combo, it's a super surprise. We're not over-embellishing it. It is literally the biggest surprise I've ever seen.
In case you guys were wondering at home, they just got a reminder. West is completely out of the tournament. You can see it there in the brackets. Luminosity getting outperformed on that fifth game is gonna have to say goodbye. We just saw that logo getting crossed out. We still have some stuff missing, but Godlike, impressive, just impressive.
Yeah, and that's just how we started off the day. We still have one more semifinals match, which is also sure to be another back and forth like what we just saw, Q9 versus Wolves, and the winner of that will move on to the grand finals and go up against a very intimidating looking Godlike. So finals, going to be insane. But before we get there, we have to do semifinals. So it's time for a short break on our end while we let our players get set up for semifinals number 2. Don't go anywhere. More Call of Duty Mobile World Championship action when we return.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series live from DreamHack Atlanta, where it is the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, and today we will crown ourselves that champion. We just completed our first semifinals matchup of the day in possibly the most epic fashion that could have happened. Goes the full 5 and godlike 7-0 LG to close out the win.
It's insane for a lot of different reasons. It's funny because every single time that you kept coming backstage to the green room talking to me and everybody was in agreement, it's like, if this goes 5, then surely it should go LG's way, right? Because it's going to Meltdown, but no, sorry. Hold My Apple Juice says godlike as they just completely steamrolled them in that map number 5 in our grand finals bout.
Gil, you got to cast the whole thing and you got to see the reaction. So for anyone just joining us or wondering if they should come sit with us here live at DreamHack, tell them what the experience was like watching the players and the fans get so excited after.
It was insane. It was insane. I literally just turned around to see what was going on, and I gotta tell you, it was out of this world. Are you not entertained at home or here at stage? It was insane. And only the first match of the day.
So much has already happened, and it's just begun. We still have so much more action in store, but of course this entire thing would not be possible without the help of our incredible presenting partner. So we need to give a thank you to them for all of it, okay? Samsung, they have provided us with devices that have top-tier performance, crystal clear displays, and lightning-fast response times. The Samsung Galaxy S23 series has the absolute best-in-class devices for mobile gaming with unmatched speed from the newest, fastest Snapdragon platform ever, only on Samsung Galaxy. With epic power comes epic gaming. Level up your game with the Galaxy S23 series to play just like the pros you see here today. Got a nice little phone modeling job out of Proper, who has just filled that role perfectly. He killed it yet again.
Awesome.
Great job.
It's funny because we were talking about it. We all got the information from production. It was like, I'd like to thank all production just for waiting for the second series of the day, so that way at least the hand model could come back up and present the phone.
Yeah, nobody else could do it.
Where would you be without me?
Honestly, I would be lost. That's the short and long of it. All right. But yes, of course, thank you to Samsung Galaxy. And now we get to start talking about semifinals match number 2, another match that's probably going to be insane. This time we're talking about Q9 versus Wolves fighting for that second spot.
This one's interesting for a lot of different reasons. Over the past handful of months, we have seen Q9 and Wolves face off against each other 6 times. And once this tournament in a best-of-3 way, that we have seen the strengths of Q9. We have constantly seen the strengths of this Wolves roster. It's a Chinese showdown in semifinals, which I'm sure a lot of people at home are very excited to witness and watch collectively, much like us here at the desk.
Yeah, no, absolutely. These two know each other very well. And as such, I'm intrigued to see what they have to offer, because we know the grade level for Wolves. We know the grade level for Q9. We know their story. But what about the present? You said it. On the best of 3, the side of Wolves won. There's no doubt about that, but the best of 5 is completely different. It changes the rules, and I'm intrigued about what could happen, because now they saw the level that they need to be at in order to be world champions.
It's going to be an exciting matchup, which means it's time for us to get into it. We don't want to make you wait any long. So F-Tot, let's get these teams in here.
Godlight waits in the wings, but they need to know who they're playing. So we've got 2 squads here for the last semifinals. A story being written before our eyes, an opportunity to prove themselves as they now find themselves 1 step away from the grand finals, proving the idea of the era of everyone, a pack of apex predators, Wolves. Zai, P-Dun, Shiching, Neon, Island, and King. One more time, howl for the Wolves. Take your seats. And across the way, a well-oiled machine. Our next team leans on their playbook, and they're known for it. A ton of brains and the brawn to match. The #1 team out of China, Qingzhou Club. Oling, Xingong, Sun, Maochi, and Yonggi. Take your seats. One match remains before the grand finals, and this is it.
Our players have made their way onto the stage and get themselves set up and ready to go for semifinals match number 2. It's time to start deep diving these squads here a little bit. Let's start talking about Wolves.
Out of the 6 times that these teams have played each other in most recency, it has always gone the Wolves' way, except for that one time that I was talking about. The hard point is always the one thing that Wolves have been lacking, but their search and destroy, and most importantly, their control, has always been the boon of their success. They are the #1 control team out of China, and that always does say something. We know that China has a lot of good prowess when it comes to the search and destroy, so if you can guarantee a 2-3-5, well, you're probably grand finals bound.
Yeah, absolutely right. The side of Wolves also, as you mentioned on the S&D particularly, has been unbeatable, not historically, but to this weekend as well. Why do I mean by that? In all the S&D rounds that they played so far, this amazing team, they've won 28 rounds and only lost 11. They just play that clean on the search and destroy, and that's something that Q9 already knows and needs to figure out in the future, because look at the highlights from this team, specifically now a little bit against Q9, because they are true monsters on both the S&D, but as you mentioned, also on control.
These highlights come from that best of 3 that we had during the Swiss stage. Again, it was an Apocalypse hardpoint, but most importantly, that standoff control was quite telling. Let's just put it that way. For Wolves, they, well, quite literally belittled Q9 in the spawn trap for not just 1 round, but for 3 straight. Q9 didn't get a single segment of progression on that standoff control. You'd have to reckon that that's probably not going to be in the map set here. At least you hope, if you're a fan of Q9.
I mean, a little bit of a grudge match for just this weekend alone, an opportunity here either for Wolves to shut them down again, or will Q9 bounce back, which is why we keep saying how epic of a matchup this is. On the flip side, let's give Q9 a little bit of focus and love now.
That's right. Let's take a look onto the team once again. Q9, the, according to a lot, either top 1 or top 2 best team on China, depending on who you may ask. But let me tell you that they are in it to try to win it all. We've heard them in the past from their own words. They just feel like all of this is just a formality, because to their own eyes, they're the family that's going to take it home.
Q9 have not dropped a single hardpoint this entire tournament so far. And as I was already talking about, hardpoint has been their success above everything else. You heard Dot talk about it during the player introductions. These guys are calculated, surgical with how they play their hardpoint, and they can slay with some of the best. Sun has been anything but unimpressive throughout the entirety of this week. He has just been popping off. His operator usage, the understanding where they need to be at the right times in both Search and Destroy and Hardpoint have been absolutely electric. That said, the one team that they have lost to all weekend long is the one that they lost to at CDFI in finals, and that's across the stage. It's Wolves.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be an opportunity here for Q9 to finally kind of put Wolves in their place if they are able to, but you know that's going to be in the back of their mind somewhere, having already gone up against them, not only in this competition, but multiple times in multiple competitions. I think that it's going to lend us some serious storylines to go along with it as well, Gil.
And we already had what could be an upset for some. So why can't Q9 dream about the same? Their all-time, I don't want to say enemies, but rivals rather, are in front of them once again. Not in the grand finals, but semis. They have the opportunity to try to defeat them.
Maybe not just rivals, but their nightmare. By definition, Q9 are the #1 team out of China, but by definition, Wolves are the #1 team out of China. They beat them in the best of 3. They beat them at CDFI. The only reason why Q9 are considered to be the #1 team from China is because they beat them at China Masters, where a lot, myself included, would argue that Wolves were not playing at the 100%. And speaking of 100%, how about some good old stats there on your screen? Again, that one hardpoint loss coming from Wolves as far as Swiss is concerned was from Q9. It was on Apocalypse. It was not pretty. But the way that you kind of gauge their boon of success is in the Search and Destroy, in the control. Lauren, they haven't lost a single one.
They have not, but we also have a tweet that production was able to find online to kind of continue on with this storyline. Wolves Esports saying that they just checked and they've got enough spray paint for 2 more teams. They want to take home the entire championship, and they are waiting to do it. I actually love that.
But you remember even in the post-game interview that Dot had yesterday with Wolves, if there's one team that is confident that not only will they be in the grand finals, that they're going to win the whole damn thing, it's Wolves. They've been able to showcase that time and time again. The veto starts to come through, that they are the top dog.
I definitely thought that as we begin to see the vetoes and picks, that Summit could have come down earlier, but well, it's understandable that Arsenal is not there. Hacienda is also banned. I'm intrigued about why they didn't pick Apocalypse on that rotation, but we're going to start things up with a hardpoint takeoff. Then would move on to Search and Destroy, Meltdown, and Control on Raid for the second half. Could go for Summit hardpoint and end things up on a Search and Destroy and firing range.
The takeoff is very interesting for me, depending on who, of course, picked that. We don't necessarily get the decision to be able to see that, of course.
I believe it's Wolves.
It should be, because they did beat them 2-0 overall in the past few months, and the Apocalypse not being picked, I can't necessarily say is too bad, but nonetheless, this is a best-of-5 map set that is mostly centered around that map number 3. That raid control is going to be everything for Q9. The standoff isn't there. Crossroads, I would not want to see Wolves there either, so you got to get the job done on raid. If you're Q9, your best chance for success is probably closing things out in 4. I do not want to see what that Wolf pack looks like on a firing range map number 5.
That's right. They will try to finish things up before that matchup number 5, I'm sure, but it's not going to be easy. Both of them are going to be bringing in their best for this situation.
Yeah, which means now that we've gotten all of the analysis out of the way, our players look like they are about ready to get themselves into the match. We saw some pre-match fist bumps coming out as well. One final look at this absolutely gorgeous trophy that one team will be hoisting above their heads, and it will potentially be one of these 2 teams who has the opportunity to be that squad. Let's see how this goes.
It's a full-on East Grand Final, but who is going to be the team joining Godlike in such an affair? Q9 versus Wolves. And a best-of-5 teams that know each other very, very well at this point in time, Gil, and we're going to start things off here on Takeoff.
Yes, sir. Let's get right into business, right into the action. Q9 and Wolves, the 2 best Chinese teams that are out there to this day. And for the longest time now, I am happy, and I will say it again, to always see a chopper. Although I never have said that it's necessarily the best weapon, it always brings in for some funny and even interesting and good plays with it. It is going to be the player over on the side of Q9, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to take a second glance onto that. But, well, as this all begins, the fight has already unfolded.
If there's one thing that we know about Chinese teams, Eastern teams in general, woo, boy, do they love their summon and takeoff. The reason being is because you can slay the hell out. There's a lot of usual suspects that you have to be worried about when it comes down to this Q9 club, specifically Sun, as I was talking about, has been the pop-off player consistently for Q9 this entire weekend. Of course, not doing it by himself. Rotation over towards 2 is about to pop in about 5 seconds. And spawns are a little haywire. You still have at least one player that is over there for Q9. It's going to be Malky, but the problem is nobody's on the inside of the building. Big slide chow to come through, takes down Neon. And throughout all of the trades and all the glory, Q9 somehow are not coming out on top. Wolves still have all the numbers around the current objective, but Q9 are still trying to sit there and scrap them.
And I'd like to see something from Wolves that we got to see from LG on the first hardpoint, which is learn how to better capitalize on your kills. Wolves, similar to LG, they like to go for kills. They like to always be in your face. Yes, that's great, that's important, but that's not the only thing. We've seen the side of Wolves nearly lose games where they are just destroying with the kills, but not really following through by getting inside of the OVJ. Right now, they're doing so in a great way. We're almost over with point number 2, and they got 41 seconds. That's gonna be the retake in favor of Q9. But that's gonna be huge if they wanna make sure that they start with the right foot of the semifinals.
Q9 felt like that they had the chow for that scrap, given that they had the spawns for P2, at least off the rip, but now we go over towards P3 to P4. And Malky, up to 10 kills, was the tip of the spear here for the rotation once again for Q9, much like how we saw in the previous hardpoint. Has already got the rotation over towards P3. It is now open. Q9 are currently set up inside the hardpoint, but Yang1's gonna pull out the Gravity Vortex cannon and start just ripping them to shreds. They're gonna get sucked on in towards the Gravity Vortex and just nowhere that they could possibly run. But so Wolves trying to find some trades. Peggy gonna be able to pull out an equalizer, but Peg, he's only gonna be able to find one. This is the skirmish of P3 here at the end of the day for takeoff, and relatively speaking, it's Q9 that are coming out on top.
And look at that, great way of playing the rotation, great way of also abusing the way that Wolves was spawning prior to starting that hill. They made sure that even if they got killed, which happened on the side of Q9, they were spawning next to their allies, and that's been a near perfect objective in favor of Q9, who have now flipped things around, and they are the one with things under control, and it's Wolves the one fighting for the scrap time.
Yeah, Wolves fighting for the scrap, but I mean, it's putting them in an auspicious position, isn't it? It's a big fight actually happening towards the middle of the map, and I'm not too sure that Peg ended up at least checking that corner. Completely gets gunned down by one of the Q9 members that were already trying to hold the rotation over towards New. New Hill has popped inside of P4. Not exactly a long rotation from 3 to 4. That's why Wolves can already find themselves in an area of effect to try to contest for this time very early, but the close spawns for Q9 meant that they're all there sooner. Ling for 2. Sun's going to be there to be at least turned down for a third. 40 seconds left to play for. This could be the difference maker as far as the first set of hardpoints are concerned, and Q9's numbers are just too outstanding. Wolves cannot hold on.
Absolutely great. There's still 30 seconds left, and they want to take it, but Nian is trying to say no to that alongside with Peg. Both of them getting kills at the same time, and finally sending Peg to make sure that they are getting something out of that. Double kill there for King Sai, helping from the outside of the hill, constantly making sure that his allies are safe and sound. There's going to be a push through that door that Peg cannot stop, but his allies might. Sinan is trying to survive in this situation, and we will manage to do so. And as such, we're going to go back to P1 with a slight lead in favor of Q9.
Very slight lead, and you feel like that's been the decision-making throughout the entirety of that first set of hardpoint skill, trying to fight for the scrap time at 2 if you're Q9, fighting for the scrap time there at P3 if you're Wolves, and the majority of time going over in P4 for Q9. So something's got to change here. Going in towards the second set, Yang gonna pull out the Gravity Vortex Cannon, shots 1, and then immediately gets gunned down. So it's back to the old-fashioned Gunny coming through from Sun, being able to find 2 alongside his teammates. P1 as scrappy as ever, but Wolves still accruing more time along with the kills.
Back and forth, back and forth. That's exactly what you love to see on a semifinals matchup. China battles each other to attempt to get onto the final stage. Is it gonna be Q9? Is it gonna be Wolves? Right now, Q9 is the one with the lead still, but barely hanging onto it. Right now, inside of the hill, there was Nian, who got out of it to try to defend without realizing that there were people behind him. There is still going to be the battle for the center of this takeoff map, as we all begin to see the rotations here that I gotta say, although the map, the score is still quite close, Q9, to my understanding right now, is just definitely doing a way better job at rotating and when they start to do so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's something we've always come to expect for Q9. That's why their hardpoint's so good. Let's not forget that they have yet to drop a single hardpoint this entire weekend here at Worlds 23. Reactionary, trying to pull out operators. The moment that they have the space to be able to do so, War Machine now in the hands of Jinan. Just making sure that these players find themselves a little tougher of a time trying to get through the doorways, but comes up with nothing. Malchi's gonna pull himself out at least a Sparrow, and he only finds one before being gunned down himself, none other by Wolves. But still, the time not being possessed. 30 seconds left to fight over here for Wolves, and they definitely want all of it if they can possibly obtain it. 20 seconds now left to fight over. The difference in between Q9 holding the lead and Wolves being able to flip it. The numbers, that much better for Wolves around this P2 hardpoint, and they have the spawns for new. It's Q9 that are almost on the back foot, and they know they have to push through the old time. Ouchie is able to at least find 3. Still battling over the old time are Wolves, but they can do so because they already have the rotation towards new. But the 50-yard line was already cut, Gil. You have split spawns occurring. These Wolves players that are over at P3 need to hold on.
And with the 3 operators, it's not gonna make it any easier for the side of Q9. We see Owling throwing that 100-killer drone at a distance inside of the hill. There's actually Sun, who manages to sneak through for a little while and cause some disorder on the side of Wolves, but not for too long after, as they quickly knock him out. Maoki's gonna be the next one to try to get in, but there's King with a double Sparrow kill over there. Wolves there is now playing it too clean. I would say that the operators didn't necessarily wear the biggest impact in here, but rather the weapons and the way that they are utilizing them to make sure that no one can come through. It's now been 30 seconds and they continue to defend. Neon gets taken down. They know that they're coming through the stairs now. Sing knows exactly where they are. Takes that double like it's nothing. Continues to defend now with a hunter-killer drone to the face that doesn't connect. Finally, they're gonna get knocked out. But what a standoff in favor of Wolves that was.
Benefiting from getting that rotation over towards P3, Wolves have been able to flip the lead back in their favor. Down to 5 seconds as far as P3 is concerned, and Zai is still frying inside of the time. Now up to 5 in a row. Got himself a nice little Predator missile, and that's going to help things out when you get the rotation over towards new, which you probably don't even need it. You already have players that are rotated over there. A rogue spawn occurs. Xenon does spawn over on the north side of the map and is already in a gunfight. Great scouting out by Peg. Hunter-killer drone from Zai is going to take down Uling, and the numbers are all in favor of Wolves.
They're connecting the dots, and they are looking to be forming the shape of a wolf in here. The pack are in to try to make it happen. They want to take the first map of hardpoint away off the hands of Q9. Is not being easy, but so far they're winning by over 30 seconds going their way. Their side getting knocked out by Sunny Owling inside. There's the usage of the War Machine by Xenon, trying to defend at a distance, doing a lot of damage, making sure that they cannot feel safe in there. Also making the callouts for his ally. Turns around, there's the use of the trophy system to take that kill, and that's how Wolves attempts to get inside, but there's still 2 more that they need to get rid of. One of them is gonna be Maoki here, with the Sparrow who takes 1, with the Sparrow who takes 2. Runs out of time now with a hunter-killer drone to the face, and the Grow gets to control the kill in favor of Q9.
Into a third, and probably a final set of hard points here in map number 1 between 2 Chinese powerhouses. It's a 20-point lead for Wolves, but Q9 are certainly not out of it yet. Predator missile already invested. Hunter-killer drone soon to follow there from Uling. The only one that has an operator available for Q9, and you feel like you need to try to keep this scrappy inside of the smoke that is around P1, and make sure that you get those spawns over towards P2. Like we've already noted, Q9 have been that team, especially for this map number 1 between these 2, that have always had the rotation over towards new. Wolves Esports, however, slaying the hell out. They have so many operators in their back pocket that they can use at a moment's notice. But Malchi getting the job done. There with 3. How about 4 in a single life? Looking for some streaks of his own. Is able to get himself the hunter-killer drone. Now looking for 6, but can't convert the kill. Peg is right there, at least for the trade. And that 1 kill is a benefactor for Wolves, considering that they flipped the spawn with only 5 seconds remaining here at 1.
And we've seen in the past Wolves with a bunch of operators that don't capitalize too much with an impact inside of this game. Let's see if it works out their way, because they need to make it happen right now as we get into the end game of map number 1. The difference is of only 7 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. That's how close these 2 are, fighting neck to neck to the end of the world. There's Yang, there's now Sai with the use of the claw. Gets 1, goes for 2. Owling gonna say no to that quite quickly. At a distance, there's Neon with a War Machine, and this is exactly what the side of Wolves wanted, with the problem being that they're not actually inside of the kill. Finally, Peg gets through here with the Fennec, trying to survive. There's gonna be the push coming down from the side of Q9, trying to knock him down. Not gonna happen. Great way to overcome their trouble now with a double kill using that Sparrow for King.
Gravity Vortex Cannon is going to shut down these very narrow choke points, but the Sparrow is getting the job done that much better for Wolves. They're about to be over 200 points. There were so many different battles that were happening on either end of P2 that Wolves finally are able to sustain themselves and get themselves inside for the majority of the time here at P2. 8 seconds left to be soaked up here, and Wolves actually still have some close spawns over at the old hard point. This might be a little bit of a fumble. Q9 have closer numbers over towards P3. You still have players spawning over by P2 if you are Wolves. Same could be said for Q9. Shot in towards the back. 3 quick kills come in succession there for Q9. But the trades from Neon and Xing are that much better. Neon's going to invest the Predator Missile, trying to keep these players at bay. But they're all inside. They're all safe. The Gravity Vortex Cannon has already been popped and is already shutting down a lot of these different doorways. Sparrow also invested, trying to collect more kills. Q9 trying to set themselves up to at least get over 200 points, and they're doing a pretty good job at that.
Oh, look at that Purifier. That's one, that's two. Initial control there of the heal in favor of Q9, like you mentioned, trying to translate that in even more and more success, more and more control on top of the Purifier. Now there's the use of the War Machine. That's a kill for Cena, and gets taken down there. The retake now goes in favor of Wolves. There's still 20 seconds left that are so juicy in favor of Wolves if they manage to succeed on that defense. There's the double for Neon, who continues to control. The opportunity was there for Yan, but gets killed as well. His allies are there to try to help them down, but it's just not enough. Xing will defend with a double, near a triple in his way to 21 in favor of Wolves, and only 204 for the Q9.
Look at the rotation over towards New. Middle of the map's being held by Q9. Wolves, though, like you said, only need themselves 29 more points, and they will call game here for map number 1. You feel like you need this if you are Q9, but the War Machine's already being invested by Neon. He finds 2. That's immediately going to be an investment for Wolves that they can benefit from. Over 230 points. More kills coming in the kill feed, all in favor of Wolves. Now Q9 are stuck themselves inside of a little bit of a spawn trap. They have nothing to invest into this fight, but they need something and anything, possibly to get themselves in. It's going to be a small little pinch. It does at least benefit them to spawn out, but a Predator Missile gets called in. Now 3 in the life for Neon. Peg is able to shut down 2 more, and Q9 cannot get in. Wolves strike first in the semifinal.
What a beautiful landing there with the Hunter Killer drone to the face of your opponent. As you look him in the eyes, you knock him to the ground and get that extra second that was needed to take away the first hardpoint map of the Q-Ying Club.
This is what's really tough, especially for hardpoint overall. Now, if you are Q9, consider this one fact. You came in to the semifinal undefeated on hardpoint. That's the first one you lost to the team that you realistically have lost to only in, what would you reckon, like maybe a couple months at this point? That's got to be frustrating to a certain degree, but Q9 are the #1 team out of China for a reason. They can definitely wipe the slate clean going in towards this Meltdown Search and Destroy. But damn, do I tell you, this Wolves team looked absolutely filthy as far as that map 1 is concerned.
Yeah, no, devastating. That was an issue for them, but that was the past Wolves. This is it now. They know now how to constantly, or for the most part, capitalize on those kills. We did see a few moments where they were probably on a 5 or 6 free, cleaning up Q9 in like 5 to 8 seconds to realize, hey, we don't have no one inside. Let's bounce inside of the hill. Let's actually do something with these kills. For the most part, like I mentioned, that had been patched. And as such, you could see it on your screens. In the past time they saw each other, like you mentioned on the hard point, Q9 doubled nearly the score from the side of Wolves. That was 250 onto 129, something like it. It was just incredible to see Wolves struggle so deeply. And with this loss for Q9, what are we to expect for the future for them?
Let's put it this way, if you are looking at this from Wolves' perspective, you won your map pick, the takeoff hardpoint went your way. The Apocalypse obviously was on the table, but it's not going to be there for the map #4. This is all intents and purposes that we do get there, but you'd have to feel like it's probably going to happen, given how the Meltdown Search and Destroy historically has gone for Q9. As far as their map pick is concerned, coming in towards this map #2, they're probably not too worried about it. They are 6-1 throughout the entirety of Stage 4, coming in towards Worlds. And I believe they played it once as well throughout this entire tournament so far. And yeah, no, they have. So 1-0, at least for the tournament is concerned. No, 2-0, excuse me. But still, that is an impressive record. What's funny about the one loss throughout the entirety of Stage 4 that they have on Meltdown Search and Destroy, Gil, could you guess who they lost that Search and Destroy to on Meltdown?
Please
that
don't
one
tell
loss.
me it was against their rival right now.
It was absolutely against Wolves,
Oh
yeah.
my
So,
God.
but still, you have the reps, you have the understanding about how the map is going to be played. Would you be in agreement with me that if you are Q9, you need this map number 2 win if you're going to claim this series?
Absolutely, absolutely have to take it home if they want to take it actually to the final step into the grand finals. I'm intrigued. I'm truly intrigued about how this could be going on. Of course, we're looking at the numbers, we're looking at the past, at the story, but we already saw how that can be tricky, can be confusing, specifically with Godlike's performance on Meltdown. We saw how Q9 played it super, super clean in the past. We saw how Luminosity played their own Meltdown as well. But then it comes Godlike, then it could come Wolves again to be the one to try to upset them in here. And not only upset them, but if Wolves win, that would be a 2-0 that it's really, really complicated for Q9 to come back from if they fall into that situation.
Only time will tell. You can see there on the stage, both coaches getting very animated as far as the discussion is concerned. This is a huge map 2. It honestly could be the difference in between either a 3-0, 3-1, or potentially a map 5 barn burner. I'm not going to go ahead and tell you which way that decides, as I barely do predictions myself as a commentator. But regardless, this Meltdown Search and Destroy was picked for a reason. Last time these two teams have faced off against each other in the best of 3, Search and Destroy wasn't exactly a friendly time for Q9. They did at least push it to a 7-5 scoreline, but that Express Search and Destroy was quite alarming to how well Wolves were able to play from retake. We've seen this throughout the entirety of the weekend, how decisive Wolves can be on this game mode.
And from the videos that we got to see from a lot of teams, there were 3 particularly that mentioned that were like a family in a way. We saw Godlike, and the other 2 were Wolves and Q9. Not only mentioned that they're family, that they're together, they play as a unity almost, but they also mentioned both that they were here to win it all. To beat specifically LG, who now has dropped and should be onto the side of Godlike, so they are confident. They believe in their own skills, and well, this is it for them. Wilds already took the first map, and is the perfect opportunity for making it even in the hands of Q9.
What a wild time to be a Call of Duty mobile fan. I'm looking over at the spray-painted bracket that we have just to see Luminosity's name just crossed out already. It's a full Eastern final coming through here on this beautiful Sunday here in Atlanta for DreamHack 2023. Gosh, life is so beautiful sometimes, especially to be a Call of Duty mobile fan. Yeah, that bracket right there, absolutely insane scenes. If you would have told me about a couple months ago that this was going to be the bracket, I would have called you absolutely insane, considering the one simple fact that Luminosity is not finding themselves in a grand final. Single elimination can be a fickle beast, but damn, is it going to be a good one? Godlike, so much potential being untapped here this year in Atlanta. Something we didn't see last year in Raleigh. Like Shift was talking about earlier with you, it's a team that didn't even get to see past top 8, let alone top 16. Off the top of my head, I wonder if they even truly made it out of groups reliably. But now they're top 2, playing for the lion's share of $1 million. Absolutely absurd. Of course, thank you guys so much for sticking with us. Just waiting for the confirmation for the lobby to get underway here. And map number 2 between 2 Chinese powerhouses are about to be underway. But Gil, as far as this tournament is concerned, is this bracket anywhere near you had the outcome coming?
Not at all. Not at all.
No, me neither.
Oh, well,
Weird.
like you mentioned, looking at the names, Luminosity is crossed, Godlike is in the grand finals. It's really interesting the fact that everything played out for both of the Chinese teams to be facing each other on the semifinals. I gotta say that I'm surprised in a good way, you know? In these type of surprises, it's always interesting to see situations like this because it brings a lot of substance to what we get to see either in home or here at the DreamHack Atlanta. I'm also looking at everybody who's all there, seats, just patiently waiting for this to begin, just completely thrilled about what they just witnessed, but also impatient to what's still coming.
Yeah, again, that's a whole best of 7 waiting for you there in grand finals. Full Eastern showdown. It'd be the first time I feel like this entire year. I'd have to go back and look at the entirety of Swiss to see if Godlike even played any of these Chinese powerhouses, because we got to see at least what they look like versus one yesterday. But now they have to take down one of the top dogs in between Wolves and Q9. Not too sure what's going on there on the main stage, but it seems like the coaches are still conversing with all the players. But we should be getting into this meltdown map number 2 here very, very shortly. Yeah, Search and Destroy, if you are new to watching Eastern Call of Duty Mobile, is their wheelhouse. It's so much their wheelhouse that they actually play it to a higher round count and play it across the best of 5, one more map and mode comparatively to the rest of the world. They are great at Search and Destroy. It is nerdy. It is very fun to be able to see the adaptations come all the way through. Very tough to truly gauge which way this map number 2 will go.
Yeah, I mean, they're the reason why a lot of teams, a lot of players had to somehow adapt to a better playstyle on S&D that, of course, wasn't bad, but wasn't as clean as China likes it to be every time they're playing it. And by the way, for those who have not noticed, every time we get that beautiful shot of the trophy that they are all also fighting for, the rings are right under. They are right there for you to see and witness. These players are trying to get it. So, why don't you tell me more?
It's going to be interesting to be able to see what's going to go down, but of course, as we figure out what's going on up on the main stage, we will step away, save you the podcast conversation, and get back to the action when it is ready up on the main stage. This is the World Championship here at DreamHack Atlanta.
Oh, okay, so now let's take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back in a minute. Don't go anywhere.
What's going on, all you crazy COD Mobile fans? Welcome back to DreamHack Atlanta here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Finals. Thank you so much for sticking with us through the tech delays. Look, it is the modern era. Sometimes we just run into a minor bit of delays. My name is Proper. Joined with me is Gil. We have two Chinese powerhouse of a rosters on our stage, getting ready for map number 2, Wolves versus Q9, about to be underway here for Meltdown Search.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are all getting geared up for the exciting map number 2. That is, of course, as you mentioned before, that search and destroy on Meltdown. That's right, we get that beautiful versus screen, meaning we are about to get into the action. Let's get straight into business. Q9 versus Wolf, map number 2. This is Meltdown, and this will be the pack on the offensive roll to begin with getting the first blood, immediately going for more. That's a double for Beck, who looks for the triple thanks to the assistance of Xing. Immediately looking for more. There's Xing with a double, who tries to finish it all off in what was nearly 23 seconds. Manages to survive Maoki. He's in a 1v4.
Crazier things have been done. AKA there's a 1v5. Check it both ways before at least sliding all the way out, get shot in the back. Yeah, not really much you could do. Meltdown, search, and destroy, everybody. Sometimes if you just meet in the middle of the map, you're going to butt heads, and well, gunfights will just be settling the rounds within the first 30 seconds.
It do be like that sometimes.
It do.
What it is, but well, Wolves got it in a great fashion. Double for Peg, double for Xing. Eventually, Nian, pardon me, is the one to finish it all off. And now, we're gonna change strategy. Instead of going all mid, let's all go towards pillars. Let's all go towards A. Let's plant that bomb as quickly as we can, and that's exactly what they're doing. The only one who was defending over there was Sinan on the side of Q9. That's only gonna be 40 seconds left now for them to try to retake.
Fast plant. One player lurking, at least for Wolves. King is late to all of this, but is watching mid-map. One-dimensional kind of chase through the middle doorway through stairs. Zai lines up 2. Sun answers back with 2 with a boomstick of his own. Now 2v2. Okay. Players dropping, down to 20 seconds. Nice little shot from Neon onto Maoki. The last player alive will be Sun versus King. Down to 12 seconds, the bomb will detonate. He has so many different corners that he has to check. And not a whole lot of time to do it. Now just not enough time. You can find the kill. It'll be a nice little consolation. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Wolves with a 2-0 lead in the search.
Sun, oh Sun. You gotta love this player. He's such a great and outstanding search and destroy fella. Unfortunately enough, as you mentioned, the time was just not in his favor. But the kills are, though, 6 kills total, going for Sun on only 2 rounds. That's an average of 3, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if he continues to drop those crazy numbers, because Q9 is gonna need that. Right now, they've lost 2 rounds already, and it seems like Wolves will sort of repeat the situation. Instead of going for 5, only 4 will push in there. Will take a little extra seconds to actually plant that bomb through the smoke. They're actually taking way longer than one would have anticipated. Maybe beating Q9 to push through. That's exactly what they're doing, and they're gonna begin to trade kills. That's a double for Sai and a kill for Nian. There's the double for Nian now. It's so quickly that Q9 barely gets a shot at actually answering back to that aggression.
And King's gonna take down Yang1. So, immediately decided, once the dust has settled and the bullets start flying across the screen, at least at the very time, Sun isn't the only one that found kills. Of course, Jinan was able to at least answer back, was able to turn that goose egg into a breadstick. But Wolves are just in championship form so far. Already 1-0 up in the series. Now taking this as an offensive attempt to try to go through middle of the map. Expecting for more aggression to come through Q9, but albeit they did, it just went through pillars, not through the middle of the map. So late to collecting the bomb is King, will now join his team for what is potentially looking like a BXQ.
That's right. Well, right now, at least the side of Q9 has an extra second to think. They've lost 1 member, and they answer by eliminating 2 in return at a distance. There's Peg to even numbers out. That's not going to be the 2-for-2 trade. As Sai, how did he get that kill, though? I'm not that sure, honestly. Ooh, there's
2v2, down now to the last. The bomb's going to be planted. And Zai and King are actually going to isolate themselves comparatively to the opposite side between Yuling and Yang. Decide to double up their efforts. I guess for the advantage, so you could just play for the clock, but King just overextends, gets caught lacking on the ramp. plenty enough time for both Uling and Yang to get back towards the bomb. Q9 Club finally getting themselves to the board.
That's right. That's a great way to turn it around with still 2 players alive and plenty of time to spare. They defuse that bomb. They take that point. As you mentioned, the first one of the game of many that they wish to get, which could take us to the fact that, as you mentioned, it was Wolves the only team to take a map away on Search and Destroy on Meltdown. It is also today that Wolves is the first to take a map on Hardpoint. Over the entirety of the weekend, Wolves are doing what they want against this team. They lost 1 round, but they go back to the roots of this game. Immediately planning over on A.
Fast plan means you got to push through if you want any chance to be able to retake this A bomb site if you are Q9. That's exactly what they're doing. They're going to leave 1 player behind. That's going to be Uling to potentially try to take this back through the middle, but the flank was at least looked at. It is not fully secure if you are Wolves. Do need to keep that in mind. If you are King, who is able to at least burn onto another one. 2 more players to be worried about, and King is just letting them have it, bringing on shots through the staircase. Last player alive will be Malky. Down to 12 seconds, and he needed both those kills yesterday. Wolves execute over towards A. Very quickly, once again, they take another round.
With everything against him, he had no time, he had no health. He just got executed as they should have in that situation. It was an easy pick for that Wolves player. That is a 4-1. That's the last round prior to us switching rounds. Can Q9 at least make sure that they are not falling too far back? There's a kill for Sai. Peg immediately follows through. The trade continues 2-for-2. The immediate action there for Sun as he takes down Zing. That is now going to be a 3 versus 2 Wolves on the back end of this situation, because not only did they lose more players, they also lost control by the bomb.
Grushin is a nice shirt, and it looks great on UQ9. We'll have to keep some of that plus some extra before we swap sides. King, Neon, last alive. And Neon has a sniper, and so does King. So you feel like that these gunfights have to either be long-range picks or just nice, nasty little flicks. We'll have to see. The last 3 players for Q9 have actually completely given up the A-bomb site. Not too sure if they were aware that they actually found a kill, and the bomb was patty-caked over by the A-bomb. Luckily enough for them, Wolves have to take a considerable amount of time to clear all the pillars before they recollect that bomb and plant it.
I mean, Wolves definitely thought that they were there expecting, waiting for them, but apparently not somehow. I don't know, maybe between all the chaos, they didn't realize that it was on the ground, and because of that, there's going to be the bomb plan. King about to try to defend the staircase while Neon is on the opposite end of the spectrum. There's King with the first. King tries to run away, runs into a pillar, gets stuck, and taken down on Neon on a 1v2. Finds the first enemy, goes for the second. There's Stun, who missed the first shot. They are bouncing back and forth, takes that kill onto Sun. There's plenty of time, but they are defusing. That was tremendous. Yang was like, there's no shot. That after receiving so much heat, he goes back on time and defuses that bomb.
That's the right call. You always have to communicate from the 2v1 how many times you tag that player. Any damage means that they have to reset and wait for the regen before fully checking that bomb. Sides will swap. 2-round lead for Wolves. Now it is Q9's attempt for offense, and they love this B-Salt.
Let's see though. 4-2, Sai with the first blood. Great initiation. Now 9 kills for the Wolves player. Sinan, double kill where the opponent's son gonna follow through as well. King answers back by eliminating Yang. Yet again, another negative trade goes against the team of Wolves.
Retake. It's mostly gonna be from the defensive head glitch, you would feel. As King and Neon again are last alive. They both have snipers. As you just heard it ring all the way across Neon.
Oh.
What was that shot onto Uling? 1v1 versus Neon. First shot just a bit outside. But the centering for the last is all that she wrote for the round. What a 2v-odd situation that was for Wolves. Put themselves now up 3.
What a shot, what a shot. These players, man, I'm telling you, they clearly know how to aim. That was a clean shot to give the round yet again in favor of Wolves. 5-2 lead, round number 8, ladies and gentlemen. This is getting more and more on a yellow sort of color in here, not only because of the side, but also because of that clean logo. from the Wolves. They said that they have enough pain to make it happen. So far, they're trying to do so right now. Double kill for Neon with a sniper, and the pistol to follow through. Sal is gonna fall to the ground, but doesn't matter too much. The call is gonna be made. Everybody's pushing at one. They try to go for the kill, and now he's actually gonna survive somehow. There's the retake. Xing tries to react now with the gloves, not gonna be on time. The timing was not there. That's gonna be a 1v2, and Maoki on his own, getting pinched by both at the same time. Will bring another victory round for the Wolves.
You know, I gotta say, when we were going into that map number 2, before that tech delay, we were sitting here saying that this is a must-win for Q9 as their search and destroy pick. Now you have to win 5 plus some extra rounds just to not be down 0-2. Offensive 10 now for Q9. A lot of utility thrown here over by Pillars, and that means that Wolves really thought that it was going to be executed over here, but there's only one player that is watching that A bomb, and that is player number 4 for Wolves. That's King with a sniper. Has half the amount of kills that Neon does with a sniper, but you bet your rear end that it is just as effective to the pistol. Comes up a little short, but it's still a trade. 4v4, bomb planted at B.
That's right, 40 seconds on the clock. Let's see how Q9 tries to follow through that defense after planting the bomb. Sai still alive. So far, the one of the most kills is gonna be Neon on the side of Wolves. Sai pushes through, not gonna be possible. Maoki gonna quickly shut him down to the ground. That's gonna even numbers even further ahead in favor of Q9. Beck tries to push without realizing what's going on. Neon with the first blood. Neon with the double. All of a sudden, Maoki on his own 1v2. Maoki at a distance gonna find the first blood onto Neon. Xing is trying to bait out. The defuse goes immediately for that kill, but Maoki will make it happen with a double. Q9 are still alive.
Keeping their heads just barely above water for sure. Man, Neon is certainly on one today. Championship caliber looks for Wolves Esports. 14 kills, and the majority of that is all with the boomstick here on Meltdown map number 2. Q9, offensively, spear, and the tip of the spear of the approach is Yang with that bomb looking through the middle of the map. And Wolves, well, they're getting aggressive this time around. They will not take your bait over towards A.
That's right, they will not. Right now, Q9 has to figure something different out now. Their plan has fallen apart, so they gotta rebuild something different, and said thing will be apparently pushing towards A, which is coincidentally not being defended or watched over by no one but Neon. Neon at a distance, I don't think he's got a great angle to actually have an understanding of what's going on, and that's something that Q9 will or should abuse in key as we see Yang beginning to plant that bomb. That's gonna be now 45 seconds on the clock.
Bomb planted, 5v5. A lot of hope to try to take this aggressively, and Xing's just gonna slide on into the site. Where was the help? Sun takes down Peg, and Side falls as well, but you still have Xing that is lurking around this bomb site, and nobody is checking for where he could potentially be. King takes down another, 2v2. Trying to fight inside of Pillars. Finally, Xing gets dealt with, and we're down to about 17 seconds. It's up to King. Sniper, pistol combination, head glitches galore, and Pillars in between everything else. It has to be a trick shot fiesta if he wants to try to win this round. There's just not enough time, and he's being run out by some prize fighters. Sun will take him out of commission. Q9 bring this within 2.
I mean, if he makes that happen, that would have been just... Q9 looks super, super bad. Fortunately enough for them, that's just not going to be the case. That's another point for Q9. They are, as you mentioned, staying above water, still trying to swim across this place that is being dominated by Wolves for so long that they just no longer know what that feels like, and they want to know it once again. Double kill for Sai, who gets executed. Now there's a triple in favor of Q9. Double for Owling particularly. King trying to retreat, some revenge for his allies. That's not going to be the case. That's 3 kills now for the side, sorry, 4 kills now for the side of Q9. Neon on his own. We'll see how the bombs planted in there. Oh no, actually, they spotted him. I don't know if he smelled him or something, because he just turns around, goes for that kill. And from the 3rd row up above, there's Owling to make it happen. That is now 3 rounds in a row going in favor of Q9.
3 rounds on the bounce. 1 more round to at least secure OT. Only time will tell. It has been a turn of the events for Q9. Nice chosen aggression at a moment's notice. This is a swarm of wolves over towards the A-bomb side. There was a lot of utility that was thrown over here previously by Q9, but they're nowhere to be found. This has been their bread and butter for Search and Destroy all weekend long, but Zai continues to press the issue. He's able to take down one. Trying to stay alive is Peg around the backside of these barrels, and he's able to do just so. There's so many Wolves players over here, and they are cutting them down.
They're sweating on the side of Q9. Only two remain. That is going to be Maoki and Sun, 2v5. They haven't taken down anyone so far this round. Maoki to the ground. And with Peg finding that last remaining blood, Wolves 7-5 on the map, 2-0 on the overall series, getting even further ahead of the opponents. They made them sweat for quite a few rounds. But when you're so far behind, a single mistake, a single bad round was what took Q9 out.
I don't even know if it was like a single mistake. I mean, the biggest issue was how Wolves were constantly setting themselves inside of pillars defensively for A. And there was nobody trying to watch that exit whatsoever. You had three players essentially in your spot if you are Q9. And in moments like that, you feel like you either need to push through mid respectfully, create it like a chessboard, or just flood on over towards B. There seems to be a lack of understanding when the amount of players are at least being looked at flying into your spawn, what you're supposed to do in return if you are Q9, which is uncharacteristic of them when it comes down to Meltdown Search, when it comes down to Search and Destroy in general. What is very characteristic of a Chinese Search and Destroy team, it is Neon going 14-8, Zai 13-9. A lot of good eliminations to speak of. A 1v odd situation. I believe they're on offense as well in a post plant. This is a very terrifying Wolves roster, but as you talked about, Gil, once you have yourself a massive lead like that, it really does only take that one round. And Wolves will call game to at least be up 2-0 in this series ahead of the control.
That one round, that's right. All it took for them to take it once again in their way to paint the walls yellow. As you may see on your screen, I've mentioned that this team just likes to act like a pack, like a true set of wolves, constantly making sure that you fall further and further and further behind. I don't want to say it, I don't want to jinx it, but I'm gonna say it a little bit quiet. It could be a 3-0 in favor of Wolves.
It might be. I mean, when it comes down to control, hasn't ever really gone the way of Q9. I mean, again, this is your #1 control team in China. Nobody is denying that. The one thing that you can at least look at is that at least Q9 were smart and they didn't want to face them on Crossroads, and most importantly, didn't want to face them on standoff. Regardless of the matter, when it comes down to raid, this is not the first time that these two teams will tango on this map mode combination. At least I do believe so. Actually, no. Throughout the entirety of Stage 4, it will, in fact, be the first time that we're going to see them two face off on raid control. But Wolves, I don't think it really matters where they take the dance to. The ballroom remains the same. They are so quick and decisive to put you in a spawn trap.
Yeah, in that type of scenarios, when it's over on control, they are the ones who bring the party to Crossroad, to raid, to stand-up. Does not matter to them, because they all like to have a blast, a blood festival on their names. Look at Owling's KD of 22 over onto the other side of only 16. That's great, that's amazing, that's tremendous. But unfortunately enough, has not been sufficient to make sure that his team stays ahead of the pack.
We'll say this much, as far as control is concerned, this is going to be your best bet for Q9. This is their most played control map throughout the entirety of Stage 4. They finished 7-3 on it. Comparatively to Wolves, throughout Stage 4, they are 0-1. So again, as we go back to the overarching statement, that was this best of 5 through all the map picks. This was the best potential best of 5 for Q9 to finally take down Wolves in a 3-0 fashion that feels like that they're playing at 100%. All of that said, you felt like that map 1 should have gone Q9's way. It didn't. You felt like that the Meltdown Search and Destroy map 2 statistically should have gone their way. It didn't. And now you have to somehow, some way find a reverse sweep. It starts here on raid control. We'll have to see if they can get it done.
Somehow, some way, the side of Q9 will try to make it happen. Q9 Sun will open up the floodgates by eliminating the first enemy at a distance, but Wolves immediately answer back by biting not one, not two, but three enemies pretty much at once. The push continues as Owling tries to defend, gets one, but not more than that, and the continuous control inside of Bravo will allow Wolves to nearly find the second tick of time inside of the kill, and there you go with that peg skill. They're gonna get it. One more, that's all it takes. They've only dropped 2 lives, double kill for Neon. What a way to start this game, this round. Wolves are not here to play proper, they're here to win.
You saw the coach there right before that the control map actually started with a nice little fadeaway 3-0 symbol. That could very much so be the statement not only for Control, but for the series. As you were talking about, a damn near flawless start here for Wolves. They've only lost themselves now 6 lives, but the control through the middle of the map is really good. It stops Wolves in their track and mitigates the life deficit down to 3. Now more map positioning could be taken if you are Q9, mostly around bedroom, playing around rocks. These are all great kills to find for yourself if you are Q9, now trailing by 1 life.
That's right, 19 to 18. Which is really, really huge for the side of Q9, making sure that the deficit did not happen. What is that wall defending on the side of Q9? Why are they allowing Wolves to so freely get inside of the kill? Seems like they are trying to just surround them all at once to eventually go for some sort of spawn trap is my guess, but that's not working out whatsoever, losing several members in the process. The one coming from behind is going to be Yang, who right now only has 2 kills under his belt. At a distance, try to help his allies, not gonna happen. The capture continues to be in favor of Wolves. Took the first take, go for the second, not gonna happen just yet. But what was that play?
Well, they just didn't have anybody inside a bedroom anymore. Nobody watching through the open stairs. It was a great pounce when it comes down to Wolves. As far as raid is concerned, it realistically only takes 1 good hit, and you can find yourself on a control zone. Halfway through the A's control zone, halfway through the second segment. Q9 is here. Got a player playing around these pillars side is Yang, just outside of money window, trying to lock down this kill. Took a lot more shots than I'm sure he wanted, but will still get the kill regardless. Trades to speak of. Numbers favoring that from Wolves. It's 11 plays up against 7, and Sun with the sniper rifles trying to keep them further at bay.
And the side of Q9 can start to begin thinking about just defending, not losing lives. Defend, not lose life. Problem is that they lost control over the objective once again, and because of that king from Sing, they are not getting the second tick there. He lost track of what was going on, and on top of that, he's gonna get knocked out. That is gonna be 8 to 6, and the time continues to go down, but they're losing lives. That's for B7. No more response on the side of Q9. Nian gonna take that kill onto Maoki. Sai begins to push there with the Grau, doing a lot of damage onto the opponents. Does not find the kill, but brings in the opportunity to push for more. King gets that kill onto Yang, immediately pushes for the next one. Sai through the wall, outslays Owling, and Sun can't do anything about that push. Peg will bring in the last kill that was necessary for the Wolves to start yet again ahead of their opponents.
4 segments total capture, but an offensive round converted nonetheless for Wolves Esports. You need the response to be back in kind if you are Q9. It's all down to this opening break. Opening snipe for Sun from Zig Stairs. Will end up taking down Neon. It's a great first kill to have for yourself, but realistically, you want to be able to convert that kill into some progress on the control zone. That is exactly what they're trying to do over by A. King answers back there with the War Machine, trying to get them the hell off of his A control zone. And so far, it's not really going too well. Good trades to have here for Q9, but they have stepped off the zone.
Okay, well, a better start, that's for sure, in favor of Q9. Can they capitalize on it somehow, some way? Let's see. In there, Shing has the claw available. Intrigued to see how we begin to see the usage not only of Sing, but also the entirety of the players here with the operators, because let's be reminded, on that hard point that Wolves won, I would argue that they didn't necessarily take too much value off of their operators, and I feel like Q9 capitalizes on that, and they do get something out of their own operators. Something different could happen on this game.
That was the biggest difference as far as that map number 1 is concerned. If you want to take away anything for that map 1 into this map number 3, Q9 definitely did a better job at just flipping the operators and being able to find more value off of it. 4 eliminations in between the 2 as far as lives are concerned. Operators on the board for 4 of the 5 players for Q9, 3 of the 5 for Wolves. With that A zone being captured, we are now up to about a minute, 36 left on the clock, and well, Zai tries to keep these players out of kitchen, trying to push himself into jungle, and it's just not working out in his favor as he finally gets at least one trade, thanks to his teammate there of Neon on back Laundry. This is a double pinched effect currently going on for Wolves, trying to find more kills, mitigating the life down to just 2 lives, as Peg is finally dealt with inside of Art. And this push now is starting to put itself together over by Ring, but it was just 2 players strong, so Q9 gonna have to go back to the drawing board on that one.
Yeah, Neon with a double kill there with the sniper. Gonna miss the next one, but Sai doesn't miss. There's the first one with the Annihilator. Ready for more. Blood begins to push, and so does Sing. Not only the Annihilator, but the Claw was popped in there. The lives are now slowly but surely going in favor of the Wolves. Sing with a kill. Sai gets taken down. Sinan with a spray and pray. Chopper gets a kill onto King, but that's not gonna be enough. The lives still are going to be in favor of the pack. And in here, Q9 has to make some difference, some way to actually be able to outplay the opponents. You cannot be constantly far behind your enemies, or else they're gonna get knocked out. I don't want this to be a 3-0, but the side of Wolves are just playing so smart every time.
10 points up against 11. 22 seconds. This needs to be the push. If you are Q9, you need this offensive conversion. Malchi gonna invest the Sparrow. Jinan gonna at least take down Zai. The big kill feed coming through from Q9. They have to touch the zone. They're currently residing around the B control zone, and you have players trying to push Binbap in the back of Laundry. Gravity Vortex gun just misses a little bit too close. The claw now invested from Uling, trying to keep these players at bay. Last 4 lives here for Wolves Esports, and Q9 have the second segment locked in. Just trying to spam around the corner, trying to find more kills. Now 2 points up against 7. All of the operators utilized there for Q9, convert the offensive round, but damn did it cost a lot.
You may not hear it at home, but you can hear it on stage. The round of applause for Q9, who figures finally a way to be better than the Wolves. They take that round, they even numbers out. They get a second breath of fresh air. Sai there with an A kill. Neon with yet another double with the sniper. This man is insanity. On that search to destroy, outstanding. Now on control, the one with the most kills next to Peg with 16. Neon now with a Sparrow, gonna take a double, pushes for more. But there's the use of the trophy to prevent that from being a complete massacre against Q9.
And that was the biggest thing again for Q9. In that last round, they had to use everything. Every single operator just to convert the offensive round. Now Wolves have the lay of the land and the operator advantage. Big kill feed to speak of once again. It's a fantastic opening ramp for Wolves Esports. Now 25 plays up against 19. Second segment locked in over at A. And they also have King for Wolves pushing over towards B. Which zone do you try to defend? The majority of the players for Q9 were already invested on trying to get these players off of A, so now Wolves gonna flip the map on its head, working on that second segment at B.
And it's atrocious for them. They're trying to focus on B, but look at Alpha. There's inside of it, there's Xing. And then at a distance, we have King here with the War Machine, who's gonna get knocked out by Sun, who tries to surprise with the Fennec. Takes a 1, takes a 2, but not a 3rd, gets taken down. Bravo has already been taken, and in the meantime, Alpha still being captured by King, who throws away that Hunter Killer drone. Not gonna be enough, but 2 ticks. We're already taking off A. The lives are in favor of Wolves. They're trying to take it home in this game of control.
Second segment looking pretty good. 17 points up against 13. Peg has an operator, so does Sun. You feel like that these investments need to be made. King with a sniper top bedroom might just be a dagger into the side for Q9, but it's Xing up close that's able to get the job done, finds himself too. 16 points up against 9. Trying to get these players off of the A control zone are Q9, but the claw's gonna get puffed for Xing. He slides into the basketball court, snaps over towards a player top money, and he is just letting them absolutely have it. 3 points up against 15. You can't get to the zone in time, Q9. It is over. Wolves take a 2-1 lead in the control.
Oh my God, that was brutal to witness. Ladies and gentlemen, nearly a 15 kills lead in favor of Wolves, and they still got utilities available. The Hunter Killer drone and press are there for Xing. Sai and Peg both with their operators, and we begin round number 4. Could be the last one for the side of Q9. There's the use of the equalizer by the hands of the players from the Wolves. The pack Now, they gotta play it smart. There's the Purifier in the hands of Sun, who immediately pushes for some action, for some blood. They gotta burn him. That is not possible in the end. Unstoppable. Now, 20 kills, looking for more. From up above, there's the Predator missile. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm not too sure if something is going on. Double kill with Annihilator for Sai, who's now reaching 20 as well. Looking for the 21. Will get it by eliminating Yan. Turns around, and there's a collide. Wolves are trying to take this home in a 3-1 fashion here on Control.
Annihilator finds a lot of value, sure, but lives are still even, 21 apiece. Second segment has been locked in over at B. Q9 are still alive in this Control. They're at least looking to push it towards around number 5. Need another offensive conversion, and the B zone will be captured. 2 minutes on the board. 4 operators out of the 5 available for Q9. Wolves, they got nothing. Just gonna be their gunny, some good throwables, perhaps. But the conversion for Q9, instead of trying to flip back through the middle of the map, are actually taking this push all the way through jungle, trying to get past back kitchen and trying to get the basketball court in control. But if you can tell by the canter of my voice, it's not really working out too well in their favor.
No, not at all. They're trying to break through that door, but Wolves are too well organized in here. The only one who could confuse them off a little bit is their Sun. Let's see how much he can do. Yang and Sinan gonna get a few, gonna try to break through. Their Spec trying to defend, not gonna be possible. Another kill now in favor of Q9, who have the kill lead. They could eventually try to push inside of the kill, but that could also be risky. That could be detrimental. Double for King, turns around, tries to help. Sun with the double yet again. That's gonna be a full-on hunter-killer drone available for him. It's like an assistance or 2 to get that bread and hurt even deeper onto the walls, trying to take us to a 5th round.
10 points up against 7. Remember when I said it was about 2 minutes? Well, that was about a minute ago. 55 seconds remains on the clock. And Q9 are just struggling to be able to convert any sort of this forward positioning into total map control. Last player alive that was pushed over by back jungle. King sniffs him out. Genon is off the map, back into the respawn screen. 6 plays up against 6. You feel like this has to be the last-ditch effort for Q9 in the difference maker in between them pushing it to a 5th round and potentially a 4th map. No respawns remaining on either side. It's 5v5. Almost starting to feel like a search and destroy round the way that this is going to be looking like. But King as an operator, you feel like he might pop in if he feels like he can close things out here. 2 kills do come the way of Wolves. It's a 2v2. King has an operator left to use. It's a push through the back staircase, and he's nowhere to be found. Big trades to speak of. 1v1. 1 player. Genon repositioning all the way through kitchen. The claw's been popped for Jing, and he's gonna find him in an open staircase. Wolves close it out of the Control to get the job done. They are grand finals bound.
They are incredible, ladies and gentlemen. With a 3-0 way, they are taking once again the statement to the next level. Wolves are your #1 team for China.
We asked ourselves that question countless times. #1 seed from China was Q9 coming into this tournament, but were they really? Because I'm pretty sure at this point in time we have the certainty of saying that Wolves are the #1 team from China.
Phenomenal performance. I mean, a 3-0 in semifinals for Wolves, coming out in a dominant fashion and really asserting themselves as that top team from China. Now also moving forward to finals, battling it out against Godlike. This is going to be an exciting finale to the whole thing.
Look, everything was thrown into the wind the moment that LG lost. The moment I saw LG not 3-0ing Godlike, I was like, this is going to be a fantastic Sunday. A full Eastern final, India in grand finals, Wolves cementing themselves as the better Chinese team over Q9. We saw it at CDFI, we saw it in the Swiss bracket. They get the job done here. I felt like it was definitely going to be a Wolves grand finals bound the moment that they flipped that takeoff hardpoint back on its head.
They get the job done. That's exactly the way to put it. They did what they had to in such a dominant fashion on this side of the bracket. As we've seen, that was not the case for the side of Godlike. They had to really push through a really solid team of LG. We got the teams set, but it's been just insane to see like the polar end of the spectrum win the game 5 and then immediately after a 3-0.
You know, we talked about this throughout the beginning of this match, throughout the entire weekend. This was the opportunity for Q9 to try and really come back against Wolves based off of the various times that they have showed off against each other, whether that was here or that was in previous events. And Wolves just really cemented their ability above them, as we're able to see some of these numbers on the screen as well. Impressive.
I hope that Godlike have been taking notes. I saw some of them in the crowd watching a lot of these maps unfold. Not a whole lot of VOD to go off of, not a whole lot of time to turn around going in towards Grand Finals as Wolves get the job done in 3 maps. Not as decisive as I'm sure they would like. The comeback on the map number 1 was definitely something to behold for themselves. Almost had to go to OT in the Meltdown Search and Destroy, but that control, again, sheer dominance being exemplified by this Wolves roster. They are the #1 team out of China in control, and boy howdy did they show that today. Might just be the #1 control team overall here this weekend.
And I mean, before we go to a break, I just am questioning myself. Do you think with LG out of the picture, are we still gonna have that sort of scream between the finalists? Because that's something that always adds a little bit of spiciness to the grand finals, in my opinion.
I don't know. I don't care, honestly. It's going to be a good grand finals. Godlike, again, as far as India is concerned, have broken past their skill ceiling that we saw them from last year in Raleigh. I mean, they broke it out from top 16, top 12, made it to top 8, shutting all the haters up, and now they're in grand finals. You better show some respect to India. They're going to be facing off against Wolves.
And obviously Godlike had the opportunity to watch this matchup go down and maybe take some notes along the way. But before we get into our finals matchup, let's send it on over to Tom one more time for an interview with the Wolves.
Thanks a lot, Glitter. That's right, we're here at the bomb wall for the second to last time. Another knockout match, and I'm here with Neon from Wolves, and of course, Zion, who's helping us out. And so the first question I want to ask is, China versus China semifinals, going head-to-head against your same region, did that feel different than the international matches that you've played this weekend?
我们这次半决赛打的是中国队跟中国队，在打的体验上有感觉到一些不同吗？跟其他的外国战队对战的时候？
我觉得国内队伍对我们交手比较多嘛，我觉得他们相对来说了解一点我们，我觉得还是比较难打的。
So it's a team from the same region, so we have actually played against each other many times. So it's actually a rather difficult matchup for us.
Still got the win though, so congratulations on that one. And now you have the grand finals in front of you. I'm not going to ask about strategy. I'm not going to ask about anything. Just what are your feelings going into this final match?
还是恭喜你们赢得比赛。然后现在马上要打总决赛了，我不会问你们的战术，也不会问你们的计划，就想问一下你现在的感受如何？
我觉得我很期待与 Godlike 在决赛交手吧。 但我比较可惜，没有碰到 LG 那个喜欢说屁股的人。
喜欢说什么？
屁股。
I am looking forward to playing against Godlike in the grand finals, and it is a bit of a shame that I didn't get to, that we're not getting to play against LG, especially against the one who likes to say ass.
All right. I guess we know where that rivalry lies. That said, you knocked him out on the server. Now it's time to knock them out on the wall.
Oh, he didn't do the X. He did a little bit of a heart. I love that. The last team of the competition for what you could consider anything other than the final stage has been knocked out. It's now down to our top 2. A little bit of love there at the end.
Right?
I'm okay with that.
I mean, you even heard it from Neon right there in the interview, right? Is that those two teams have faced off against each other so many different times over the entirety of the calendar year, let alone the past few months.
Yeah.
They are the #2 teams out of China, regardless. Where #1 and #2 sits, that's all for you to decide at home, regardless of the matter. There's a lot of good love in between those two.
Yeah, well, we'll take a look back at the bracket in case you're just joining us for the first time here, whether that is in person or in the stream, to show you where things stand with the current competition, because we are now done with the semifinals portion of the matchup. I don't think we have it available visually, but I can explain it to you. Pretty much yesterday, day 2, all 3-0s. Didn't think that was going to happen today. The first match of the day, we see LG go out to Godlike the full series, but in a 7-0 loss at the end of it all, and then back up to 3-0s. Apparently, for the second semifinals match. Now we have the top 2 teams in the world about to battle it out for the top prize of $400,000. The trophy. Also, have you guys pointed these out yet? Have you showed these? I'm just gonna. Whoop.
Please.
Oh. There it is.
I don't know.
Have you seen these?
No, they're
These?
amazing.
They also get all of these rings to go along with the championship title, as well as the trophy. And, oh, wait, where? There we are.
There it is.
Standing. This is gorgeous. Do you see this? I want one. How do I acquire one?
That's a great question. It looks
Well,
beautiful.
you have to play through the entirety of a season. I mean, you listen to Bobby talk about it the entirety of the year. You know how to do it.
I'm gonna work on that. I'm gonna work on that, but I also have a special treat for you guys.
Yeah?
Yeah, I have a surprise interview ready to go with F-Dot, with a very, very special person. I'm excited to see what they have to say. F-Dot, who you got?
Hey, what's up? Welcome down here. We're hanging out at DreamHack. Obviously, we've got the big Snapdragon Pro Series stuff going on. This is the World Championships. But when it comes down to gaming, it's all about the community and the culture. And right next to me, I have a man who's in Call of Duty Mobile itself. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and tell everybody at home what you do?
Pleasure to be here, taking in the championships. My name is Chad Muckle Collins. I play the Alex Echo 3-1 operator in Call of Duty Modern Warfare, Warzone, and Call of Duty Mobile.
It's kind of surreal because I've seen you before, because it's not just voice, it's kind of like mocap as well. What's that like being in a video game?
Well, it's quite disturbing when I play because I often get my operator killed. But, you know, it's a total pleasure. I grew up a gamer my whole life, and to be starring in Call of Duty is I got to pinch myself every single day. It's a bucket list item for sure.
And here's the deal, you know, we play our games at home, but then we come here. Look at this, man. What's your take on this whole show that we got going on?
I gotta be honest, I've never seen anything like it. I've been walking back and forth, taking in the matches. Super intense, super impressive. I can't work the screen like these wizards can. So, unbelievable setup, and obviously the fans have turned out in spades, as they should.
All right, so we have Godlike out of India, and they're going up against the Chinese squad. Who takes the Worlds?
Worst guy in the world to ask. I wouldn't put money on this prediction, but I mean, the Wolves are kind of cleaning up from what I understand, right?
They're in trouble, but nice stuff, man. Any last words you want to say to the folks at home before we say goodbye?
Yeah, Call of Duty Mobile players around the world, appreciate you running as Alex. Those that do, I love to see it on the socials and everything else. But Call of Duty Mobile World Championships coming live and direct. Alex Echo 3-1 reporting for duty.
Thanks again, guys. Just a reminder, it takes a village. Every person puts in work, and this guy's certainly one of the hard workers. Thanks again for your time. Back to you all at the desk.
Okay, I was watching you fangirl a little bit here. I'm gonna call you out proper. You were having a good time listening to that, especially when you like heard the moments of the voice lines, you know?
I mean, I can't be the only one. Like, I bet you that Shift is probably back there too. Both Shift and I play the campaigns. And seeing Alex, hearing his voice in person here at DreamHack, yeah, I'm a little giddy inside. That's awesome. As somebody that works with his voice every single day, it is fantastic to be able to see a voice and the man behind the voice just walking the DreamHack floor, right? Just like we do every single day. I'm gonna go replay the campaign. I need to relive Alex's story.
It is always great. It is like a different experience because you've heard him before. You nearly know him from somewhere.
I know his character. I don't know who that guy. He looked like a rock star.
No, absolutely. It's just amazing. That interview was beautiful, I gotta say. Congrats to him. He always does such a great job. I love it. You gotta love it, man.
The whole team's been killing it here all weekend long, but the weekend is almost done, but not before we crown our champion of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Who will that team be? We're going to find out, but not quite yet. We need a little bit of time to get our players rested, reset, and ready to go with how much is on the line. So it's time for the final break in the show, and when we return, the World Championship will come to its epic conclusion. We'll see you then.
So this is the gun. The GoPro is gonna be facing you.
No pressure.
Yes, sir.
No pressure. Just be great, you know?
Is it too tight? I can loosen it up.
It's definitely not loose. Hey, this doesn't output like accuracy and shit, does it? I feel like optical. Oh, this is actually pretty fire. Good hollow.
It's like this, right?
It's exactly how it is. Upside down. Yes. Flagging everybody. Flagging the shit out of everybody. Just, shit.
Reload button is right here.
Reload. I was wondering what that was. I thought it was a grenade. I wanted a little. That's it. One. Boo, 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 boo. All right. Y'all know the fucking drill. I'm taking care of the outer P. The outer perimeter is on me. If we get flanked, that's my fault. I guarantee you it won't happen though.
Yeah, we rising.
I'm sending them all back. Go back to your spot. Go back to your spot.
Mission complete.
That's what I'm talking about. You go. I was going crazy. I went crazy.
They got hats on.
Check. God damn it. Yeah. I'm not gonna stop sweating for the rest of the day. Hell yeah.
Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where it is time for us to crown a champion. We are live from DreamHack Atlanta, and the stage is set. The players are ready, and it is time for us to introduce our finalists. It's time for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, and I am so excited right now.
I don't know how I'm remaining to be intact. I was looking at my BPM before we actually came back to cameras, and I'm somehow under 100. It is exciting to be able to witness this Eastern showdown on the main stage.
My resting heart rate is never under 100 because I drink too many energy drinks. Shout out Monster Energy. Yeah, the thing about this is this grand final is, again, all stakes are in there. First time we've seen a grand finals where there's not a double elimination bracket, so there's no advantages here. This is all about what are you able to put together, what have you been able to see from your opponents, build the best map set possible to give yourself the best chance to come out $400,000 richer.
Everything's on the line right now. These are the top 2 teams in the world for this year. And honestly, at this point, they have to be proud of even making it this far after we saw how tough the competition was to even get here.
Nobody had Godlike making it out of Swiss. Nobody had Godlike making it past top 8. Now they're in grand finals. They've already guaranteed themselves triple digits as far as before the comma is concerned. Are you kidding me? I mean, Godlike are absolutely here to play. I am so stoked to be able to see them go up against Wolves.
All right, well, we won't make you wait any longer for the epic finale to our 3-day weekend-long competition. It is time to get into the grand finals. F-Dot, let's do this.
How do you open this up? Trade comes out. Prevail holding the front door.
They done it.
It's perfect. And Cinderella stays in the tournament. The heavy favorites slapped out in top 4.
All the way through kitchen, the claw's been popped for Jing, and he's gonna find an open staircase. Wolves close it out of the control. They get the job done. They are grand finals bound.
How do you open this up? Trade comes out. Prevail holding the front door.
A calendar year of competition. Hundreds of teams whittled down to 2. Uncountable hours of practice, thousands of games, and one final set. Our journey culminates here. This is the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships.
Intercoms.
There you have it, our 2 grand finalists, Godlike and Wolves, getting themselves ready to go and settled on the stage now as we prepare to start talking about this epic matchup. I'm ready. I'm ready, and I also have a couple graphics for you guys.
Ooh, I like graphics.
I do too. I like numbers. Are there numbers on this?
We've got numbers, we've got everything. Before we get into those, I want to hear your overarching thoughts. Give me big picture right now for you for these 2.
I started my COD Mobile journey watching and commentating with this goofball for India in Japan. So it is an absolute pleasure to be able to see Godlike make it this far in World 23 against China's best.
True story arc, really is. At the other side of things, Wolves expected to be here. We heard it time and time again throughout the entirety of the weekend that they knew they were going to be a grand finalist, but what they didn't expect was that it wasn't going to be LG on the other side of the stage. So are they going to be prepped up, ready to go versus an India team who was not at all at CDFI? Have they done their film? Have they done their research? Are they ready to take on this team that has been lightning hot all day long?
I love that point. That's super important to consider. And here's some of the stats that I was talking about, Proper, weighing pretty heavily in Wolves' favor right now.
I would say you can stack them up against anybody that was here this weekend, and the numbers will never look as good as Wolves. I mean, realistically, that one hardpoint loss was on Apocalypse. As far as their map win losses, yeah, again, one loss on Apocalypse. Throughout everything else, they have been dominant. Through so many different interviews, we have heard from so many different Wolf members that they will be to the grand finals, that they will claim the prize as the champion, much like how they were there at CDFI.
Here's the interesting thing, though. That blowout on Apocalypse actually has Godlike, even though they're 5-2 in hardpoint, they actually score better in differentials compared to Wolves. So even though Wolves are technically only lost that one map, they have essentially played a lot tighter maps than Godlike had throughout the entirety of Swiss, and maybe in a little bit here in the bracket as you look to see who was eliminated by each squad. Godlike doing a little bit more work, considering that they had to play an extra match, not quite getting through Swiss in the clean 3-0 fashion that Wolves did.
Still an impressive run on behalf of both of these teams. Almost flawless for both of them. Really strong in semis to get to these finals. They took out massive names along the way, teams that we were talking about the entire time, specifically LG, like you just mentioned, to kick off to today. I mean, it's going to be a bloodbath.
To say the least, yeah, for sure. I mean, luckily enough here in Atlanta, there's no snow on the ground. Otherwise, the streets would be painted red ×2. I mean, realistically speaking, Godlike, they were really the only people here at DreamHack Atlanta watching Call of Duty Mobile that saw themselves getting to this grand final. Versus LG, a lot of us backstage and here on the desk, we're all sitting there saying, if it goes to that meltdown, map number 5, there's no chance in hell that they do it. And then they completely wiped the floor with LG. 7-0. Did not have that on my bingo card.
Yeah, I think the thing is, stylistically, going in, if you were to tell us that this was going to be a matchup before what we saw today, I would have said Godlike has to win every respawn because Wolves are looking so dominant in the search. But after the firing range and after the meltdown, this Godlike team, I think, has all doors open, and I think there's going to be multiple avenues for them to be able to square up versus this Wolves team. It just comes down to what is there going to be the prediction in terms of what Godlike assumes that Wolves wants to do and vice versa, because I think the map pools are actually pretty different between these two squads. So I think the veto process is going to make major dividends happen when it comes to having an advantage in this series.
And we've seen that happen all weekend, just how important the picks and bans phase of this competition is, even though it's not the part where they are playing. It determines how it will all play out. So as we're looking at these two, just give me what are your some expectations when it does come to that portion of the game?
This is probably going to be some of the most fundamentally sound Call of Duty Mobile that we have seen all weekend. Maybe barring some LG matchups, but you are dealing with a payload of individuals that have spent more than the calendar year playing with one another. The trust is going to be there. The search and destroy is going to be nerdy, to say the least. The hard point is going to be tight. The pressure is at an all-time high.
I think the thing, too, just kind of looking at how this Wolves team, we kind of followed along without their Swiss. We were really impressed with what Peg and Zai were able to do for this team, just kind of outslaying. But in that last series, Neon was all over the place. He wasn't missing shots with the scope, both in the search and in the particular respawns where he's able to save the day a couple of times. So there's another element now being thrown into the mix here for this Wolves team, where we're not just looking to see, will the SMGs just run through Godlike? I think we have a new threat on the map here with Neon being as good as he is, and also showcasing his ability to rock the scope in both sides of game modes.
It is a little bit of the trifecta, isn't it, coming through for Wolves? I mean, you have to almost kind of meet that pace. We know that, at least stylistically, from a team perspective. And that was also our concern when we were watching Godlike versus LG. Wolves definitely have, well, the pack to at least go against their prey, but Godlike are no slouches themselves.
Well, as we get ready with our players preparing themselves up on stage, I haven't asked you guys all day. I was saving it for the grand finals, and I want to hear from everybody in chat as well as we get the picks and bans up here on the screen as well. Who do you think's taking it home?
It's really tough because the thing about this, and I think everyone who's been following along with COD Mobile traditionally, there's 3 search and destroys, and I think there's still a lot of lingering feelings that Chinese regions, or Chinese teams rather, are the best search and destroy teams at this competition. So there's an advantage there. But let's take a look to see what's been happening in terms of the picks and bans overall, because I think there's going to be an avenue where Godlike can actually take both hard points, especially seeing it as a takeoff and a hacienda. Both maps that they've been pretty good at over the course of the weekend, let alone in the history of them playing through stage 4. Whereas we really haven't seen Wolves play either takeoff or hacienda outside of just one time each.
Yeah, I mean, the hard points are definitely going to have to be where this Godlike roster does get the job done. Much like how we were talking about it backstage, that is going to remain true both with the takeoff and the hacienda. Takeoff is going to be a great venue of success when it comes down to Godlike. They played it 4 times this weekend. The only loss that they had was in the semifinal. They lost it by 12 points versus Luminosity. But throughout the entirety of all of that, their decision making to understand where they need to be, the rotations were foreseen, team shots and operator usage as well was at an all-time high.
Looking at the search and destroy, this was kind of anticipated. We've seen Godlike continually veto out the Express. That's gone again. And then the same thing, Wolves have not liked playing Slug.
No.
So those are both out of the picture. Map 2 being firing range, that's where all the focus has to be here for Godlike. That's for sure a must-win map. Tunisia has been bread and butter styles for Wolves throughout pretty much their entire history of playing through this year, and we know what they can do on Meltdown. So that being a potential map 7 after what we saw Godlike do could be really fun.
I love how we already kind of brought up the point just about search and destroy and Chinese teams as a whole. You kind of accentuate that point with an objective game mode when it comes down to control the hybrid in between respawn and objective. And it's very interesting to see the crossroads gone from Godlike's perspective.
A little bit,
You want to play the standoff and to also have the raid, the 2 controls in the best of 7. You already know you're going up against a very good search and destroy team in Wolves. They are also the #1 control team out of China. This is going to be a very tough matchup stylistically, no matter how you want to spin it.
And there are no vetoes for the control because there is no veto advantage coming into single elimination. So this was standoff selected by Godlike. Pardon me, actually it was raid selected by Godlike and standoff selected by Wolves. So looking at the order of how these maps are going to play out, I really truly believe that in these first 4, Godlike has to take 2, which sounds like a pretty easy thing to say, take 50% of the maps you play. But the thing about this is I don't love how these first 4 maps line up for Godlike based on what we've seen from Wolves in the last 2 days. And more beyond that, map 5, map 6, map 7 all look really good for Wolves based on their performance on raid in their last matchup. So I think if you're Godlike, you want to see the series get done quickly if possible.
Just a little bit of update for everybody at home. We're waiting just a couple more players to get themselves set up and ready to go while we're hanging out here getting prepared for the grand finals of our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship here live from DreamHack Atlanta, a 3-day long competition, and it was a grueling day 1, a very quick and decisive day 2, and now we have whittled it down to our last 2 teams, both of which will be taking home massive prize pool. But who takes home the title? Who takes home the trophy? Who takes home the rings that we talked about? There's a lot on the line, and there's a lot on the line for both of these teams because now we've gotten to a point in the discussion where it's a new region staking their claim in this World Championship, and that's massive just from a pride perspective for both of them.
And not only that, big shout out to the COD Mobile Esports guys. $170,000, I think is what they're going to be pulling at least.
Yeah.
The previous highest amount that India has ever won in any esport competition was $121,000. So they've already guaranteed themselves as the winningest team in India esports with a chance to really supersede that. Big shout outs to Mr. Bobby Plays for helping bring that stat to life.
Yep, where is Mr. Bobby Plays, of course? Would hope that he would be here watching all the competition. Of course he is. He's tucked away underneath some staircases, what I ended up seeing earlier. But regardless of the matter, it's going to be very exciting. I can't wait to see if Godlike can get the job done.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's sounding like our grand finals match is about ready to go and get underway. In just a short while, we will crown ourselves a world champion in Call of Duty Mobile. This is it. Everything they fought for all year and then all weekend long comes down to this last 7-game series. Which team will be the first to close out those 4 maps? We are about to find out. Proper shift I could not be any more excited to pass this off to you. Let's do it.
Let's have some fun there, friends. Oh, this is so cool. It's just, again, the story that we framed at the beginning of the day. They're all 4 teams that were left. 3 of them were all about, I got to go play that team or this other thing. There was all this extra drama between the 2, but the India squad of Godlike were all about playing for themselves. We've got Godlike out of India, Wolves out of China, and we're into Takeoff Map 1 Grand Finals, COD Mobile World Championships one more time. Let's get it on.
Takeoff played one time for Wolves, of what we just got to see. It was a close affair versus Q9 earlier, but they got the job done. This is such a good map set for Godlike. If they can win this first map, like we already talked about, you have to try to survive to make it to the end of the best of 7.
Really solid start, just kind of 50-50 over the top of the hard point. Everyone kind of getting a feel for one another. Again, the statistics on this map should firmly favor that of Godlike based on how they've played it so far this week. And only a single instance we've seen Wolves. But the thing about this map too is if the SMGs can get hot early for Wolves, they could really become a problem. 16 plays 7. Lots of focus over towards rotation. Good kills for Wolves on the exits. That will establish them control of the left side of the map as we look over towards the bottom part towards P2.
10 seconds remain here for P1, and as you say, the rotation towards new is what's immediately focused for Wolves just about 10 seconds ago. They've been having players anchor out inside of P2 already, but not blocking the spawns for P2. The biggest issue for Godlike is that the positional advantage for Wolves has some split spawning across the map.
Yeah, and with the Predator Missile, it makes things a little bit more comfortable here for Wolves on rotation. Abiz does find a handful of kills. That's 3 in a row for him. That keeps the hard point at least more contestable from Godlike, trying to break from the front. Long route being hit by King, number 4 in yellow. He's just trying to shut down the window play, but Godlike are all in from the front. They climb the scaffolding, they get in, they find some time to contest. Follow up from Neon, able to at least shut down a couple of members, but you can see the Wolves members have to have their heads on a swivel as Godlike is swarming the hard point, just not able to find the kills to fully get in. Abiz again, though, becomes a catalyst, opening the door, and one more player to find. Prevail will get the kill, and there would be Godlike finding their first significant amount of time.
This is a big 25 seconds to have for yourself if you are Godlike, and I gotta say, heads up play still spawning out for them while the hard point was still active, trying to cut off the reinforcements for Wolves that were spawning effectively in for P2. That said, Wolves still have close respawns. They're trying to hit through the old time, given that Godlike are trying to set themselves up for the first money hill, which is P3.
Yeah, timing here actually favors Wolves, not only because they're able to get this exit, but with as much time as left in the hard point, they can still make moves across the middle of the map, and the kills are coming through. Neon, like we framed up, a big double backside red. That will establish some control as far as how Wolves want to try to find an entryway in towards this third hard point, and they're going to have operators to help establish this control on top of it. King, good shots with Peg, able to take down more Godlike members, and it's getting a little bit out of hand here for Godlike. Have to slow things down, have to find some sort of a hit and setup together, because at the moment it's feeling very individual. Neutrino only getting 1 for a War Machine, and Wolves are off to the races.
P3 is where we're going to see a lot of these operators come out and have to find a media effect. As you said, you want realistically to be able to find a whole lot more when you do pop out that War Machine, but I mean, Wolves, as far as effective usage for their operators, coming out on top. You still have Luren's operators should you want to use it. Same can be said for Pegs on the opposite side, but it seems that we're going to try to get the job done the hard way as an Annihilator gets popped by Luren, immediately shut down.
It's getting a little jittery right now for Godlike. A couple of good moments here and there in the kill feed, but it's not really amounting to significant time. Wolves definitely holding the edge in terms of how this map is trending towards their direction. 83 plays 37. Couple of extra seconds here at the edit. Godlike, I will say early, you need to find this rotation right here to P4. Get yourself back into this game. Luren with a Vortex gun. Gonna try to choke off these entry points around the side doors. Well done, able to find a couple. Then following up, Prevail. He's been good with the equalizers so far, and it looks like Godlike have a pretty good read here as far as where Wolves are spawning. There's only one out. King could possibly play a pitcher, but he gets taken down, and now Godlike have full control of P4.
Well, luckily enough, especially for Trunks, whether or not he was able to at least see a player spawn on the north side of the map was definitely helpful. Prevail still has an equalizer. 42 bullets left, and they're sliding on in. Luren gonna end up using his hunter-killer drone to at least clear the space. Furthermore, Prevail utilizing the Predator missile is keeping all these players at bay. It needs to be stressed. You needed the majority of this time if you are Godlike before that got out of hand in the first set.
And they absolutely provide brilliant usage of the operators. Now the last hit coming out from Wolves, all of it from the front doors. What? How does King get 3? That's enough to allow Sheen to get in. Can he find the final kills? Abiz, oh, what a double! Saw it from the victim's perspective, but it's impressive nonetheless, getting 2 on the slide. And Godlike, they've arrived into map number 1 and take their first lead.
I mean, barring King just sliding in, somehow finding a triple. Godlike turn P4 into a damn near full 60. That flips the lead, albeit by 8. Going in towards the second set, see where Godlike are currently positioned on the map. Still so much that has to be done. Operators in the back pocket for Wolves, 2 players strong, EMP system on the way for Prevail should he want to use it.
Really good stuff coming out of Abiz to keep his team in it. We said that a lot during the Hacienda map #1 when they had played in their previous series, and he's doing it here once again. Abiz taken down. Little caster curse there as Wolves are able to find themselves 3 straight eliminations, and now right back into the hard point go Chinese's team's best. Opportunity for Godlike still to try to make things mixy from the high ground, but Wolves now have full control of the 2 different points of areas that you want here over the top of P1. High ground control, super pivotal, and Wolves have a chance to soak up a majority of this back 20 seconds.
It was right around this time in the first set that Wolves really started to sink their teeth into Godlike. They have the close spawns for P2, keeping P1 contested. 10 seconds still remain as far as P1 is concerned, and Godlike are trying to send players in from the staircase on their side of the map. A spawn out does occur. You have 1 player, that's Abiz, that effectively spawns in for P2, but wonderfully scouted out by Peg, shutting things down before the rotation towards New.
But Trunks is able to kind of step into where he had left off, and Godlike will have a chance to make this mixy on rotation. Keeping an eye on Neutrino. War Machine gets popped. This is almost a solo play from him. His teammates are starting to flood in from window side, and he's going to have Wolves almost spawn trapped here in the back. The help is here for Godlike. Can Wolves get out of this?
Wow.
So much explosion happening in their spawn. We've got Gravity Vortex guns, Sparrows, War Machines, the kitchen sink, if you will. And Neutrino's going to continue to lock it down with an AR. A brilliant moment here for Godlike, and it forces the hand of Wolves to have to use something to try to crack this code.
Now it really starts to make your head scratch if you are Wolves. With the amount of time you contested for P1, you played for the future over by P2. But all of the operator usage was so good from Godlike, and now they have the close spawns to try to reinforce for the scrap time. Wolves feel like they're threatened to probably use some of their operators themselves should they want to do so. But you just have to try to keep this contested for about 10 seconds and hold the rotation towards New. But so much easier said than done.
Godlike are taking their attention over towards the top side of the minimap, rotating through red, trying to get in the back doors of this 3rd hard point. Neutrino does have the Predator missile, doesn't quite land for much as Wolves will cleanly exit away from the 2nd hard point and make their way towards mid-map. It'll be a fight, 50-50, as the hard point opens up. Peg from the front can really change things up with the Purifier if he wants to pop it here, but instead just trust the SMG and Neutrino will meet him. Prevail also getting involved. Godlike 2 for 1 on the kill feed, and it's clean immediately afterwards. Godlike able to step into the 3rd for some time early.
But they're all kind of trapped inside the hard point. That's a great read to take down Neon from Trunks to make sure that at least they have an exit going over towards the courtyard. 40 seconds remain here on P3, and Wolves are setting themselves up for a little bit of a pinch. Prevail, gonna pull out an equalizer, immediately shut down. It's the Claw that comes out to play for Zai. He's been good with this the entire weekend.
Now just by himself, he gets completely isolated. Abiz able to catch him by surprise, and Godlike starting to grow their lead. Trunks on the outside, gets a good read of the spawns, and a clean kill feed again for Godlike. Neon and Shing, last players left alive, trying to find a way to flush out these remaining Godlike members, but are unable to do so. Trunks will have the last word, and Godlike now grow a major cushion, 165 to 113, and heading towards rotation again.
And P4 is where they got themselves about a full 60 in the first set, Alan, so now you have to really feel the sweat dripping down your back if you are Wolves. You have to break this early, whatever means necessary. Neutrino with the War Machine up top is watching these players kind of waltz right in front of them but get shut down.
Zai on the ledge just completely avoids the launcher of the War Machine. Trunks getting to work, pinching things up through mid-map on 3 in a row. Turn and burn almost. Shing able to shut him down, but Godlike in the hard point for now. Neutrino following up. Wolves still with numbers, forcing their way in the hard way. Trunks beats it with the Claw and a nade combination. That'll be good for 3. Godlike with the numbers, and they have a perfect read on where Wolves are trying to hit this from. Oh, it's been clean so far from Godlike ever since we were here in the last rotation through, and they very well may find themselves over the 200-point mark on this hill.
Operator usage is an absolute chef's kiss out from Godlike, reacting to when Wolves ever try to utilize theirs. Trying to do it the hard way for the back 15 seconds. You feel like you need all of that, plus the majority of time on P1, plus the rotation towards New. It's a 70-point lead, give or take, that Godlike currently hold over Wolves' head.
And Wolves feel like they have to fight for every final second here. No reason not to. Spawns will be just over towards the left side of the map. Looking to fight for the high ground. Neutrino. Big gunfight went on to King. Holds on to one of the 3 major corners you're looking for. And oh my goodness, Lorne is snapping. And he's not done until King comes off spawn and finally bests him. Godlike still in the hard point. Over the 200-point threshold they go. Wolves struggling to find any sort of a footing since the first rotation of hardpoints, really since the first 3 hills, if we're being super specific, and that continues to be the case. Godlike ripping them apart.
2-11, counting on up, 35 seconds left to be soaked here at P1. Trunks has 45 kills. He's leading the entire lobby. Comparatively to the opposite side, your usual suspects aren't showing up. Peg is at an uncharacteristic 26 kills. Where is the slaying god for Wolves?
Bees is also just kind of floating from kill to kill. Pred missile called in. Godlike able to step closer towards getting themselves in that first map win column. Trunks, good double out of him. Finally put down by Xing, and Wolves will follow up. Okay, moment of control here. Clean kill feed leads to Wolves being able to soak up the scrap and make moves over towards New. Can they win the gunfights, though? That seems to have been the problems for the last 5 minutes of this map, and Godlike are going to rip them apart. Blue in the kill feed again, and with that, Abiz may put this out of reach with the Sparrow. Looking good for it as Wolves will spawn back over towards the left-handed side, and Godlike have every bit of awareness that this is happening.
But they're walking into Trunks, who also pulls out the Claw, finds himself too, forces King to pull out the Sparrow of his own. You have to shut down these operators and somehow contest the time, because Godlike are so keeping it contested.
Prevail, equalizer, and inside. Able to find the Claw just in the nick of time. Peg on the hunt with the Purifier. This kind of forces him out into the open, but it still works out for a double kill. Not done with the Claw yet is Zai, as he's able to combine a handful of eliminations and also gain a little bit of breathing room here. Wolves are not out of this. 20 seconds still to fight for. Godlike gonna give this a good old college try, see if they can find their way around the backside. Learn gets 2 before being shut down by a War Machine. Numbers not great for Godlike. Here comes the return for Wolves to the hill, but Learn and Trunks, they're still alive. Peg, last one left up top. Neither team could obviously win here, but it is really good news for Godlike to make Wolves really stretch on this rotation.
You effectively have to cut through the middle of the map in about a 6-second time. You have an operator in your back pocket if you are Xing. One operator at least available for Neutrino. Predator missile comes out, but Learn finds Sue. The kills are going in Godlike's way.
They can pop the War Machine right here, just blow him out of the map. That's exactly what's going to happen. Gravity Vortex Gun will focus on one side, War Machine on the other, and nobody from Wolves is going to be able to get into this hard point. Last couple of shots come out. Wolves individually trying to work their way on, but no, Godlike, after a slow start in the first 3 hills, never look back and take a convincing map 1 win.
Step 1 done for Godlike. As far as this best of 7 is concerned, that map 1 was everything for them to try to survive even longer. The rest of this map set looks pretty scary, all things considered, but I gotta say, the first set of hardpoints there in map number 1 was terrifying from Godlike's perspective. They were down considerably until we saw the end of P3 and then in towards P4, where they got a damn near full 60 of the operator usage. From there on out, it really felt like that they were extremely comfortable on the map.
And I have to say, kind of again, evaluating how Godlike play this map compared to other teams who have preferred it in the past, the best thing about that rotation from 3 to 4 is how quickly they were able to establish and force Wolves to spawn at the front doors at the 4th hardpoint. There was a couple of players that spawned up behind them, but they were quick to read it. And again, their operator usage was so well focused on where Wolves were coming from. A major map 1, not only because it starts you off on the right foot, but most importantly, that was Wolves' hardpoint pick. So, huge advantage when it comes to selecting your way through this series. 250, 186, and 53 kills from Trunks Heavens.
There was one thing I was worried about coming in towards this, watching LG and Godlike on the side. Were they going to be able to step up and slay with whatever Chinese team made it to the grand finals? I think this answers the question. I mean, barring some really strange, uncharacteristic KD ratio coming out from Peg, he looked extremely uncomfortable, but it could also be said on the opposite side that Godlike just looked that much more comfortable on the map. Their teamwork, cohesion, and overall operator usage was just shutting down everything that makes Wolves so terrifying in respawn.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing is you don't allow the SMGs to just dominate.
That's right.
You know, Zai had a couple of moments here and there. Wolves generally as an SMG frontline had a couple of moments here and there, but largely speaking, they weren't able to take over, which is something we've seen, like you just mentioned, all throughout the entirety of the weekend, even as most recently as that last series versus Q9. So again, just have to re-hit it one last time. That is a huge map 1 win for Godlike. Coming up next, Search and Destroy. Firing range is on the docket for us, which if you missed the opening game, holy cannoli. Godlike looked unbelievable, able to respond to LG's early aggression. They played 3 different 5v5 post plants, sneaking a Ninja Defuse in one in particular, and then after that, the mental chess absolutely favored Godlike. They made great adaptations throughout the map.
It's just insane to be able to see somebody a team, much less godlike of all teams here at Worlds, being able to meet the pace of LG, shut it down, split the half 3-3, and then win the next 4 in a row.
Yeah.
It's almost unheard of with the powerhouse that is Luminosity Gaming, but Godlike are the real freaking deal. So I think that when it comes down to firing range, not only are we going to be able to see that consistency of pace coming through from this Godlike roster, they're also quite adept at adapting to whatever team they are facing. We've seen that in Search and Destroy continuously, whether you're watching on the mainstream or you're watching on the Bravo, Charlie, or Delta stream, wherever Godlike we're playing at. That has been a consistency for them the entire weekend.
And just to kind of play the other side of the coin here, you know, Wolves, they're a great Search and Destroy team. We've said that time and time again. They kind of came into this event as probably the highlight Search and Destroy team from China. But you look at firing range, that has not necessarily been a map that they've preferred, nor do they have super convincing results on. Have not played it yet this weekend. They were 6-1 on it in Season 4, but don't let that number fool you, because most of those were like 9-6s and stuff of the nature, and they even lost this in overtime to Elevate in that CDFI Grand Final. So there are some things there where if this Godlike team were prepped up for it, they may have an idea as far as what exactly this Wolves team prefers to do as they were coming into this event. They won't have anything immediate to look at, but there is a lot of tape dating back to when they were playing in CDFI.
They did have a little exceptional amount of time in between the last series.
A lot more time than Wolves did.
That's for sure, to just talk things over with the team, with the coaching staff, whatever they have at their disposal to be able to learn as much as possible. I also saw them kind of sitting in the crowd, a few of their players, and actually trying to watch and converse with one another, trying to figure out how these teams are going to stack up against each other. There's one player in particular you need to watch out for. I don't care the Search and Destroy map that you are playing, Neon. That guy was out of this world ridiculous when it came to that Meltdown Search and Destroy versus Q9. His sniper is the truth today.
Yeah, and he was clutching up with it in a multitude of moments.
1v3s with the sniper? Ain't no way you can let that happen.
Yeah, I think this is one of those games that we could actually just go ahead and say it. Keep an eye on that battle between the Bees and Neon.
Yeah.
Whether it's first blood battles or if it's something that is kind of left to the flank watch, whatever it happens to be, that 1v1 between those two sniper rifles in particular could be the difference maker in this map. Again, I would say this, even though, again, the numbers say Wolves are well rehearsed, they play it a lot, haven't played it this weekend, I have a lot of favor for Godlike here at map number 2.
I do too. Momentum is a hell of a drug, and honestly speaking, the way that Godlike bounced themselves back from that hardpoint deficit and took it in strides, you really do need everything that you possibly could offer if you are Wolves, should you want to even up this series.
Yep, absolutely the case. Small false start here. And just a reminder, in case you just tuned in late, Takeoff, that was Wolves' hardpoint pick.
Yes,
massive to say, considering that Godlike looked as good as they did. Coming up after the firing range, we still have a standoff going in for the control. That is one that I don't know if it necessarily favors one side or the other. I think just generally speaking, Wolves have preferred to stay away from Raid. So you kind of look at them on their pick saying there's a reason why they wanted it in the mix, but we know how standoff could be. Sometimes it's very, very coin flippy. And then after that, then you've got Godlike's hardpoint pick, which is the Hacienda, which they were really clutch and icy on when they had played just a bit ago when they were up against LG. So again, I think the first half of this map set really does look pretty favorable towards Godlike, and you need to come out with at least 2, if not maybe 3 of these first 4 maps if you want to have a chance to win today.
It is the scarier part, again, coming from a single elimination bracket, is that you don't get the veto on the controls.
Yeah.
So you're almost sitting there looking at the opposite side of the stage if you are Wolves, and you're like, please pick Crossroads.
Yeah.
Please pick Crossroads.
Yeah.
Because they've only played Raid one time through stage 4, and they lost it. Of all things, I think that you have to be looking at Wolves just to kind of rely on their tried and true, and that is the fact that their Search and Destroy is very good, and they're the #1 control team out of China. So is that enough to carry them through the repetition that is this Godlike roster?
All good points. We vibing in the crowd. I see you, brother. Hanging out. And it's been energetic all day long. And I think the biggest thing about it is everyone was coming in today like, okay, what time does LG and Wolves play? And everything has kind of gone terse to say next year, maybe. Everything's been turned aside. It's just wild to kind of see those expectations be pretty much well accepted across the entirety of the community. And the surprise story just continued to make its way through this tournament with Godlike. And what a story it is. Again, it's one of those things, like when you hear these interviews and everyone's talking about other teams, everyone's talking about East versus West, and then you got India that's just talking about themselves, and they're just like, hey, we're just here, we're a group of guys. It's pretty inspiring to see what they've been able to do. Very wholesome.
Well, you know, it's awesome to be able to truly witness. I remember I was sitting backstage with Glitter, just waiting for the outcome of that Luminosity versus Godlike roster, or matchup, excuse me, in that map number 5. I have never stood out of my seat all weekend long to come sprint out to the main stage to witness it firsthand.
Yeah, it's nuts.
You remember last year in Raleigh, nobody took India seriously. Nobody at all.
We didn't have a reason to, though.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, both teams just did not show up and look as prepared as they needed to be.
So you take a look at both Godlike and Vitality from that year's end, and you're like, hey, you want to mess around and create a super team, much like how Luminosity did, and you get the better of, I guess, what was global #1?
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah. And I think the thing, too, that's, again, just a credit to the Snapdragon Pro Series is that Season 4 format helped teams grow, I think, a ton across the world. 5 weeks worth of group stages followed up by a regional playoff. You got a lot more time to kind of go through VOD, think about what went wrong, what went right, really break things down and really do your homework. And it looks like Godlike have definitely provided the prep that we were hoping to see from them last year here in 2023. Issues have been resolved. We're ready to get things going. It's Fire and Search and Destroy again. Major favorite, you would think, just based on how Godlike played it before. They will be starting off on the defensive side. No early aggression here from Wolves as Godlike take a bit of a gamble stack over towards B, and they're actually pushing through. If they get this top jungle route, that would be massive for Godlike's map control.
But you have to imagine that Wolves are going to be watching that. 2 players strong around Wood. Even the bomb carry here for Jing, expecting the push to come through. These 3 players for Godlike expecting the same thing. Somebody needs to push through.
What? That is an unbelievable shot from Neon. Abiz was in a prime position to watch that cross, proned up in a window, and Neon just jump peek connects. And now he knows there's more. Looking for an extra opportunity to kind of get the numbers in favor of Wolves. Looks like that opportunity has closed. And now we follow the bomb carrier over towards the A site. In their way is Learned. He's the only one here. A couple of the shots tag up a handful of Wolves members, and it's actually enough to kind of push a handful back, but as the smoke comes through, it's enough cover for Xing to get this bomb planted.
Numbers favoring that for the post plan of the offensive team. Tin Control is also there. Also have a player lurking top Wood. His retake is mostly coming through from America for Godlike.
Looks like all 4 members are going to try to flood this. Over the top, King able to help out. Xing holding on to his life over the top of the bomb site as well. Peg from trailer assisting. Last player left, nowhere to go. And yeah, good post play, really good fuel. And it all starts with that battle. Neon versus Abiz. Tally at 1-0 in favor of Abiz, or part of Neon.
All I'm going to say is I'm not surprised. That guy is nuts. That first blood was just about everything for them to be able to pivot through the middle of the map and get that bomb planted over at A. Everybody on Wolves got to kill that previous round.
Yeah. Godlike heavy stacking their defense over towards A. More patience here from Wolves. So you can definitely tell that their whole idea is let's try to feel things out with our scopes. And Abiz once again will drop very early on. Wolves have so much clock to play with. And this is the thing that we've seen out of Wolves, is they get numbers advantage and will kill all noise, create doubt, force Godlike to start second-guessing their setup before they eventually feel things out and try to hit.
Unforced errors. It's very popular for Search and Destroy, especially looking at this Wolves roster. I mean, they have numbers. They know they took the sniper down, but they're still expecting for a push to still come through. You still have a full-on stack for Godlike around the same bomb site, expecting the push to still come over there.
Double stack in front of the site. Help Learning over the top. That's Learn himself. Here comes the hit. And the crossfire is really good. Free phone. Able to get to 1. Neon over the top. Jump snipe will hit. Can't quite find the second, but Zai will follow forward, and that will be enough to collect the kills. Bomb does get dropped in the process, though. But the numbers offensively super favoring Wolves who go to a 4v2.
So trying to maneuver towards this A bomb site, need to collect the rock before you completely lay it down. But I mean, again, Neon holding the angles, able to get the quick sight, and Zai's able to plant the bomb. It is just over. Again, you really do feel like, for Godlike, a lot of these rounds aren't going to come in a winning conclusion until you deal with Neon in that scope.
Sure, absolutely. And there's going to be a decision that has to be made here in round number 3 for Godlike. Do we continue to try to battle in 1v1 with sniper rifles, or do we just stay away from him and force this Wolves front line to have to be the playmakers? Nades over towards B jungle. Nothing there to connect with, so those will go empty. Trunks playing a crossfire with Prevail. And it looks like we're getting our answer here early here, Proper. Both Snopes for the side of Godlike have backed up completely until Neutrino tries to play with a little bit of elevation, topside 10, and Neon again converts for first blood.
Insane. You give him a shoulder, he will take off your entire torso. That is just the Neon way. 2 goose eggs still sitting, 3, excuse me, for Godlike. And I would say play more patient and expect the push to come to you. But by the time, again, any bit of information is soaked and absorbed by Wolves, they're ready to pounce and turn that into a couple kills.
Yep. Abiz is going to have to step forward here, too. And not going to happen. Neon continues to connect. It's just nothing safe to peek right now if you're godlike. Neon isn't missing. Already on 5 kills, and we're just in round 3 with still more kills potentially to come. Nade over the top will be sent over towards barrel position. Peg able to get another elimination through mid-map, makes this plant nearly a guarantee. And Abiz will not be able to do too much. No chances at pre-firing the bomb or finding a kill on the exit. So once more, we find ourselves in a 2v4. Not good news here for godlike.
Having a retake with Abiz in his scope. Lurin also picks up a scope from the ground as well. Is able to at least find 2 quick scopes in succession. At least mitigating the life disadvantage, but still, that clock is not on your side.
And you're still trying to re-break this with 2 scopes at the moment. Checking over through long. Lurin has a ground in his back pocket. Here's the check from King, and quick shots from Lurin. Trying to protect the player inside a trailer, but then it's a double wide swing from Wolves, finding both kills simultaneously. So normally, it would be Abiz and Neutrino that are sniping, but someone may want to give it over to Lurin if he's hitting quick snopes like that.
I mean, given the fact that Abiz and Neutrino have a resounding 0 kills in between the two, as they're still trying to figure out where the hell Neon is located at, might have to make a compelling argument for it there. Brothers smoke through the middle of the map, at least getting some warning shots out. But all of Wolves, again, are just waiting for somebody for godlike to overextend.
Yeah, this is literally a battle of discipline right here. It's godlike versus themselves, essentially. Don't overpeak. Take hard scoped angles. Force Wolves to make tough decisions. Don't let them just pick you apart one by one with the scopes. King has gotten a super forward angle. Expect that Wolves will try to do something to rotate godlike over towards this A site and try to feed King a couple of free shots.
King is pushed all the way up over towards the A-bomb side. That's a lot of space cleared. With all 10 players still remaining in the lobby, Zai thinks that's a delicious idea to plant the bomb.
Yeah, Neutrino trying to hope for some spam shots, not going to work out. And again, the difference maker is King, playing on that 1-for-1 angle over the top. Flank on the way in the back. Peg has a pretty good idea of this, but he actually looks away at the exact wrong moment. Can godlike find success on this retake from behind? Lurin able to get the first. And now, Neon, trusted, has to find a couple just to make sure this wood house position stays locked in. Abiz takes down King in the corner. Now numbers for godlike. Neon comes up empty. Now numbers significantly for the side of godlike. Jing and Zai, last one's left. Late play from Xing. Oh, and he's able to find a handful. Prevail, 1v1. Can he get here in time? Xing's just gonna play with the clock, has to hop it. Here's the check, shot comes through. Wait, does he have enough time for it? No. Almost stepped on in the nick of time, but it went to 2 seconds too quickly, and Wolves will have a 4-0 edge.
It's a game of discipline, Alan. You already called it right at the beginning of that round. And Wolves understand that. I mean, Jing's positioning over by Bathroom was everything, especially when you already had players push over by the A-bomb site. Things you need to be aware of if you are godlike and try to adapt, given that there's only 2 more rounds on this side.
Idea for a quick hit defensively through B, but again, Wolves just are not budging. Quick play from Trucks, caught on sprint. You can feel godlike getting antsy. Nothing's working their way. It's a very different style than what they just played versus LG. Neon still shrugged off. Long-range shots are good. Prevail also trying to sneak forward, gets shut down. It's just Wolves are just happy to sit around for the first 45 to 60 seconds of the round and say, yeah, come on in. We'll take these 1v1s from our fortified houses.
Making this firing range feel like an Arklov peak with how much space that they have and how much time they're able to exhaust. Godlike just need to stop getting antsy. They are at least taking down Neon, but you're still in a 3v4. Bomb's gonna get planted here today.
It's another odd man situation on a post plant. Oh my goodness, if King is able to get that scope up again, there's a pretty heavy chance that he converts. Follow-up play from Zai at mid-trailer, works out well for not 1 but 2. Last player left is Neutrino with nowhere to go. I mean, it really is the simple fact of this half has been decided by godlike just running into Wolves who are happy to have them.
And the question remains, why?
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Either throw some shoulders, try to get that first pick, or just play a full-on retake. There's no reason on defense, especially for fire range, you need to be giving up that many lives too early.
Oh, look at this information from Neon. Whoa, what an angle from Abiz. A quick slide through from Prevail had Neon preoccupied, and Abiz's late pick will work out for first blood. Nice little cheeky play off the front side. Trunks also up close and personal. Wood window will take down 2, and here we go. Godlike starting to find a lot of control all of a sudden, but is it maybe too little, too late? Last defensive round of the half for them, looking pretty locked in, but even that told, there's still a chance here. With King still alive, first shot goes wide. There will not be initially another chance for a second. The double peek comes through, and Abiz will find the kill. That will get the first round for godlike.
First round, but I feel like it's a day late and a round short.
Yeah, well, three rounds short, really.
Yeah, truly. 5-1 half. Now you need to convert on all of these rounds just to potentially force overtime. You are godlike, who are now on the offense. At least you got to see what happens when you take down at least one scope. Trunks can get in their face.
Wolves stacking 2 into trailer. Nades are actually landing here. Peg has gotten tagged up by a handful of utility. Does Godlike have the ability to flush this out? Do they even want to? Trunks will sneak forward. Bomb from Prevail getting planted. Here's the check from Wolves. Toe tags come through, but not enough to stop the plant. Prevail will get it down. Jump peek from Peg. Not going to work out as Neutrino tallies first blood. That is not a good nade. Get out, Mr. President. Get out of there. Godlike still holding real close towards trailer side. And these two players from Wolves cannot get on trailer. There's just no exit here whatsoever. Neon has to literally force the door open, and okay, that may be enough. Shing's able to get 2. Trade starting to come through, but a little bit of presence for Godlike. Is it enough? Down to a 1v1. Neutrino playing from the opposite side. 13 seconds on the clock. Shing has not seen him yet. Neutrino just holding cover and then pops up as soon as utility connects. Well played, and Godlike get 2 in a row.
Yeah, really well played coming out from Godlike. Again, given that fact that they were able to get on that bomb site very, very quickly, hold in the middle of the map, keep those players trapped inside a tin as long as they did. Plus, the post plant was exhausting about like 10, 15 seconds before those players finally left trailing.
And this is one of those things, when you drop 5.5, you better hope that your second half is just better prepped than whatever Wolves have to offer. First blood again to Neon. He has been all over it, and King will follow up. The scopes for Wolves, such an issue, such a problem. And now you've got a very laborious 3v5. Wolves can just sit back and enjoy the scenes until Learn actually sneaks up. If he could get this planted, it would be massive, but the check for Peg is good. Definitely confirmation on the damage that had been dealt previously. And the last 2 members of Godlike are stuck without the bomb. Make it 1.
A little back and forth jump shot. Neon gets the better. And we'll find the last of Neutrino. So map point here for Wolves. And again, it is just a game of mere inches. You cannot afford to make any mistakes. To your point there, Shift, you gotta play it so perfectly on this side, given that you gave up 5 rounds on the defense.
Yep, and it's gonna be a gut check call over towards B. Trophy systems will keep them safe. But again, King jump peeks that and connects? Are you kidding me? Prevail gets into closet, but King is still backed up and playing over through tire side. Abiz is having a little bit of an issue with Zai on the backside of Car. And the kills for Wolves are fully here. Defense is rotated over, it's clean, it's polished, and it's just down to Neutrino. Nowhere to go. 7-2 to Wolves. Both teams now taking each other's opening map picks.
It's really unsurprising, but yet surprising for that one simple fact, right? Is that yes, you are taking your opponent's map picks, but Wolves being a search and destroy team, the one map mode combination that they have dropped historically over the past calendar year has been Hardpoint, but search and destroy should be their wheelhouse. So this might be enough to at least get the cogwheels turning for this Wolves roster. And at a perfect moment, too. Again, going down 0-2 in any series, best of 3, best of 5, best of 7, no good spot to be at. But this is going to be a wonderful spot to be at for Neon in particular ahead of that standoff control.
And the thing about it, too, just to kind of zoom out and, again, credit Wolves' search and destroy prowess, if your sniper rifles are smoking everyone on firing range, you still have a Tunisia and a meltdown to come if you have to go to 7. That's dangerous, I think, if you're Godlike. And I think the sentiments that we had about how if Godlike were to win a championship today, it would have to be through the respawns, that's just been shipped up and shipped out by what we just saw right there in firing range. Wolves are looking nice with it.
I'm not gonna lie, just immediately looking at the stats and the development from a lot of these rounds, double positive out from Neon. Shing going 9-6 with the MVP for his team. Yeah, I saw that, the guarantee for the Tunisia. And I think that's already going to be looking like a pretty good field day for Neon on any search and destroy or any map that he can pull a sniper out of.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, again, just looking at the records, technically speaking, by record and statistic, Wolves got all 3 of their best and most played search and destroys.
Yep.
And there is a byproduct here of, because Godlike don't like to play Express, and you have to hard veto out your worst map, you're giving away a lot of freedom in a best-of-7 format to the team on the opposite side of the stage. And go figure, they happen to be from China, where they love to play search and destroy. So not great news there, and I think, again, it just has extra stress to the standoff that's coming off.
That is the hardest part, especially when you and I continuously talk about Godlike in particular. You have to think about their practice, their preparation leading into this event in such a small region where you realistically only have Vitality to be scrimming up against. Because when you go back and you look at them as a region, I mean, they were essentially just steamrolling everybody all the time on every single map mode combination. And when they get to the international scale, this is where they start to realistically showcase all of that talent versus Vitality in their hyperbolic time chamber inside of India.
Yeah.
And that's where the question marks remain on having your hard vetoes. Just because you don't like to play the map, it might be worth trying to do that just to get rid of your opponent's best possible outcome.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
There's a lot to be questioned when it comes down to Godlike, though everything that has been talked about backstage for scrimmages and between all these teams internationally is that Godlike are the absolute truth. You don't necessarily ever want to count them out of any situation given that the odds might be stacked against them.
So again, must-win map feels like.
Yeah.
Okay.
The problem is that it's Control.
Well,
and this is the #1 Chinese team on Control, but it is standoff where
I feel like anything can happen.
Yeah, you get any sort of inch, you could turn it into a country mile. Granny is going to be in overtime work with the amount of spawn traps that could end up coming to be here on this map number 3.
And another moment where you put a lot of attention and spotlight over towards the SMGs on both sides to see who can find a way to catch momentum and take away the map quickly. Here we go. 1-1 tally. Best of 7 grand finals. Wolves responding on the firing range, search and destroy in convincing fashion. Godlike will have the benefit of defense, though, seeing as this is Wolves' map pick, and they already made their play through the backside of gas, and the kills are absolutely perfect for Godlike starting up. First 3 will get tallied, and the spawn trap is already on. Holy smokes, what are we watching? First 7 kills, good. Godlike already pinning Wolves back into their base.
Already inside a top bedroom as well, like you talked about. I mean, they immediately flooded all the way through the backside of Hotel, through Delhi, got right in their faces. It was a flawless opening break for Godlike, still trailing by 6 lives are Wolves, but they're slowly trying to get out of their spawn.
It's just taking so much time, and it's taking a lot of lives as well. Decent trades coming out, being able to provide an exit over through gas station side, but with the time being as low as it is, you kind of have to keep your focus over towards the front of the map, and my goodness, this guy doesn't miss. Another quick snipe out of Neon. King trying to get flush out the back play. What is that slide? A beast just got on the slip and slide from literally refrigerator all the way to backside Delhi, and is able to break a handful of ankles as time starts to run out on Wolves. Last 9 lives, 22 playing 9, and this is a huge start for Godlike.
Yeah, I'll say. Feels like they can almost do no wrong until Neon finds himself too with the boomstick, but he's realistically the only one that's finding value. The problem is that he's doing it with the sniper, and he's trying to create space for his SMGs and ARs to get in better positioning. But this one was all over from the opening break. I mean, that flawless opening that Godlike had was, for all intents and purposes, Godlike.
Yeah, absolutely. So there it is. That'll be the round. Neon not able to quite get there. So again, this is one of the things that I always have kind of looked at and evaluated. You know, the Eastern teams, Chinese teams in particular, they love to pull sniper rifles out on controls. And yeah, it's great because you get a one-shot kill more often than not. But how do you follow up after that elimination comes through, especially in a map like Standoff where you've got so much ground to cover to see either zone. So a perfect opening defense from Godlike. Now it's up to what they can do offensively. And on their breakoff, they do get over to A quickly. Not quite able to stay on top of the zone. Sloppy shots from Zai, punished, but the trade comes through, so no damage dealt. Xing over to the backside of gas station also gets dealt with. So again, back and forth here. Godlike dealing with the bees, playing through warehouse, have a chance to try to join them over towards the A site.
That Standoff is a very difficult map to find value with offensively, but it was a full hold, so if you are Godlike and you want that round 5 defense, it's starting to shake things up to look that way. You realistically just need to be able to find a segment or 2 on one of these 2 zones. Getting a couple kills all the way through Hotel is pushing Wolves back in towards their spawn. They're currently on both zones.
Learn hasn't found anything yet with the Annihilator, but he's going to be a problem from this top window position. Trunks making sure that nobody from Wolves can recontest this A zone, at least not for free. Learn eventually caught off. Trunks, does he find this kill here? Sure does. And with that, second tick of progress will be locked over towards A. Sparrow for Neon, trying to find a way to kind of get back to this zone, maybe try to stop that third tick of progress from coming through. Here come Wolves, playing hard for the retake. Can they get there in time, though? It's still being ticked up. There's still a member on. Neon didn't realize it. He may have only thought one player was there. So an extra 60 seconds get added, and we're playing 15v15.
Job still good, well done. If you are looking at it from Godlike's perspective, even if you lose this, as far as a round is concerned, that full segment capture is massive. Trying to push a little bit further forward. Our Wolves getting themselves in towards the backside of Delhi. Now it's all up to Xing to see if he can try to keep them trapped even further. But Godlike, again, have found an avenue through back Delhi.
Yeah, sure have. And there's still tools to be used here. 9 playing up against 11. Minute 20 in the clock. That B zone doesn't have to be a focus as of yet for Godlike. Just comes down to can you work your way into some good positions to find decent kills, and this one from a Bees should be able to eventually lock down the shots. And now we go 8v8. Left side of the minimap starts to come up blue. Up top, nice shutdown comes out for Wolves though, dealing with the threat. Still more to come though, and King gets caught by surprise. 6v7 now all of a sudden. And Wolves have kind of backed off that attempt to try to get forward defensively. They're just trying to play these lives out and use the clock as an ally. Prevail though with the equalizers, getting to work clearing out Warehouse.
Needs to be able to find further value with this. You feel like that if you're pulling the equalizer out this late in a 6v7, that should be the call that you can possibly close things down, but it forces Zai out to pull the Annihilator.
Whoa, what shots those are from Neutrino, long range against the Annihilator, 5v5, 30 seconds on the clock. Trunks up top, 1v1, it goes his way. Trade still in the kill feed, pinstripe it goes. Can you find a way to get over here? 3v3, Trunks is up top of the spot. He's got the pitch, misses the shots. Not on one, but on two. Is there any follow-up? Wolves have stayed alive from what to be certain disaster. But Trunks is still playing bottom side bread. Now playing on top of the zone. 1v1, this is for the round. On the zone is Godlike. Zai over the top, dealt with by Prevail. And Godlike find themselves up 2-0.
Oh my word. Are things getting out of hand for Wolves? It's these opening breaks that just keep on stabbing them in the back continuously. And there's realistically no fight back in the middle of these rounds. Godlike are too persistent. Operators being pulled out left, right, and center towards the end of the last round. And Abiz is looking to layering on the pressure through the opening break once again.
Oh, it gets a little bit crossed up though. Notice that the A zone still being captured. Wasn't sure if you wanted to take the Sparrow for a spawn trap or take it back to defend A. So Wolves clean out of spawn, cleanly getting the second tick of progress and with a lot of lives still to play with. And you can see Godlike are going to chalk this. Rotate over, try to set up a defense over through Tractor side, but Neon is here, and that may be enough. Oh my goodness, Neon, that's filthy. Able to get himself two before Neutrino finally shuts him down, but the extra 60 seconds is added. We got 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
Lives just about even. Well, look at the positional advantage that you have coming through from Wolves, pushing all the way back. I mean, you have one player that is so far south, it's basically off the screen for Godlike, trying to make sure that the flank is secured. So the fight going over by Grandma's car is everything, and Wolves come out on top.
Prevail just has no fear, man. He was the one coming in to help fill in for Skull Guy, who can't quite be here. I'm sure he's Godlike's #1 fan right now in the chat, and maybe even more so. Prevail's #1 fan at the moment. Neutrino after the War Machine has the Pred missile, calling it in. Does that turn anything over to Godlike's favor? Not quite. Small life advantage here for Wolves, but nearly a full minute has been ticked off the clock with this Godlike defense.
So have a life lead. They have an operator from Jing. The biggest issue is you're almost forced to, at the moment that you get any sort of advantage, you have to press the triggers and you have to get yourself on towards these zones, because any round loss means that you're going to be down 1-2.
Wolves have a couple of operators to try to spend if they can find a way in towards B. Gravity Vortex gun will start things off. These are desperate, trying to vacuum players into the abyss. Not quite fully going to work out, and actually it's Trunks on the opposite side with a claw. Abiz also trying to chase things down, and it's just such good aggression out of Godlike. Holding off the inevitable hit from Wolves. Everything pushed back in towards spawn. 55 seconds on the clock, 3 life advantage for Wolves.
Claw up, invested, exhausted from Trunks. They can just play all the way to the backside of Bakery and just make sure that their flank remains secured. 43 seconds, 13 points up against 10. You feel like that this might just be Wolves' last good hit to try to get onto the zone.
It really feels that way. Look how stretched on the map they are. Learn feeling the pressure, has popped a proactive Annihilator. Hasn't seen anything yet, though, and he's running on a charge on this and gets surprised. Here comes the hit from Wolves. Clean kills coming through. 13 playing up against 5. Well, 25 seconds on the clock. The best condition for Godlike is to try to use the clock to their advantage, but it's not going to work out. Peg gets into the spawn and will not be pushed away. Wolves, a critical offense, have a chance still in the map.
Just staying alive here in the map #3 for Wolves. Their biggest concern, again, comes down to their opening breakoffs. Again, control is done or dusted off your opening breaks. And for the opening 2 rounds that Godlike won, they've had tremendous opening breaks. That was the first time that we got to see Wolves have a good one for themselves on defense. They're at least witnessing that a lot of players are pushing over towards that A-bomb side square. Some kills are already coming through from Godlike. They're already stepping foot on that B zone.
Zai, Annihilator out. Trying to watch over the top of this cross as Godlike had a very good exit off of their opening break off towards B, and now that's all been pushed away. Zai still finding a way to get kills. Predator missile earned, and oh, get out of my face! You want to go boxing? Nah, not fair. Trunks able to get 2 off of his next respawn, but it feels like the damage has already been dealt. 26 playing 19. Wolves setting up the spawn trap. Neon with the scope. Not the weapon that he wants. Has an SMG in the back pocket, but couldn't quite lock down a Bees. Pred missile off the rip. Does take down Trunks, and the life lead continues to be significant for Wolves defense.
And again, the problem will still surmount for Wolves that every single time they get some semblance of an advantage, whether that be a resource or an operator, you have to call it in and never relent off the gas. Prevail does have an equalizer to pull out should he want to use it, but it's looking like you probably want to save it for that round 5. It's inevitable at this point that you're down by 6 lives.
That's what I'm saying too. I just don't want to see Godlike pull anything here unless they can start to find some control over one of these 2 zones and start to reduce the life lead the old-fashioned way. Clock stopped at 26 seconds. You've got 1 member on A. Help is nearby, but not fully there at the moment, and Wolves are trying to isolate. Trunks is the player left alive, though, and he may be enough. He's still on. First tick of progress gets locked. A couple of good kills come through here, and hold on. 13 plays 15. Neon not really a part of this defense. He can't quite get down. So the balcony jump comes through. Now the second tick gets locked in. And Godlike now have the green light. They could not just play for this 3rd tick, but they could definitely invest operators that they feel they can win this offense.
I feel like you just want to try to get more resources out from Wolves going in towards that round 5. You already know you have a round 5 defense if you are Godlike. You just cannot afford to get steamrolled over like what happened in their previous defense. Backing things up all the way through Grandma's, making sure that their flank is secure before they try to take a real good look on how they can break over inside of B.
This is a blind war machine from Neutrino.
Yeah.
He is able to clear out a lot of space, so it provides an avenue for Godlike to get over towards the zone, but can they crack the defense completely? Neon has swapped off the scope and found himself a kilo. That'll be good for a couple of kills up top, but Godlike still make their way on. Force comes through, and Neon right down low. Again, comes up clutch. Claw from King to try to deal with this. 7 plays 12, but Peg, he pops the equalizers out towards the offensive spawn, so more operators getting spent here for Wolves in a round that looked like it was pretty much going to go their way anyway.
You would think so, but I mean, the way that Godlike got past Statue and they were already investing a handful of operators themselves, it's better to secure it from Wolves' perspective comparatively to Godlike, who really wanted to make sure that they maintain some operators going in towards this upcoming defense. 2 plays up against 10, it's not very likely. It's going to end up going to a round 5. Let's be candid here.
Yeah.
Take a look at Neon, though. He does have a considerable amount of resources that he can utilize going into this round 5, but the biggest issue that you're probably talking to yourself if you are Godlike right now is what went wrong in their previous defense.
Last 8 seconds should come with some anticlimactic fashion. A lot of time on the clock, though. That's the bigger thing, and so there's going to be a little bit of extra charge potentially for some of these operators that were just previously used. So we go to round 5. You called it. The resources for Neon individually are wide. He's got the Hunter Killer, the Preddy, and he's got his Sparrow at the ready. How do you want to utilize it? Will he come out of spawn with a scope? Yes, he will. So do you just set up and hope that Neon can get an opening shot and then go through that lane? That very well may be the case, because he can follow up now that he's got the Sparrow.
That's quite literally what happened in their previous offense. Trunks still wants to get aggressive, past the gas station, pulls out the Claw. He's not here alone. Abiz is here as well. Neon finds that first pick, but not a moment too late. It's already Godlike winning the opening breakoff, give or take.
Gravity Vortex finds a lot of value for Shing before he drops. Claw inside a cafe. Could be deadly, but it runs out of charge. Neon still holding on. Here comes the Pred missile being called in. Lerm over the top at Hotel, trying to see if anyone crosses through mid-tank with the Annihilator. Instead finds Neon, but misses the shot. So this Annihilator kind of goes without much to cause. Wolves try to stack over to the back alley. Can they get good contact here? Zai taken down. Neon, almost there to capitalize. Just as Lernet lost the Annihilator charge, but he pulls the Sparrow, and Trunks takes him out of the picture quickly. Trunks now dominating through mid-map. 22 plays 22, time becoming an issue. But keep your eye on Peg. Number 1 in yellow has gotten through. Can he make a mess of this Godlike defense?
He's already throwing out a couple shots, and Prevail's trying to hunt him down from this positioning, and a 1v1 inside of Bakery. Peg is able to stay alive, and that means that you can get presence over towards speed. 3 life lead now for Wolves, and they're stalling out the clock. Zai has the Annihilator out. He's able to at least find himself a kill. More space being provided here for Wolves.
Critical decision-making time right here for Godlike. Do you want to try to keep this spawn trap up and put some damage into the lives, or do you come back to stop the progress at B? Second tick gets locked in. No one's going back for the B zone. They're going to trust that Trunks can continue to just wreck Wolves inside their spawn, but he's already been pushed off. There's going to be a lot of time here. for Wolves to still work with, and an A defense not as common as that very favored back right corner where B is.
No, it's not, given that all of the spawns are still occurring on the backside of Grannies. That said, Godlike, as you were talking about, have already invested that they can try to keep them in the spawn trap. Abiz, where were you thinking of going? You already have them spawning out over behind Grandma's.
Oh.
He puts himself in a terrible position, but more kills to be traded out for sure.
Massive from Learn to keep Trunks alive, and no one's able to track down where Trunks had gone to. He was at 1 HP. Now he can try to get in towards Grandma's. But once again, it's kind of a battle on two fronts right here. Wolves is also playing from the Godlike side of the map. Time becoming an issue again. 45 seconds on the clock. Godlike still trying to force this spawn trap. And Wolves really aren't coming back to either the zone or to help their teammates. And Neutrino is going to have a war machine, but it gets shut down immediately. 9 plays 8. Wolves able to get out of spawn. Just comes down to, can they get to the point? 30 seconds remaining.
The Peg overextending, trying to find more kills past the L bar there in the middle of the map. Neon has an operator, pulls out the Sparrow.
Here comes the chance. Oh, Neon shut down from the Sparrow. 8v5, 17 seconds on the clock. Godlike starting to really get some footing here on this defense. Last ditch effort for Wolves. Peg has his operator. Can he get into a position to use it? Couple of good trades come through. 3v6 now all of a sudden. Forcing the fight up top. Oh, here comes Peg with the equalizer. This is still doable in a 2v5. Peg now by himself. He's able to find himself a double. Trying to chase down the kills with the clock. You gotta stay on the zone. 1 second remains. 1v3 situation. And Godlike should just let this equalizer run out. There's no need to challenge yet. Here come the Chels. And Neon maybe needed to be the guy instead of Peg because there just wasn't an opportunity to use those equalizers. Godlike stay alive, survive through round 5, and take the edge back in the series.
A lot closer than I'm sure they wanted to, given they had a 2-0 lead in that standoff control. I'll tell you that much, Shift. At least they got the job done there at the end. It was a right call coming through there in the round number 4 to make sure that they maintained some semblance of operators, knowing damn well that there was probably going to be some streaks on the opposite side. Neon was holding that Sparrow for a long time.
Yeah.
It's not exactly always the high-impacting operator. Neon was the operator there with a sniper rifle most often than not. It's what we've come to expect from Wolves, but Godlike, getting the respawns, that is a statement to be said.
Yeah.
Taking a control, no matter the map, off of China's best.
Big stuff for India, up 2-1 in this best-of-7 grand final. Coming up next, we've got the Hacienda Hardpoint, Godlike's map selection. But so far, a lot of the map picks have gone the opposite direction. Will that continue to be the case, or can Godlike take a super big edge and find themselves on tournament point? We find out when we come back from the break. Welcome back there, friends, family, and all of you here in Atlanta. We have a 2-1 map count in the grand finals, best of 7. And boy, I'll tell you, DreamHack, you guys have been awesome literally all weekend long. The crowd's been getting nuts today. I think a lot of it is fueled by the unbelievable underdog story we have in our hands right now. It's really been one of those that, again, I don't think anyone would have predicted this. You know, as a finals, maybe people had Wolves in it, but to see Godlike make it the top 8, supersede LG, and now be up to possibly be a new world champion and a first-time champion in Indian esports. Huge storylines being written as we approach a Hacienda Hardpoint proper.
Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves here, though, Alan, because yes, we have the Hacienda Hardpoint, but that Tunisia Search and Destroy is still looming in the distance. Yep. But as far as Hacienda is concerned, I think that when you're looking at this from Godlike's perspective, I think the takeoff was already quite telling for you that you can be out-rotating this Wolves roster. You can clearly slay with the best of them. It doesn't seem that they're firing off on all cylinders when it comes down to their gunning. And Hacienda hasn't been terrible for you this weekend,
not at all,
considering that you were able to beat Luminosity, albeit by 8 points. And the same thing for Standpoint at the same time. This is a map mode combination, much like Takeoff, that works out wonderfully for their playstyle.
Yeah, I agree. I think on the other side of things, you know, looking at Q9 getting themselves ready to go and trying to see if they can find their first respawn win here in this series, you got to remember that they beat Tribe on this map. And even though Tribe didn't make it to the top 8, everyone I think that recognizes the NA talent knows that Tribe Hacienda is not to be trifled with. So the fact that they let it through and were able to pull off some late heroics to best Tribe on their best map mode combo is massive. So even though this is Godlike selection, you know Wolves got to be feeling pretty confident with what they've been able to showcase on this map earlier this week.
Better be feeling confident after all those interviews saying that they were going to be the #1 team. Yeah. They know that they wanted to make it to the grand final. Great, that's step 1 done. Now you need to claim the prize and hoist the trophy there at the end. It's going to be a tough choice, to say the least, when it comes down to how they want to approach this. Again, we know that they can slay. We know that they can play fundamentally strong hardpoint. That much was at least answered back when they finally took a hardpoint off of Q9 in the semifinal. But this Godlike roster is just a little different.
Yeah, and I think, again, we've said this a handful of times, but now through 3 maps, we can really see that a lot of the Wolves' success comes on the backside of Neon starting them off, usually with a sniper rifle.
Yeah.
That's not going to be a part of the play here for a Hacienda Hardpoint. No. And so far, looking at Godlike, Abiz has gotten the better of Zai in almost every single scoreboard, in Respawn in particular. And that is, again, we said we need to focus on it, but now it has to change. Zai has to have a burner here from Wolves if they want to get back even in the series.
Zai and Peg, I mean, Peg had a very uncharacteristic map #1. That is not what I've come to expect, seeing Peg just absolutely dominate in hardpoint all weekend long. So there is a lot of focus for a lot of these usual suspects for Wolves to really come out and try to help things out, because it can't just be Zai. It can't just be Peg. And you can't just rely on Neon to be able to find these opening engagements. And even if he does, well, you better hope that you take the space soon following.
All right, here we go. Right on into it. A mixy fountain we expect between these two. Lots of battle for these high ground hallways. Peg taking a route through Secret, and Shig is actually just going to jump right on in towards the fountain. Even trades come through for now. Shig looking to see where exactly this Godlike member is on the hard point. He gets one, but not the other, so Godlike staying sneaky. They're able to at least control a little bit of these top hall's positions and keep the contest well and alive over to the top of the fountain.
This P1 is all just about hallway control. There's so much time that you're going to be seeing a lot of engagements for the SMGs to get in your face. Side, able to at least answer back for 2. Not a whole lot of time to fight over, considering it's all contested, but a good kill feed comes through from Wolves as they start to soak up more time.
Good awareness here from Wolves. They know exactly where Godlike are spawning up at. #4 in yellow, already on the rotation. King will suffocate them. Backside through well, and then rotate off for the regen as he heads over towards B2. Follow up from Zai. Here we go. Zai for 3, right through spiral stairs. Smokes his presence in towards the corner. Slides on forward, and Zai, oh, huge chow from him. 4 kills in a row in the life, and Wolves will have a chance to get themselves up just as the hard point starts to open.
Gets shut down, does Zai from a nade out of Trunk, so that at least shuts down any sort of streak potential, but getting closer towards those operators very early on, will I say that. Hunter Killer Drone was earned by Neon not a few moments ago as they set themselves up around Lambo, and the setup's looking pretty decent.
Yeah, really good. Godlike would have to hit this from the front. Smokes allows them some entry, but it's all about predicting your corners and hoping you get blessed. Abiz, double for him. Trunks off spawn, trying to get there to help. And he's trying to get a little bit of extra space here, kind of saying, I'm already through, I'm gonna go a little deeper, let my teammates just walk into the hill, but Neon right there to pick things up. Back and forth we go. 20 plays 43. Godlike still spawning out, but a chance to pitch this as Wolves are stuck over through the driveway, and the kills now starting to come through for Godlike. Focus from the front. Trunks trying to step in, and Wolves clean things up. Final kills come through with Neon being able to pull the War Machine in, and Wolves will get the majority of the scrap time.
Scrap time will be there for sure, but the rotation towards P3 is what you're mostly going to be looking at, especially with these operators starting to come online for a handful of players. Very scrappy P2, might I add, but you can take a look at the spawns, especially from Neon still lurking around P2. It means that you're still going to have Godlike players spawning to the backside of Mansion, so these isolated battles over by P3 are going to be massive.
Absolutely the case. Opening first blood for Abiz. Gets down, knows he has to play his life. Not a lot of help nearby as of yet, but Godlike are working for patio control up top. Learn, Annihilator, deep, caught by surprise, couldn't quite get out into the open. Neutrino's trying to spam down the point, but there's really no connections happening, and now Zai is gonna take an extra step over through the Godlike spawn. Doesn't quite find the eliminations, but once more, builds a lot of breathing room, you would think, for Wolves, but Trunks from the pinch is shutting everything down with the claw. Eventually traded out, but the damage may have been dealt. Abiz able to come right back in, and Godlike will get at least a little bit of time here before Wolves can reaggress.
Getting some shades of that takeoff map number 1, where Wolves had a really good P1, then P2. We got some operators online for Godlike, and they were able to clap back on P3. Down to just 10 seconds or so, and Wolves are doing a great job of just keeping things contested, but it's all of that, plus the rotation coming through from Godlike. You already have Learn lurking over by P4.
I would love to see Learn get into open hall here and just try to win that position, let his team rotate to join him, but instead he's going to play right on top of the hill. A little bit of a battle here with Zai, who is off to a great start. 12 total kills and finesses. Learn turns around almost, a little turn and burn. Not quite able to find the kill. Follow up from Wolves, also not quite fully there, so Godlike will open up the hard point blue. Neutrino following up behind this. King looking to clear off the water and maybe look for an opportunity to pop the Sparrow. First elimination is good. Mantles over the top, finds the second. Teammates doing the exact same thing. It's like whack-a-mole over this water ledge, and Wolves will eventually, for a second, be able to get into the hard point, but Prevail pops out an equalizer, and he's gonna single-handedly take down the entirety of Wolves. What a play from Prevail. Hunter Killer Drone also spent. Trades are decent, and unfortunately for Godlike, they couldn't really follow up on a big play for Prevail.
No, not when Wolves are still spawning over by the boathouse previously. I mean, he can 1v4, but those respawns were so damn close for Wolves, so they can recontest P4 just like that. 10 seconds should at least be looked at if you are Wolves, so at least get themselves over 100 points at the end of the first set. But it's no easy entrance whatsoever. At least Zai through the open stairs tries to get himself inside of the hill, but a big first set of hard points coming through from Wolves, 98-66.
It almost feels like a broken record in certain ways. We've seen this time and time again about Godlike when they're playing up against LG, when they're playing their first map here versus Wolves. Slow starts, but they're keeping themselves in the game. We still need to see that one beacon that shows us that Godlike can get control of a hard point and hold it. Has not fully happened yet, and as you rotate back over towards Fountain, Wolves have done well in the first 20 seconds to gain more time.
Prevail spawning over by P3, set himself up with a little pinch up through upper halls, and well, he's probably going to need it considering that everybody from Wolves Esports are just putting them in the absolute blender down low.
Yeah.
This is a decent amount of time to soak at P1 if you are Wolves.
Yeah, very much so the case. Grows their lead to a very high margin. Over towards Garage, that would be the next thing up. And it looks like Godlike are kind of chalking any extra vision over towards Fountain. They're just trying to play for rotation here. This is a lot of time to give away to Wolves. So the marginal lead that we were just saying Godlike have done well to keep, at least within grips, has all of a sudden become a bit more of a blowout. 50-point gap. King, Sparrow, doesn't expect Trunks to have slid through, so Hugh sneaks out a kill. Claw now coming forward, predicting the play over through the side closet, but instead takes it over towards the front doors, and that's where the majority of this Wolves team is coming from. Water now completely controlled. Focus back over as Neutrino's able to help out, and there we go. Clean kill feed for Godlike, and the hold is good.
War Machine also invested for Neutrino, trying to at least cement this hold, at least through the opening few members from Wolves. EMP was also invested from Wolves, but they hold on. Zai has a claw. Now coming through the staircase on the side, you feel like that he needs to find more just to be able to get that break, but can only find 3. Reinforcements still here for Godlike.
This is it, though, for Godlike. Definitely finding themselves again. That footing in this map. The trend's starting to change just a touch. Wolves looking at this last 20 seconds, saying, hey, we need to hit this. Zai from the water, able to find the opener. Able to also clear off Lambo. Good power position dealt with. And now all of a sudden, Wolves have control over the scrap time. Godlike are also being pinned in the back. They're not really able to get out of spawn here, and there's still a member for Wolves watching this rotation through well. So a big moment on this rotation that Wolves have a significant advantage in. All Godlike are going to be split spawn on their approach over to the third hill.
Got 3 members, though, that spawn over on the right side of the map. 2 players trying to cut through the top side of hallways, and I think it's going to catch Wolves a little bit by surprise. Learn has himself an Annihilator, trying to utilize that bad boy to get inside of the current hill, but the gunnies just a little bit too strong. Wolves are pushing them back.
Good patience here from Godlike, but better positioning from Wolves. 157 to 103. Long range shots from Neon, of course they're good. A Sparrow trying to get something done individually, not going to work out. From the back, you've got Trunks up top towards Patio, trying to assist, trying to open up some space. He will get all the way around the back, and that will move spawns around just a touch, but the gap continues to grow in favor of Wolves. 171 to 103. Preddy called in, that will land from Neon. And this could very well be Wolves threatening that 200-point threshold very quickly.
Yeah, I'll say. 72-point difference in between these two teams. Wolves have not relented off the pressure from what we saw in the first set of hard points, albeit Godlike have been putting themselves in really good positioning through the second set. Wolves have had a response time and time again, shutting down operators, utilizing theirs to a higher degree. This back 5 seconds was soaked up there from Wolves at the very end. The rotation over towards New is there for Godlike, but you need to turn this into more time.
Yeah, Prevail only gets one with the equalizer. Trunks trying to make this rotation through open stairs a bit more difficult with the claw. That's going to be 3 kills for him with it. And he's now thinking about going bottom bar. This could catch Wolves by surprise on the pitch, and yeah, sure has. Able to find one, runs out of ammunition, swaps back over, but King is able to best him. Wolves with 3 straight kills, right back into the hard point. Prevail has to do this with the SMG, losing the equalizer, and he's good for it. A nice double, make that 3 for Prevail. King's on the outside looking in, and there's really no way he gets up this ledge. So here we go. Godlike needed something convincing, and now they may have it. War Machine getting popped, trying to find this last 25 seconds, and that would put them right back in this game.
Sure would. 20 seconds, needs to be soaked up. Learn, finds himself 3. And Wolves are still trying to battle over this 10 seconds because why the hell not? Before we go back over towards P1, and a massive Hunter-Killer drone comes in for Learn, shuts down the push from at least 2. 5 seconds to at least be contested, and Wolves will still maintain their lead into the third set we go.
Godlike has to find good control over the top of this next hard point. You don't anticipate being able to chew into this lead too much on P1. But if you can make life difficult for Wolves, find a couple of seconds here and there, that's how you claw your way back in. For Wolves, though, if you can find a way to get some control and earn more time, it puts you well within win condition going over towards Garage. Lots of things on the line over the top of a very mixy hard point. Back and forth we go on the opening kills. 45 seconds to fight for. Trunks inside the smoke. Just trying to delay the inevitable, as hot in his heels was Shake. With a couple of kills to follow, Wolves will get a little bit of extra time. Mixy battles going on up top wall. This is happening down low, and Godlike are trying to rotate to flip the map around, but they aren't really finding the kills to allow themselves to do it, so now they take their focus back towards the hill, and that's where they find the kills needed to at least contest this hard point.
The leader's advantage even goes beyond the scoreline that Wolves currently have. They have 5 operators at their disposal, comparatively to Learn, that has an Annihilator, sure, but he needs to pop off with it. Has 36 kills to his name, but this rotation over towards New needs to hold off for what would you feel like, maybe 2 gunfights, plus maybe 4 operators at the least?
Well, so far so good. Nothing's been popped yet for Wolves, and Godlike have good control. Bottom side spiral, clean kill feed. Do they get a read on where Wolves are spawning? Learn pops the Annihilator. Abiz gets the Sparrow out. Both players are going to need to find the way to get kills with these. And the shots just aren't quite landing. King able to take down 1. Learn taking his attention back over to the hill. Able to get 2 with the Annihilator, but on the flip side, here come all those Wolves operators, and that'll be enough for them to break from the front. Still not out of contest yet. Neon is a little bit worrisome that Godlike spawning behind. That's not the case. And Trunks gets a lot of clearance back over towards the hill. Neon not landing with the War Machine until the last shot. And Godlike have pushed off almost every single operator from Wolves, and they are very much so still alive.
No, it was every single operator there, brother. And now Prevail pulls out his equalizer, battling inside a bottom mansion. King will shut him down from the range. But that is worrisome if you are Wolves, that you had to invest that much just for a mere break. Luckily enough for you, the Gunny again gets the job done. Peg there with the Purifier keeps them at bay. Furthermore, getting closer to 250 points.
Yeah, that's a big difference maker right there. Godlike a chance to possibly re-break, find the last 30 seconds, but a Purifier solo play plus the extra attention from Wolves through mid puts this game nearly out of reach. Has to be flawless for Godlike. Wolves taking the high ground, try to play this as kind of a break attempt. Godlike stretching this hill out as much as humanly possible. And the hunt is on. Where are these Wolves members? And Zai has just completely eluded them. Gets Neutrino from behind, pops up, finds himself a little drop shot for a second. 5 seconds, all that's needed. Wolves looking good to close this one out, but do get pushed completely off the hard point. Godlike need to win this, plus win the next rotation to even have a chance at pulling off some late game heroics, and they know they have to spend everything right now just to make sure they can have a chance to do that.
Sure do. Neutrino investing at least this War Machine, trying to keep them at bay over by fences. Hardpoint still contested. 20 seconds left to be soaked up here for Godlike. Looking pretty good for them to get it. You still have at least a few more players to worry about. Peg gets dealt a swift death, but now you have numbers here for Wolves. They've broken in.
Yeah. Last 4 seconds can still be earned off the scrap time. Last player up is Prevail. Steps away after finding the first 2 kills. Off the reload. He's got help nearby. 6 seconds to fight for, and the contest will allow another hard point to be seen. Still a lot to be asked though of Godlike. Here comes the play for rotation. Clean kills on exit. Godlike can move quickly here. Wolves spawning on both sides, east and west on the bottom side of the map. Hardpoint will open, Wolves get in. Prevail has to go. He's got to find a way to get on in. He only gets a small moment of contest, and Wolves do exactly what was needed. Find some success in the hardpoint, and most in particular, Zai had a monster map.
It's everything we asked for, Alan, and it's not even Christmas. That's insane. Look, when it comes down to Hacienda, when it comes down to Respawn as a whole, you go back to that takeoff map number 1, and it was uncharacteristically terrifying for Wolves. They only had at least one of their players frying at a moment's notice. You come into Hacienda, map number 4, and everybody more or less shows up in a massive way for them. All of the operator usage as well, being a great boon of success for them on a lot of these different rotations, shutting down Godlikes at almost every single turn. And realistically, the only time when I was really scared as far as operator usage was concerned was on P2 in the final set.
Sure, yeah, no, that's absolutely right. It is one of those moments where, like you mentioned, leader's advantage was just so heavily stacked for Wolves. And even though, again, like we continue to talk about, Godlike kept themselves in the game maybe longer than you would have expected, considering how the patterns of the map were moving. Wolves coming out on top of a number of the opening hardpoints. You got to give a little bit of credit that Godlike can stay in as long as they do. But 52 kills for Trunks, not enough to get over the 200-point mark. Zai goes 37 and 39, 52 kills for Neon. And across the board, everyone's looking pretty healthy. I mean, there's really no one that's standing out too badly, although I will say that comparison between a Bees, what we were talking about, he was not nearly as much of a threat this game, going just 30 and 43.
Kills were almost just about even.
Yeah, really were.
Across the board.
Quick maths.
It just... Look, man, I don't have my TI-83 Plus calculator with me, but I'm at least looking at the numbers, and they look pretty darn even across the board, which is even more alarming when you're thinking about where were these kills for Godlike even coming from across the map.
It really felt like a lot of it came on rotation or in scrap time moments.
Sure.
Where, like, again, it's nice to have, but it's not a difference maker in a game that started to become pretty one-sided.
That's right.
You know, through the first set of hard points. So, yeah, it is a good point out, I think, to see that the kill potential that was coming through and where those kills were coming from definitely kind of favored that of how Wolves were able to kind of use that as a chance to dominate over the objective. So, transitioning away, we're back to another search and destroy here for map number 5. It's Tunisia. And it's been a great playground for Wolves, kind of historically. And it's interesting because they really haven't played it at all this weekend.
They haven't, no.
But it's one of those that we kind of saw them really utilize in CDFI to really kind of get into a position to be that major search and destroy threat from China, and they were able to do so with 9-1 tally versus Elevate in that grand finals where they were eventually able to secure things.
It's just everything that you're scared of when it comes down to facing Wolves on search and destroy. Mostly from one player in particular, we've been singing his praise the entire day so far.
Yeah, dude.
That's Neon.
Absolutely.
With the amount of long lines of sights that are available for you on Tunisia and how quick he can snap onto many different opponents on Tunisia, I'd be terrified for that. It's the same exact problem that might come back to haunt Godlike that we saw in the firing range map too.
Yeah, it is one of those situations where I think if you're Godlike, again, you need to make the same decisions of, do we want to try to square up, 1v1 him, or are we just going to try to completely avoid him? I will say that the only kind of benefit of playing in Tunisia is that you do have the opportunity to really utilize good smokes and nades to kind of flush snipers out of their common positions. So I would prefer them, I think, based on what we saw in firing range, to try to rely on their utility to find where Neon is, rather than trying to just dry peek him with another scope. Whether or not that happens is a different story. Wolves will be starting things off defensively. Godlike on the offense and the opening nades all through middle map, and Wolves are here to take the battle. Oh boy, first 10 seconds gone, first 3 lives gone for Godlike.
Battle through the middle of the map is an alarming thing. They took down Neon, so the raid boss was at least dealt a swift demise to start things off, but this neutrino, 1v odd situation, and he tries to hold down the trigger. He gets sniped out from the map. And again, this is everything you're terrified when it comes out of this Wolves roster. They can snipe you through these longer lines of sight, and they're also not afraid to utilize their utility to get in the upper hand through the middle of the map.
King is maybe the jump snipe king right now.
Probably.
Flat out, he has been hitting some wild shots. Trophy systems down this time for Godlike. Smoke over the middle of the map, and they are continuing to push right on through. But look at this defense over towards the B side, or part of the A side of the map. Wolves are trying to also push through the choke point, see if they can catch Godlike off guard, but it doesn't work out. So now you've got a full surround of this A site. The Wolves defenders completely isolated. Can Zai keep his life? So far, so good, but eventually traded out. On the rotation, it's just up to King. 1v2. First shot lands clean. Lots of time on the clock. Trunks thinking maybe he could get a set nade. He's not even going to play for the bomb. He wants to play for the kill.
I'm not surprised the way that Trunks has been playing this entire Grand Finals. Look at the call for King. Again, who's playing with the sniper versus the sub from Trunks is starting to flip the map. He already cleared B. Now he can make two different decisions. Wrap back through the offensive spawn, go back to check B, guarantee it's going to A.
At the same rate, because of how much time has been taken off the clock, Trunks is going to have to back up to get this bomb and likely play for a plant. Still on the hunt. He'll make his way over towards Winery. Should be able to collect this bomb without contest. And it looks like King is pretty happy just to play over towards backside arches on the B side of the map. So not likely to see contact come through. And Trunks, I was going to say, brother, I can understand you're trying to play for the kill, but give yourself at least the opportunity to plant the bomb, and he will collect and make his way back over towards A quickly.
Through barrels, still thinking that King might be lurking around, but the timing might be impeccable, depending on where this bomb is planted for and where Trunks tries to go in the post.
That's the biggest thing about it. King moving quickly. Oh, gets there just before Trunks can find an exit. And it was just like a really long game of trading pawns, it felt like, between two of those players before eventually they met up to trade power pieces. So Wolves are up 2-0 up, and a 1v2 clutch comes through for King.
This is an insane decision to be made there. If you are Trunks, again, lurking for the kill, constantly checking everywhere close. He gets through Winery, through barrels, recollects the bomb, but the one place he doesn't check was his own spawn. 2 rounds to open things up here for Wolves. Something needs to change offensively here for Godlike.
Agreed. This time there will be no aggression for the side of Godlike, just trying to wait out maybe the opening nades that we've seen time and time again for Wolves. But honestly, Wolves don't really throw many. You still got a lot of nades by the look of it left across the inventory, so Godlike don't really get what they were hoping for, which was early investment for Wolves. And now you kind of got to feel out the map without knowing what's at mid, not knowing what's on that early A cross. There's a lot of question marks here for Godlike, not seeing many nades be thrown over the top.
What's Trunks' plan over here?
Yeah.
He hasn't fully covered all of the B bomb site. There are 2 players here defensively. You can almost hear a pin drop on this Tunisia, while Godlike are searching desperately for any sort of information, much less an advantage.
Neon is the one that will be trusted to make first contact, and oh, Trunks over towards the B side of the map. He's just playing a bit of a ratty spot, saying, I'm just going to wait for people to rotate over. This is a good call here from Godlike. Yeah, the kill comes through, and Wolves start to say, wait a second, we're short-sighted on B. But Godlike make the quick decision to make the play over towards the A site instead. Trunks now joining them, or tried to before Peg got the elimination. So 4v3 situation for Godlike. Neon still alive, King still alive. That may be all that's needed. But it's Peg first and foremost. Well, he may have not needed the help for the second. He still got it. B's up top. Oh, quick shots come through. King misses the opener. Hits for the first. 1v1. Oh! Bang! King with another 1v2 clutch.
Back-to-back 1v2 clutches. You know, they always say, if you come for the King, you best not miss. Twice. 5 kills to King's name. 3 rounds for Wolves, and Godlike had everything going right for them in that previous round.
And now a quick hit towards B. And similarly so, Wolves are kind of playing a heavy stack, looking to get into Winery at A. So again, a blind counter situation. King the only defender over towards the B site. Just playing a hard angle to see if anyone oversteps their bounds. And Trunks is thinking about it here. Can King keep the hot hand? Wolves are already on the long flank, and Godlike aren't planning. They're trying to find an exit through mid. There are players here, though, but they're caught on sprint. Shing only able to get one. Learn with the trade, and Godlike will establish at least some level control in the numbers.
King trying to continue to be snappy with it. 3v3. Wants to play his own life. They're going to go back to check the A bomb, and by the time they're done checking this side of the map, they're actually going to have a little bit of a pinch should Peg be able to fish out some timing from the offensive spawn.
How do you break this down if you're Wolves? Peg from one side could start things off and keep the focus on him while his other two teammates come from behind. Or it could be handled vice versa, and well, Peg did try to make an early move. Trunks there to meet him. Any more heroics? King and Neon last alive. Oh, running right by one another, but Trunks gets his weapon out first and finds the easy kill into Neon. But we've seen this story before.
Sure have.
King 1v3. First shot goes wide. Learn also missing. Down low, eventually, Trunks and the Bees will find the kill. No more heroics, not 3 times in a row.
Well, at least it was a 1v3, so maybe that's just like the overall that he can't do. 1v2s, yeah, sure, we've seen it 2 times. 1v3, probably not. The aggression looks good on you, Godlike. Moving their way over towards B, and Wolves are trying to play this like a chessboard, where they're trying to constantly get over towards A. It seems exactly what they want to do again defensively.
Wow, great look at that opening nade from Godlike. It tags King back towards his spawn, but this is interesting. Wolves are going to go with the exact same defensive setup where they're trying to clear through barrels, but Godlike are aware of what happened last round, and they're already primed up and ready for this. And yeah, they do see the cross, and that's enough for them to say, we don't have the opportunity to go over towards A. Let's go join Trunks on the B site and see if we can overwhelm whoever's there.
We saw this 2 rounds ago offensively. The difference is that nobody from Wolves is actually going to push up, so realistically, Trunks needs to try to fish out a timing. They don't know how clear this B site is.
Oh, but is it clear? King is still
up.
It is not. Smoke comes through. Wolves not playing off the flank they did last time. They're going to take the safe route back. King gets pressured, but it doesn't make a difference. You can just give him RPOV the entire way through. Almost finds the head of Neutrino. Bomb gets planted. Numbers start to become a little bit more level. 4v3 though in favor of Wolves on the retake, and they've already made their way on towards site. Learn up top, denies anything from getting too far forward, but Zai follows in for the trade. Bomb now being defused. Can the Bees get here in time to deny this? No, he's kept off, and Wolves will go up 4-1.
Wolves in search and destroy. Again, it is adapt, understand, and then overcome, and then adapt some more. It's just really tough when you are Trunks in that perspective. You expect for somebody to push through. It doesn't happen, much like it did a few rounds ago. So you think the B-bomb site's clear until King finds the 7th kill.
Yep. He's been massive in this map. 7 straight kills for him. Neon down low hasn't really been needed to do too much on this opening cross towards A. Godlike probably very aware that if you cross, you're probably going to meet the other end of a sniper rifle. Trunks once again just kind of lingering over towards the platforms over at B. Godlike have not really committed too much to mid since the opening 2 rounds. Would be curious to see if they try to do something delayed through mid in this round, try to change it up a little bit.
It's the opening nades that are coming through from Wolves that are deterring them from wanting to try to get through the middle of the map. But the bomb has made its way over towards B. King is playing in a position where he can't necessarily see this push come through, so it's going to be a full 5v5 retake.
And it looks like a lot of this retake may actually lurk through middle. Prevail just lurking his way further up, making sure no one gets through connector. Bees and Neutrino also part of the play. Wolves will have to retake this from the front. No opportunity to make a play through mid. Trunks down low. He's going to be the next one probably to get activated from this position as soon as contact is made by his teammates. And it's taking a long while, but here come Wolves finally. King gonna watch over towards the cross. Trunks can take it down. Hold on a second. Godlike in a little bit of trouble here off this setup, especially if King can find a shot to land. Oh my goodness, he does it again. Unbelievable.
They had everything stacked against them in that post-plant situation.
Absolutely.
Clock was against them. Numbers were against them. You say any word, it's probably against them. The one thing that they do have is a King. That is absolutely absurd. Just what we were seeing in the prices of Neon for sniping his buttocks off. King shows up in a massive way. 8 kills on a single half. Wolves 2 rounds away.
Very convincing stuff from Wolves. Can they find same success stories here on their offense? King once again. Oh my goodness. Dude. I mean, are you kidding me?
No.
Unbelievable. We just watched Godlike for 6 rounds straight not take that peak, and King says, I'm just going to run up and see what I find. Gets the first. The Beast does eventually put down the raid boss. Zai, good timing here, but can't quite lock down the shots.
Hello?
Finally, the kills come through, and Wolves will dominate the A site. Last one left is Neutrino is only able to find one, and it's just, there's no counter for what King and Neon have done on both of our 2 search and destroys with these sniper rifles. This is filthy.
There is a counter, but you have to have that counter a handful of milliseconds before he scopes it and pulls the trigger.
Because he was late to that peak.
He was. He was.
Party started at 7. He showed up at 7:15.
His centering is freaking insane. Bomb moving his way over towards a first blood again for Wolves. It's via the nade.
Prevail through mid-map, may catch one, but no, Zai beats him on the gunfight. Follow-up also not there. Neutrino shoved away, and King continues to hit. He gets the last one. I mean, are you kidding me? Put that thing away. There's ladies present. 7-1 in the map, and King just dominate from start to finish.
There's ladies present. There are kids watching. A little bit of a pop-off as well there for Wolves standing up. You got to be feeling pretty darn good if you are this Wolves roster. I mean, winning back-to-back maps, one of the Hacienda. We knew that Tunisia was going to be a difficult one, to say the least. Just stylistically, as far as playstyles are concerned, I didn't expect that steep of a scoreline, though. That is absurd.
I mean,
This guy's disgusting.
You could literally just let this montage play out for King. And it's not even the fact that he's just taking hard scope pre-angles and hitting. They're jump peaks.
No.
They're in-your-face shutdowns. They're 1v2s.
He's jumping around doing tricks on the map.
I'm saying.
It's absolutely insane. Like, to say that you're confident is one thing. Here's the little pop-up that I saw over my shoulder there at the end of the map. Like, these guys are confident, and that's putting it lightly. 11-3. And how many of those 8 rounds would you say that he probably found first bloods? I would probably say about like maybe 5.
I was gonna say at least 5.
At least 1 for sure.
I mean,
and the thing about it is that this is everything that was missing from previous maps where you do have Neon sniping and a respawn per se, is that King's finding this opening engagement, and the rest of the team is able to benefit from it. So much map was taken away just from King's existence.
Unreal. And this is what we were afraid of seeing from China this weekend.
That's right.
Oh, man.
They're pretty good at search, man.
Yeah. And it's like, I almost want to like combat my own point. Like, are they really good at search, or are they just really good sniper rifles? Because like, you really never had to see complex strategies be pulled out, or adaptations or adjustments, because King is just fragging everybody.
4K no los dos.
Yeah, true. This guy, dude, my guy in the front is vibing.
Yeah.
I love it.
He's having a good time.
Rightfully so. What a show. Okay, we have to calm down. Get ourselves back into level footing, because we're going to a raid control next. And this is one of those maps that, again, I was really kind of shaky about when it came to Wolves overall. It had been their hard veto. They had a couple of set ideas in terms of playing for that, what we like to call the Zim spawn trap on defense, getting all the way through Garage, forcing them to spawn in towards the gym. They pulled that versus Elevate, but still were losing rounds.
Yeah.
Did the same thing versus Q9 on their first defense, but then eventually kind of locked it up. Do you think they've learned enough, though, to stop this godlike team who has really looked good on raid control generally?
I want to say yes, just because of how decisive we were able to see them win those rounds on raid control just last series versus Q9. All things considered, I don't know how much it has to do with statistics and history on raid control. I think it has everything to do with the bounce back for Godlike. Losing the last 2 maps the way they did, decisively losing the last 2 maps they did.
That's a big
They have
point.
to hit a hard regain if they want to see that meltdown map number 5 or 7.
And this is the other thing about this. Godlike's going to start on offense because this is their map selection.
That's right.
So it's going to be even more difficult to find a way to avoid going down in 6 and getting over to a meltdown map number 7. It was a surprise linchpin for their success versus LG. Maybe there's a little bit more magic there if they can get it. Otherwise, Wolves came in and they said it themselves. We expect to be in the grand finals. We expect to win this thing. They've been putting in the time. They've been putting in the work. They may have fallen a little bit short in the most recent Chinese Masters, but they overcame some pretty great adversity at CDFI to be the champion of the Eastern region. We can kind of colloquially say, can they do so here on an international stage and beat the rest of the world?
They're confident to do it. Heard in a handful of interviews throughout the entirety of the weekend with Dot that they were saying how confident they were not only to make it to grand finals, but be able to take the entire chip along the way. I think if you're Godlike, you're very happy with where you've ended up. But now it's just proving to the point that India are absolutely on the map.
Big time.
They're here to play. This is the team that we expected to see through so many different years on the main stage in grand finals. This is a different level of just Call of Duty as a whole, mobile or not. This is what professional players have to stick above the rest. That regain needs to be massive just to force out a meltdown map number 7 for a chance at glory. That's what Godlike want.
So everyone's starting to lock in. Have to be getting close to loading on up map number 6. And man, it's just been one of those things that I think a lot of people were looking at this series and saying there's no way, no how it even happens in the first place, let alone that Godlike put up this kind of a fight. But can they take it another extra step? They've done it literally all tournament long. Can you find a way to tie us up again with your backs up against the wall and get us to a map number 7? We're on raid. And actually, Godlike are starting on the defense here. Okay.
All right, then. Opening breakoffs through standoff through the opening few rounds were fantastic for Godlike. It took Wolves a certain amount of time before they were finally dealing with the opening breakoffs of Godlike.
Yeah.
Seems to be the case so far. As Godlike at least answered back with the opening skirmish here. Not a whole lot of presence on there are these two zones. A lot of lives and time shaved off the clock.
And Abiz is having himself a heater, dude. It's like, you guys want to play with some sniper rifles? I got you, brother. ×4. But I still can't get over the fact that Godlike chose the map, which means that Wolves have the choice of what side to start on, and they decided to start on offense. And they're getting smoked right now. Abiz through the window at Van. He's already got himself a hunter-killer drone. Help is on the way through pillars. Wolves finally find a couple of kills, but it's an 8-life deficit, and Godlike are all over this B zone.
40 seconds remaining. Operators nowhere to be seen, but still, the gunfights are everything that you need. Jing has yet to find a kill. Same from our sniper extraordinaire in that map number 5, which was King. Strange to say the least. It's a 10-life disadvantage. The clock at least being stalled out as you have presence over at A.
This is very puzzling, and believe you me, if Godlike ends up winning this map because they got 3 defenses, I'm going to be having some questions for what this side selection was, but at least for Wolves, a chance to try to get the second tick of progress at A. Peg able to double down. That will be good enough to lock it. Third possibly on the way as King is here to support. Wolves close spawn towards bedroom. They could get here quickly. 14 playing up against 8, looking for an extra 60 seconds so they can capture this third tick. More streaks being spent, trying to get this over the finish line and maybe give a little bit of an extension here for the Wolves offense. Prevail up top. Not feeling too jittery about trying to get in, and they will chalk the zone and just play this one out with a double-up life lead for Godlike.
Might as well. Don't want to be giving up more kills and what can inevitably be more operators that you have to be worried about. The chance for Wolves to try to clutch this round is absolutely still on the cards, as they're just kind of trapped down over by Pool, trying to find their avenue to try to get themselves closer towards that B zone.
Oh, a little double stack. Not quite able to work out for Prevail. Get into the collat. 11 plays up against 6. Neutrino stepping in towards Garage. This will force Wolves to spawn on the bottom side of the minimap over towards Bedroom. Focus for Godlike fully on this player on the back over towards Laundry side. And that's where the hit will be coming from. Wolves heavily stacked. All 4 members are here. Who peaks first is the question. This is a pivotal moment for Wolves. Really kind of the last chance. Lauren over the top, not quite able to win the gunfight. Smoke comes through. Prevail in the corner. Gives away his position with that pre-fire. But Wolves have backed off. They said, we got the kill. That's fine. Let's rotate back over. Try to hit this from mid. 18 seconds on the clock. Wolves still finding kills. Abiz in the corner. Has to come up and find the snipe, and he collects 1. Back to the SMG. Oh, he John Wicks it out of the air. Gets himself a double. Clock will stop at 11 in this 6v3. No need to rush here. And finally, Neutrino gets the War Machine to land. Follow-up kill is there. Just down to Xing and isn't able to do anything with it. Neutrino bails him out with the War Machine.
Thought that was going to be a full hold, the way things were starting off on that side. Still able to convert 3 segments of progression. Pretty massive stuff. And you got the War Machine out from Neutrino. Now, the issue is, you still have 4 operators for Godlike. Is this going to be a similarity of what we got on the standoff? Are they going to use their resource advantage to get an offensive round on the board?
King pops the War Machine out, and he's playing this over towards the corner. He doesn't have a good angle at it, and Trunks just sprays him down with the claw. Lauren following up with the Annihilator, doesn't miss. And now you got the opportunity to kind of play off both sides of the map at the same time. First tick of progress is already locked, second rapidly on the way, and Wolves will surely have to chalk this and try to set up an A defense.
Oh yeah. Opening breakoff, once again, looking good for Godlike. Third segment on its way over at B, and they are just having 1 player soak up that zone. One player playing back Laundry, trying to play the cutoff. And this is allowing more information to be at least traded out for Godlike as they try to maneuver their way past the Tiki Bar, getting themselves closer towards that A zone, but they've given up a lot of the middle of the map along the way.
And if you've learned anything about Wolves trying to defend over the top of this site, they like to try to get that same spawn trap into play. This time, not as much success. They're calling to see if King can come back to help set up this defense. Kills decent as Wolves try to dig into the life deficit. 22 playing 19. Lots of time on the clock. You also got to keep in mind that Neon's going to be an issue with this scope as he takes it forward. Is he going to find free space? He pulls out the Sparrow as to predict that Godlike we're going to hit this through Waterfall side, but that's not the case. And now he's got to rotate back over towards Pillars. These would be desperate Sparrow bolts to connect. And this may be a wasted operator here.
Yeah, it's looking pretty wasted. 19 plays up against 21. And Godlike are more than happy with just buying their time, waiting for these operators to get completely exhausted. Claw now invested by Jing, trying to push himself past jungle to try to find more kills. But yeah, throw your hands up in the air because you literally need to find more value with these operators.
And that's the thing is, like, Godlike say, hey, they popped their stuff. Let's just wait. We've got so much time, and the anticipation and anxiety from Wolves has them starting to play forward. Again, Zai blindly pulling out this Annihilator. There's no threat to be seen anywhere. Eventually, Godlike has to make a move, and it's all going to come around the back. It just comes down to, will Zai have the timing to get here and help this hit? Still, executed patience from Godlike. Abi's able to get one. Collat from Zai. Is there going to be more to follow? Zai runs out of his Annihilator timing. Now it's just down to, can they do it the old-fashioned way? Trunks gives up in the gunfight before he finishes the kill. And Wolves will take an even live footing. 30 seconds on the clock. King, the next big X factor. Slid on, doesn't make a difference. Still wins the gunfight up top, and Wolves defensively look really solid as they start to reinforce this bedroom position.
I mean, here's the thing, though. You utilize all those operators. You didn't find all the kills in the world shift, but think about how much clock just got exhausted to at least extend the round. Sniper in the hand of Neon. Golly, this guy is nuts, but he's only able to convert himself onto 3 kills in a row before you end up finding some trades on the Godlike, still trying to press forward.
7 plays 11. This is the last opportunity with only a second on the clock. Anyone touch the time to delay the clock? Yes. Oh, no, just for a moment. Abi's got there to stall it at 0.00. But still, that trade comes through, and Wolves will hold on defensively. We go 1-1.
Only allowing 3 segments off of another great opening breakoff for Godlike on 2 different sides of raid control. And again, you have to look at the operator usage that we were constantly talking about. Very judging towards Wolves, but at least buy themselves some time to be able to even up the round count. Now over towards offense once again for Wolves, marching their way towards ring. They also have presence over by open stairs. It's a double-pronged attack.
Zai will spam out the laundry window, though. Neutrino can only do so much with the War Machine. Ends up being a pretty even footing right off the get-go. Play for Godlike. Over towards the middle of the map and a big gunfight win from Trunks. Clearing out the rock position, and now here comes Prevail through Pillars. Shut down initially by King, but Trunks right there to pick up the baton and turns that into a double kill of his own. Wolves still find themselves on top of the eliminations, even lives, but the second tick of progress will get locked. And Godlike are likely going to once again concede this point and have to set up for an aggressive A defense.
That's the right call. You already have players trying to get in through bottom bedroom. If you can find that kill, if you are Trunks, you can only expect them to get past Waterfall and probably get inside a bottom bed or inside a garage. A lot of pressure here for King with the pistol, trying to flush out this elimination, but Trunks is still trying to press a little bit forward. The more kills that he can find on this side of the map shift, the more time can be exhausted from the clock.
Absolutely the case. And this is going to force Wolves to have to kind of play around the long side of the map. Full, even spread defensively, but Beast drops in the backside. Hold on a second. Wolves can actually get themselves an offensive spawn trap here. If they can find the kills, which they are, they've cleaned out Kitchen. Godlike has to rotate back, defend this A site, because the Wolves are fully healthy, and now Neon has got the Sparrow out, waiting to spawn trap over towards Laundry side. Kills aren't fully there yet, and he kind of second guesses it, but still is able to make good use of it. 20 plays 16. Minute 23 in the clock. Here comes the Pred that will, yes, land for another elimination. Wolves should have all the freedom in the world to at least stop the clock, but late heroics from Abiz and Trunks again clean things out, and now all of a sudden Wolves have been pushed back.
One player's gonna get cut down again. That was Neon that was pushing all the way over by Jungle. It's a great kill to at least clear away your spawn. And now this is starting to become a little one-dimensional. If you are Wolves, everybody's spawning parallel over by Waterfall, trying to work their way through bottom bedroom, but Trunks is here cutting them down with the claw.
Huge. Reduces the life gap now to just 1. Still plenty of tools here for Wolves, but you would think they need to find some instance of success towards the zone before you can commit to popping these. Prevail, they're on the hunt. They don't seem to know exactly where Zai's positioned. Now they're looking for him. Eventually, Trunks is able to take him down, and now Godlike has to take their attention towards the backside. Here comes the full flood from Wolves. 2 through money window, 2 through basketball stairs. Kills on both sides. Prevail still has the equalizer up for now. Able to use that for 1 elimination. Clears back out through window. Zai with the Annihilator, held at bay, and the pinch is good for Trunks. Everything getting cleaned up, 9v9. Clock stopped at 18 seconds, but Wolves do not have the numbers to keep him on the zone. Have to find a way to get through the front. And the kills actually from mid are looking pretty decent. Forces Trunks to have to pop off. He's on 5 in a row. Follow-up elimination starts to come through. The Pred Missile gets called in for it, and it's an even trade. Now it's down to the 5v4. 1 second on the clock, and they get there to stop the clock. Shake is on, playing it over towards the side. Trunks able to hit him with a hunter-killer drone, and that will tick off the final second. 2-1 we go.
3 segments apiece for every single offensive round thus far. As defense continues to be the favorite side here on Raid, the question comes down to Godlike. Can you force out a round number 5 where you have defense, or just close it out here? Beast is going to open things up here with the Sparrow, just spamming them over the top of Ring. I don't even think he was getting many hit markers here, Shift, but Godlike still trying to push through the Ring.
This may be a bit of a fake, though. This is a lot of force towards B, but Oz, for a second, I'll say you had Prevail playing through money window at A, and off the respawn, more Godlike members are trying to hit over towards the Zay zone. So they kind of get the Sparrow for a couple bits of damage, but they do force out the War Machine in return. And now Learn's got window control. If he can get into kitchen, that would be massive, but the timing is not great. And yeah, King will find him, no worries. Clock stopped at 55 seconds, but there's really not much of a threat here on the A zone, you would think. Wolves again playing with this spawn trap. They've got it set up perfectly, but this time the difference maker is that Wolves are also keeping defenders at home at A. So now it becomes super punishing. 6 life, make it 7 life gap favoring Wolves defensively.
This is the worst opening break that we've seen from Godlike this entire control. 23 plays up against 16, and the bait play just forces them inside of their spawn. Now they have to force their way over towards B. King is playing the Black Fan head glitch. Stuck in a 1v1 versus Trunks, who's been electric throughout all the respawns yet today. Able to find some more kills. Now he's looking for more space inside of Laundry.
28 eliminations for Trunks. Close to having a claw, and as we said, he earns it. Clock stopped. Second tick of progress at B is underway. Wolves, are they thinking about going for this? Here comes 3 members through mid pillars. Neutrino watching the flank through Art, and it looks like Wolves very well may just give this up. Here comes the exchange. Free fire from Neutrino, good for the 1-for-1. Extra 60 seconds gonna get added, and we've got ourselves a 13v18, minute 35 in the clock.
Defense has already been secured from that 1 segment being over at A, so you do at least have that lifeline if you are Godlike. You're still trailing by 5 lives. Trunks does have that claw to our point earlier. Realistically, if this tries to go to a round 5 again, this is the same conversation we had back in that standoff. How many resources can you get out from Wolves, albeit trailing by 5 lives?
And this is another moment we saw Godlike when they played this map earlier today. They were so cute trying to get this spawn trap underway, but it really wasn't necessary. You've already got 1 tick of progress locked. You just need to break this point and force Wolves to come to you. And it looks like they may have learned their lesson, because here comes the play over towards basketball side. The kills are good for Godlike. They've got the opportunity to continue to make this play over towards basketball stairs. King can't get to the heady. Now here comes the follow-up. Hunter Killer Drum will start things off. Prevail gets the kill. Here comes the opportunity to stack. Second tick of progress not being worked on yet, but it could. Abiz, mid-side, front window. Not able to find anything. Annihilator, changing focus from front to back if you're Learn. Second tick of progress being worked on. Trunks also with the claw. This is how it happens. 9v11. Second tick of progress gonna get locked. Wolves need to find a way to go. They're still in mid-map. They're nowhere to be found. Abiz, Learn, cleaning things up. 1 more tick needed. 8v8. Get on the point. Get on the point. Wolves have been given a lifeline. And Neon will clean things up through pool stairs. King also combines. Get on the point. 6v4. Wolves with the numbers advantage.
Oh no.
18 seconds to play. Gotta make a move now for Godlike. And there's nowhere to go besides from the front. Oh, what a missed opportunity. We're gonna go to round 5.
Oh my. I mean, that is just some impeccable fumbling. There's so much spaghetti all over that A control zone, and Godlike left it all over the place. You had so many kills, the operators popped, you had so many narrow choke points that they could have worked their way through, an opportunity to force it to a meltdown. Now into a round 5 where you use all of your operators if you are godlike. Look at the resource advantage Wolves have.
Oh, you can just feel the air in the lungs have been sucked out of godlike. Operators now being spent by Wolves. Full focus over towards being it's perfect. First 2 kills are good. Second tick of progress getting locked. And godlike, they have to give this up unless Trunks can find something through our window. He's the only defender that can maybe do something. Peg has already gotten deep in towards Kitchen. It's all fumbling. It's all coming apart so quickly. Third tick of progress is going to get locked. They're going to get 2 minutes and 20 seconds with 29 lives.
Not like this. Pred missile in the back pocket of Neon. Operator still available for Zai. Should he want to use that Annihilator? 27 plays up against 26. Nice double kill coming through from Learn. Trying to rectify the map positioning that they once had is now starting to fall through their fingertips once again.
You got to be careful here if you're godlike. I get that you're trying to move spawns around over towards Garage, but you've got Wolves members also threatening to do the exact same thing. Big 1v1 here, and Peg takes it. Oh, huge kill. Trunks, though, does secure the trade. Everything starts to stabilize just a touch. Neon calls into Pred. Not going to land for any kills. Except, pardon me, it does find Lure just inside Tiki. Jing up top. Finds himself a sniper rifle to support this play from the front side. 25 plays 19. Wolves already at the front doors. Peg still finding kills. One more member to get a pull. Now they're on. Annihilator out. Zai, he's been so clutch for his squad, but Neutrino stays up with the War Machine. First tick of progress will be locked. Godlike have a chance to still come off spawn. Peg an issue, but does get dealt with. 12 plays 22. Clock continues to tick.
10 plays up against 22. You have to win so many gunfights flawlessly, and Wolves are still slaying out.
Second tick of progress could be on the way. 22 playing 6, and you can feel it if you're a Wolves fan. They came in expecting a championship for China. They didn't even have to play LG. The unexpected rival on the other side of the stage could not hold the candle. Wolves are going to be your COD Mobile 2023 World Champions.
Commiserations to Godlike, but Wolves, they came in confident as all get out. We heard it through the entirety of the weekend. We saw it at the end of CDFI. Wolves, come in, get the job done. It took 6 maps, but they are, in fact, your world champions.
What an unreal display from the region of China. 3 slots were given. Wolves and Q9 had battled against each other through thick and thin all year long. And there were major questions for this Wolves team jumping into CDFI after their loss at the China Masters. They worked their way through all their Chinese rivals to beat an unexpected elevated team at the grand finals that went to 7, where Wolves were the champions at CDFI. And now, on the international stage, surrounded by a bunch of their compatriots, one more time, your 2023 champions, Wolves!
Yo. And there it is. Wolves, fantastic job. A pleasure to watch this squad. I'm going to get on in here and ask some questions. A great moment for sure. Congratulations to this squad, an arduous journey. All right, friends, I want to get in here, and I'm going to ask you the first question. You guys came through, and it looked fantastic. the past couple of years, North America takes the championships. What does it mean to bring the championships home to China?
你们这次打得非常的精彩，在过去的2年中都是北美获得冠军。对于你来说，这一次中国获得冠军意味着什么呢？
其实这次的冠军意味着就是我们东方是不比西方差的，所以我觉得说，虽然这次没有跟 LG 交到手吧，但是我觉得今晚不管怎么样都是我们东方的胜利。
We just proved that us East is not worse than the West. Although it was kind of sad that we didn't get to play against LG, but tonight's victory belongs to the East.
I'm coming down over here now. A lot of talk about the East and their performances. Going against Godlike, team out of India, also from the East, nobody really expected them not only to get here, but play as well as they did. What can you say about the performance out of your opponents from across the stage?
我们今天打的是另外一支来自东方的队伍 Godlike，他们没有人预料到他们打得如此之强。那今天我们跟他交手下来有什么样的感受呢？
他们的枪法和个人实力确实非常的优秀，他们能赢 LG 其实是在我预料之中的，因为这次 LG 失利其实是因为他们自己的自负造成的。
They executed greatly and had amazing gunplay. They played great individually, and I even expected them to win against LG, and it was a great matchup to play against them.
Love to hear the respect coming out from these guys. And then, if you can excuse me, I want to ask one over here. Coming here now, looking at your team, you guys played fantastically. Who in your squad did the heavy lifting? Who's the MVP?
这一次我们赢得比赛，功劳最大的是谁呢？
我觉得没有分谁的功劳最大，我们5个人的功劳都很大。
It was no individual effort. It was a team effort, and it took the 5 of us to win this game.
Perfect. And one last question. What does the future of Call of Duty Mobile look like in your eyes?
在你眼里，使命召唤手游的未来是什么样子的呢？
我觉得今天我们呈现的比赛非常精彩，我觉得以后的比赛会更加的精彩的。
We played a fantastic match today, and we expect the future matches to be even more fantastic.
Well, it certainly looked like it for sure. Thank you so much for your performance. You guys earned this. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions, Wolves.
Talk about a fantastic performance, a great way to close out the entire weekend. Back up here on the desk to close the whole thing out. You guys just got to experience all of that. What's good through your heads right now?
I have a lot of emotions, not enough to be able to conclude in about a minute's worth of a segment, but look, obviously Wolves are your champions. But still, you gotta feel like that Godlike really left it all out there today, man. I mean, what a championship run for them. Commiserations, of course, to Godlike, but Wolves clearly came in as the #1 team.
Yeah, I think that's by and far away the point. You know, we had all of these anticipations about what the Chinese search and destroy scene was going to be able to provide advantage-wise for them, and they utilized that here in this series. They're only giving up 3 rounds of search and destroy through 2 maps. I don't want to sit there and say that the result would have been any different on the Meltdown. It's hard to say. It's all going to be left to speculation and foreshadowing at this point, but I think the biggest thing is the regain coming off of the standoff on the control, finding domination in the Hacienda hardpoint, and then carrying that through the Tunisia, and then clutching up when it mattered most there in that round 5.
Well, we heard F.Dot ask about it, which player was a standout player. You know, they gave the very wholesome answer. It was a team effort, and they're not wrong. It was a team effort. But if you two had to pick a standout player from Wolves, who would your answer be?
I'm kind of torn. I first and foremost, Neon had an unbelievable playoff bracket. That's to be told. But I think the thing about it is there's also something intangible about looking at the stats and seeing the amount of engagements that Zai was providing and how clutch he came up when the times mattered most. He may not have been top fragging in the last couple of days, but the kills he provided were huge towards allowing Wolves to kind of clutch up when it mattered on a lot of their respawns in particular. So I'm kind of torn between the two of them, if I'm being honest.
Zai's lowest lows in all of the respawns and even in search and destroys, he was still finding some impactful kills. He might have gone negative a few times in hardpoint, but we were talking about it throughout the entirety of that Hacienda. Kills were just about even, but it was realistically Zai that was fighting a lot of these rotational gunfights, going in their way, so that way they always had those spawns and could always reinforce a lot of those money hills.
Great choices, to be sure, as we see our players up on the stage, finally able to lift that trophy, enjoying the win. Now, the dominant team in the entire world heading into next year. They were one of the teams that wanted to take out LG. Now they are the best team, and it's not just the trophy. We have one more epic portion of this win that our players need to receive. So after that, I think you've got that part under control.
Thank you so much, Glitter. And now, I would like to welcome to the stage the captain of the SPS, Ian Duchesne. He will be presenting each of the players with a championship ring. And so, Wolves are your 2023 Call of Duty Mobile World Champions, and they have the hardware to prove it. Guys, show everybody the rings.
I don't know if it's just me or do those rings look better on the hands of the victors after they claim that trophy?
We were sitting backstage, we were looking at the rings before grand finals and even semifinals were even underway, and they all look really, really spectacular, but something sweeter just looking at it on a champion's hand.
Yeah, right?
Oh, it's great.
It's impactful.
You can't mold and melt pride that comes with being able to boast those rings around for at least another year. So I think that's where that extra little bit of glimmer comes from.
Oh, man, this was a great day.
Unreal.
This was a great show. I had a fantastic time. This was a tough weekend for a lot of these teams. Obviously, the top teams in the world coming out here, battling it out, starting with top 16, whittled down to half every single day, and now having to battle it out. We have Wolves as our new champion. Phenomenal performance. You just watched it all happen. We're going to go through a highlights package, but I want to get your opinions on the standout moments, not necessarily also what you see on the screen.
I feel like the standout moments are just across the entirety of that Swiss stage. I mean, you had so many different teams show up in a massive way, being able to at least rectify the issues that they had from their, honestly, their regions. Just last year, Godlike jumps off the page for me, coming in, being able to mold a fantastic roster alongside Vitality of what we saw from 2022, and then being able to make it all the way through Grand Finals, beating Luminosity. Yeah. That's what stands off the page for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations that there may be an instance here where Wolves are looking and saying that we heard it in their interviews, like they really wanted to play Tribe, they really wanted to play LG, so like they're champions, but like I think there's going to be a little bit of a like, we really would have liked to still play LG. Like that may still be lingering just to try to put a little bit more insult over to Vake's direction, but India taking care of it for them, and I think most impressively was the fact that going into this top 8 bracket, we said that Chinese teams are only beating and losing to other Chinese teams.
That's right.
So I think it's really impressive on top of that to sit there and say not only did Wolves knock out a lot of quality teams, but they were able to beat Q9 not once, but twice, especially the performance earlier today in convincing fashion. It kind of removed all of the doubt that we may have had about what that performance looked like a couple of months ago at their Masters.
And then a little bit of a cherry on top there. I mean, what event wouldn't be complete without the Cinderella story, without that underdog coming through? We heard it in their interviews, Godlike saying, we were at the bottom last time around. They clearly came back this year ready to dominate, now second in the entire world.
It was tough to be able to even speculate as commentators, analysts, looking at all of their practice leading into this entire event. Like, what is your practice realistically even looking like? You haven't been to LANs. Your practice is only against Vitality. and you somehow find your way all the way inside Grand Finals. It was an impeccable run as we take a look at Wolves' road to glory. Clearly the #1 team. It's just hard to be able to quantify how high the skill ceiling will go with how Wolves look this entire weekend.
Doing this and only dropping 3 maps is stupid. All right?
Okay.
I just got to throw that out there, especially considering the teams they played up against. Like, Kings did not have the showing that they would have liked to, but they were still a solid team, and they gave Wolves a bit of a run. Kagendra, solid team out of the Garena region, and they put up a pretty good fight. But again, Wolves time and time found ways to close out tough maps and punish teams, I think, in particular for making mistakes. You know, there's a lot of different ways you can win a championship. When you've got 3 search and destroys, I think it's easy to say search and destroy wins championships, and that's definitely a main part. But through and through, not just in the Swiss, not just today, but throughout every single moment we saw them, both when they were playing at CDFI and especially here, they were capitalizing on opponent mistakes time and time again.
They have been gunning for this trophy and this title for quite some time is what I'm hearing.
Big time. Absolutely. I mean, that was their expectation coming in. They kind of, I'm sure, felt a sense of obligation to be able to do this today.
Well, they did it, okay, to say the least, and they did it in an impressive fashion. Like you said, only dropping 3 maps the entire competition for a 3-day-long event where they had to play through the whole Swiss portion on day 1. They were an absolute powerhouse of a squad, and now they have a lot of work to do heading into next year because they have to maintain that ability, that teamwork, that synergy, that title. Everyone's going to be gunning for them next time around.
Well, if the target came in and everybody wanted to play Luminosity this upcoming weekend, I'm sure that Wolves probably still feel that sentiment that they still want to be playing Luminosity. I'm sure some individuals are thinking now they want to play Godlike, but now everybody wants to play up against that Wolves team. They are the real freaking deal.
I think on top of that, just a more macro point, East shut up the West this year, man.
Yeah.
Smoked them off the map. NA probably down a little bad, you know. Single elimination format. I'm sure LG, if they had a second chance, could have maybe corrected some of the mistakes that they had made. But hey, that's just part of the thing. You got to come prepared. You got to be ready to go. And they didn't convert today. So East taking over the West in convincing fashion. I think that may be the storyline of the tournament outside of the fact that Wolves get their tournament win.
All right, well, I know we've been talking about a lot of stuff here. It's almost time for us to end the show. But before we do that, final thoughts on the whole event, the whole year of Call of Duty Mobile. You know, how are you feeling?
Just want more. I feel like I said the same thing at the end of last year, too. It's just like, I can't believe this comes to a close and I have to wait a certain amount of time until I'm able to watch this Call of Duty Mobile again. International competition will always hold a very special place in my heart, especially when you have regions that haven't faced off against each other.
Absolutely.
North America constantly looks like that they're at the top, and the East, to your point there, Alan, come in and absolutely shut them out.
China's the best region in COD Mobile now. You know, that's the biggest thing taking away. Last year, we all said it was going to be North America, or at least the Western side, with Latin America being a part of that. Not anymore. It's all China. Top 3 teams make it to the top 8. Top 2 teams make it into the top 4. China is definitely on top of the COD Mobile game. Lots of excitement about India coming forward, but yeah. I'm really pumped to see how China continues to develop and mold their kind of philosophy around the game.
And I was trying to see if Gil and FDOT were anywhere in here to come up on the stage with us and say goodbye at the end of the show. I don't see them. They're probably busy congratulating all of the players down there below, because if you've forgotten, we are live. We have been live all weekend from DreamHack Atlanta. It's been a lovely experience. If you're still here in the event, make sure you stop by the booth before your day is over. But in general, as far as this show goes, that is it for us. Our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2023 has come to a close, and it is Wolves who are your champions. Obviously, a massive congratulations to them for taking home this title, and a huge thank you to all of our teams and players for participating here this weekend, because you put on an incredible show. As always, we want to give a thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for helping us put this whole thing together. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes here at DreamHack Atlanta, thank you so much for watching. Happy holidays and have a happy new year.